Chapter 1. This memory, hiss. Uchiha Shien woke up from his sleep in a daze, rubbed his swollen eyebrows, and sorted out the memories that emerged in his mind. I didn't expect that I would travel to the world of Naruto. My memories before reincarnation are like a dream. But where is the golden finger? Why is there no ding 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 sound? Uchiha Shien murmured as he stood up, and pressed down with his petite palm, and immediately sank deeply into the soft and elastic touch. Kid, don't bother me. Seriously, I couldn't stand drinking just a little bit before, and even vomited all over me. A lazy voice sounded beside Uchiha Shien's ears, and the next moment, a lotus-like jade hand came across and rested on his belly. Feeling the soft touch, Uchiha Shien looked at Tsunade, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Her delicate white skin and her scattered light yellow long hair set off each other, and her youthful and charming face was full of collagen. The light blue pajamas were open, but still outlined her plump and charming curves. That touch of thrilling whiteness was like a shot of adrenaline, which sobered Uchiha Shien up. After taking a breath of the alcohol on his body, Uchiha Shien also completely recalled his experience last night. He has traveled to this world for 10 years, and he is just 10 years old this year. He is a member of the Uchiha clan. As for why he can get along with Tsunade, it can be attributed to his average talent and his life experience of losing both his parents. The Uchiha clan treats its members very well, and after taking care of him, they should give him a lot of resources. Unfortunately, after he was able to live on his own at the age of 5 or 6, the Uchiha clan didn't care much about him. His talent for training was also average. Uchiha Mikoto, who was his childhood sweetheart and the same age as him, already had the strength of a genin. Everyone was about to graduate from the ninja school, but he was not yet at the genin level. Although most civilian students were like this, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he was more likely to be looked down upon. Therefore, before he awakened his memories of his past life, his mentality was very depressed, and he would come to the casino to play from time to time. As a result, he actually got involved with Tsunade. As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, she did not have the same hostile ideas against the Uchiha clan as most people in Konoha. She took me out to play for a while, and after our relationship became better and better, she even dragged me to the tavern to drink. I forced myself to drink several glasses last night, which led to today's situation. She used the giant god peak to press me down and force me to drink. I am only 10 years old now. Wow, this woman, does she treat me like a child? Recalling the painful but erotic memories of last night, Uchiha Shien didn't know whether to be angry or happy. He staggered to his feet and pinched a few times to retaliate. It was a pity that he was powerless now, otherwise he would definitely have to retaliate from another place. Little boy, this hurts, hoo. Tsunade muttered a few times in pain, but still did not wake up. Uchiha Shien, a 10-year-old child, was about the same age as his younger brother. Tsunade, who was half asleep and half awake, did not care too much about being touched by Uchiha Shien. Uchiha Shien went to the bathroom to wash his face and looked at himself in the mirror. His tender and handsome face could be said to be his most outstanding advantage. But at this moment, Uchiha Shien did not care about his appearance, but stared at the eyes in the mirror. The dark eyes instantly turned blood red, and Megatama appeared in his pupils. Single Megatama, double Megatama, triple Megatama. When all 3 Megatama appeared in his eyes, the 3 Megatama suddenly changed. The Megatama were connected to each other, outlining an 8-pointed star pattern in the pupils. Mangekyo. I directly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Shien speculated that it might be the awakening of his own memory that caused the hidden soul power to suddenly increase and thus be opened. The joy of opening the Mangekyo Sharingan soon subsided with the passage of time. Recalling the super shadows, 6 paths, and Otsutsuki clan that would appear in the future ninja world, Uchiha Shien's expression became a little bitter. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan can't be compared with those guys. Even facing the upcoming Second Ninja World War and the future Third Ninja World War, Uchiha Shien is not sure if he can survive with the Mangekyo alone. Moreover, he doesn't have any brothers or sisters, so how to open the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is also a big problem. Before the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is opened, the Mangekyo Sharingan is a heavy burden on the user's physical functions and vision. The Cursed Eyes can only be used as a trump card. At least now, with this pair of Mangekyo, I can kill even a cage-level person. Muttering to himself, Uchiha Shien began to understand what the eye technique of his pair of Mangekyo was. The Mangekyo Sharingan reflected his soul, and the eye technique was derived from his most desired emotions. The eye technique of his pair of Mangekyo was not the eye technique of Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, etc. in his memory, but a brand new exclusive eye technique. The ability of the left eye soul transmigration portrait has two forms. One is to construct it based on one's own subjective ideas. If the conditions are met, it will consume pupil power and chakra to successfully materialize the ability or move one wants. The second is an unknown construction, which consumes pupil power to deduce based on a ninjutsu, ability, or move. As for what will be materialized, even he himself does not know. The ability of the right eye soul transmigration sacrifices to feed back to oneself by absorbing other valuable existences. Uchiha Shien frowned and thought. After naming his pupil technique, he wanted to try it. There is currently no material for the right eye soul transmigration, so he will experiment with the left eye first. The properties of my chakra are lightning, wind, and fire, which are rare in the Uchiha clan. The first thought that came to his mind was to use the eye technique to construct and learn Chidori or Raise Nan. But when he thought of these two unmarked ninjutsu, he already had the skills to learn them, and it would be a waste to consume his eye power to deduce them. Uchiha Shien immediately changed his mind. He wanted to try if his left eye could portray the bloodline limit. And with the current nature of his chakra, the most suitable bloodline limit to portray is magnetic release. It depicts magnetic release, a change in the nature of the chakras that fuse the two properties of lightning and wind. According to Uchiha Shien's will, the 8-pointed star in his left eye spun rapidly, and as his pupil power was consumed, the chakra in his body immediately began to operate on its own. A line of blood and tears slid down from the corner of Uchiha Shien's eyes, and after dozens of seconds, the 8-pointed star in his eyes returned to a calm and motionless state. Magnetic escape, magnetic attraction. Uchiha Shien did not make a seal, but raised his hand and the iron objects scattered throughout the hotel instantly flew towards him. When they were less than half a meter away from him, they suddenly stopped in mid-air. Looking at these iron knives, needles, and other objects, Uchiha Shien pointed at the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. These objects flew out immediately and nailed hard on the back of the wooden door. Reading during the Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8th to June 10th. Chapter 2. If it's a sneak attack, this kind of lethality is enough to easily kill a genin. The only problem is my current chakra amount, which is not enough to use magnetic escape more than 3 times. Looking at the scene of the wooden door being pierced by iron, Uchiha Shien couldn't help but smile, and the joy in his heart jumped onto the paper. It was so easy to obtain the bloodline limit, the ability of his left eye was extraordinary. And the slightly blurred vision and the heavy fatigue of the body made him calm down quickly. Due to insufficient chakra, the magnetic release created by reincarnation, reflection just now consumed all the pupil power, so the chakra must be increased as soon as possible. Uchiha Shien, who had decided on the current strategy, slowly walked back to the bedroom. Looking at Tsunade who was still snoring, he fell asleep in her soft and generous bosom. He closed his eyes and opened them again, and when he woke up, he was still woken up by Tsunade rubbing his face. Phew, finally awake. Seeing Uchiha Shien awake, Tsunade couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Her expression was quite guilty. Yesterday, she had dragged Uchiha Shien to drink on a whim, and she almost forgot that he was a 10-year-old child. As she spoke, she pulled over a small table with a sumptuous lunch on it. It looked like it cost a lot of money. Uchiha Shien, who had woken up, glanced at the half-eaten lunch and looked at Tsunade unhappily. "Tsunade, you're not going to ask me to pay for the hotel and meals, are you? I'm not that stingy, okay? Am I that kind of person?" Tsunade was immediately angry when she heard Uchiha Shien mention this in the first sentence. She was wearing light blue pajamas and looked into Uchiha Shien's eyes righteously. Uchiha Shien retorted without any fear, "You seem to have lost all your money yesterday, right?" As soon as this sentence came out, Tsunade's momentum dropped again and again. She scratched her head awkwardly and muttered softly, "I will definitely win it back next time. You kid won a lot yesterday, and I celebrated for you." After that, Tsunade immediately pulled closer and said, "The shakuha here is very good, and I, the big sister, took you out for a good trip, so don't mind this little money." Tsunade winked and showed a hint of begging for mercy. Uchiha Shien rolled his eyes at her, looking completely speechless. "Is it okay for you to treat a 10-year-old child like this? This is not good. One thing is one thing, I can pay you, but I have a condition." Uchiha Shien stretched out his finger and gestured a condition. Seeing him so serious, Tsunade raised her eyebrows slightly and looked quite surprised. Why did this kid suddenly become much more mature, and he was talking about conditions seriously? Noticing that Uchiha Shien was staring at her, Tsunade subconsciously hugged her chest. The surging peak gently squeezed out of her pajamas, revealing an unfathomable ravine. She was thinking back to what Uchiha Shien did this morning. She was half asleep at the time and didn't notice it, but now it's really embarrassing to think about it. "You naughty kid, what kind of dirty things are you thinking about? Who did you learn this from? Did Jiraiya teach you?" Tsunade murmured, looking at Uchiha Shien with a questioning look. Uchiha Shien gave him a look that said you were overthinking, and said, "I want you to teach me medical ninjutsu. This shouldn't be a problem for you, Tsunade." His tone was a bit provocative, which immediately made Tsunade look unhappy. "What do you mean it's not a problem? I'm a professional in medical ninjutsu, so of course it's not a problem. You're quite handsome, but why are you asking for a beating more and more?" Tsunade pinched Uchiha Shien's cheek and replied proudly. But after agreeing, Tsunade also saw through Uchiha Shien's little thoughts. She was naturally aware of Uchiha Shien's experience, and she had checked this kind of thing before. Could it be that he felt that he had no talent in fighting and wanted to learn medical ninjutsu from her? Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little distressed and doting in her heart. "If you want to learn medical ninjutsu, I can certainly teach you. As for the accommodation and meal fees this time, I'll leave it to you," Tsunade said gently, touching Uchiha Shien's black hair. Uchiha Shien didn't know why Tsunade was thinking so much at once, and just felt that her personality was inexplicably changeable. He didn't care too much, and then took out a stack of banknotes. Strictly speaking, all this money was earned by Tsunade for him. Uchiha Shien had discovered a long time ago that Tsunade's luck was terrible. He would definitely win if he bet against her. With this, he won 500,000 taels in one day yesterday, which was much more than the living expenses issued by the clan. Tsunade was immediately happy when she saw the banknotes. Unfortunately, after Uchiha Shien took out a few bills, he carefully put the rest back into his pocket for safekeeping. Tsunade could only yell in her heart that she must win so much next time. After Uchiha Shien finished lunch and the two walked back to the village from Tansho Street side by side, Tsunade taught medical ninjutsu. The most basic point in learning medical ninjutsu is the control of chakra. To maintain a stable and continuous output and to make chakra have a healing effect, very precise chakra control skills are required. When talking about medical ninjutsu, Tsunade's expression became particularly serious. At the end of the speech, Tsunade stopped, and there was a forest in front of her. I will teach you the most basic part of chakra control training, stepping on a tree. Tsunade pretended to be profound and came to the tree, stepped on the trunk step by step, and stood on the top of the tree, which was more than 10 meters high. After jumping down from the tree, Tsunade couldn't hide her smile and gave Uchiha Shien a proud look. Go up and give it a try. This is usually a training method taught by the Jonin who has graduated from the ninja school. When she first practiced, she fell down in a very embarrassing way. Tsunade now wants to see what Uchiha Shien will look like when he falls down and cries and comes to find her. Uchiha Shien did not step on the tree trunk immediately, but felt the flow of his own chakra first. Since the opening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the hidden talent of this body seems to have been released. Just by sleeping for a while, the amount of chakra has increased to the level of a genin. And his physical fitness is much stronger than before, already better than before. The shoulders are normal for an adult. If he uses the insight and hypnotic ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Shien has the confidence to fight a Chunin or even an ordinary Jonin head-on. This was unthinkable in the past. If he goes back to refine it, Uchiha Shien believes that within a few months, he will have the chakra of a Chunin or even a Jonin. And the benefits of opening the Mangekyo Sharingan are not limited to this. After feeling the changes in himself, Uchiha Shien took the first step. Crack! Uchiha Shien, who was not used to the sharp increase in his own chakra, crushed the bark with his first step. Before Tsunade could laugh, he immediately took the second step. Hey! As Tsunade gradually stopped laughing and turned into an expression of disbelief, Uchiha Shien walked up the tree trunk step by step. Although he was a little unstable at the beginning, after the second and third steps, he was able to run on the tree trunk as if walking on flat ground. Reading during the Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 3. In a few seconds, Uchiha Shien stood where Tsunade had stood before. Looking at the lush forest around him, Uchiha Shien took a deep breath of fresh air and smiled. This feeling is really good. Looking down at the stunned Tsunade below, Uchiha Shien jumped down and landed beside her. There was no sound when he fell, which meant that his chakra control was comparable to that of Tsunade now. How did you do that? Tsunade pointed at Uchiha Shien, then at the tree trunk, still unable to understand the situation in front of her. She could tell from Uchiha Shien's initial kick that he really had no training in this area. Being able to improve the control of chakra to such a level in such a short period of time was beyond Tsunade's understanding. Uchiha Shien scratched his cheek and immediately replied righteously, I am gifted. As soon as he said this, Tsunade fell silent. She learned about Uchiha Shien's deeds, although he was not the last one, he was definitely very average. Now you are boasting about your extraordinary talent, isn't that too much of an attempt to cover up the truth? Tsunade, who couldn't explain it, could only understand that Uchiha Shien was very talented in controlling chakra. Tsunade, who didn't believe in it, took Uchiha Shien to the creek to try again. Looking at Uchiha Shien, who could somersault on the river surface in just a few seconds, Tsunade's expression became extremely complicated. The way she looked at him was almost like looking at a monster. Have I discovered a genius in medical ninjutsu? Tsunade, who returned to Konoha village, still had some doubts about her life. Wanting to let Uchiha Shien know what difficulty meant, Tsunade verbally taught him the palm fairy technique. This was something that only the elites among medical ninjas could do. When he couldn't learn it and asked her to teach him, she would teach him in detail. After doing all this, Tsunade hurried away, as if she was thinking about something. Uchiha Shien quickly learned the palm fairy technique in his mind, and walked quickly back to the Uchiha clan. After Uchiha Madara left, the Uchiha clan was divided into hawks and doves. The hawks insisted on starting a rebellion and not becoming the lambs to be slaughtered in Konoha. The doves just wanted to integrate into the village, and they didn't want to live the life of swords and shadows. Uchiha Setsuna, the former leader of the Hawks, was quite dissatisfied with the policy of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama to govern the Uchiha clan. Later, he instigated the Uchiha clan to rebel and cause trouble, which was discovered by Senju Tobirama. He was quickly arrested by members of the Anbu and imprisoned in prison. Since then, the situation of the Uchiha clan has not been very good. Although there is the Konoha Police Department, which is responsible for maintaining the security of the village, the Uchiha clan is still unpopular. The key is that members of the Uchiha clan generally look down on others. After the death of Senju Tobirama, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took office, and the situation of the Uchiha clan has been getting worse and worse. Now the Uchiha clan's residence has been isolated from the center of Konoha village and moved to a remote corner. And now after opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Shien can clearly feel that someone is watching him as soon as he enters Konoha village. It was not until he walked into the Uchiha residence that this sight disappeared quietly. Although the Uchiha clan is not going to be destroyed yet, the third Hokage and Danzo will never show mercy to the Uchiha clan. It is the 35th year of Konoha now, and it can be said that the Second Ninja World War has already begun. At present, the war is still limited to a small area and has not really spread. However, judging from the fact that the ninja school has allowed students to graduate early and the increasingly solemn atmosphere in the village, the day of war is not far away. Once the real war starts, Uchiha Shien is sure that the third Hokage will definitely let the Uchiha clan be the filler baby. You must have the strength to at least save your life within a limited time. Uchiha Shien set a small goal for himself, striving to have the strength of a Jonin or even a Kage within a year. Those who are below that are basically cannon fodder, and there is no way to survive on the battlefield. He doesn't want to die young. He wants power, beauty, and absolute strength. The most primitive driving force made Uchiha Shien move quickly. Uchiha Shien returned to the base and immediately went to find the elders of the Uchiha clan. Since Uchiha Madara left Konoha and Uchiha Setsuna started a rebellion, the Uchiha clan has not elected a clan leader for a long time until now. The hawkish and dovish Uchiha members are unwilling to submit to each other. However, with the arrival of Uchiha Shien, the hawkish and dovish Uchiha members are unwilling to submit to each other. However, with the arrival of Uchiha Shien, the hawkish and dovish Uchiha members are unwilling to submit to each other. However, with the arrival of Uchiha Shien, the hawkish and dovish Uchiha members are unwilling to submit to each other. Shiha Setsuna has been imprisoned, and now the hawkish Uchiha members have fallen into a disadvantage. After the Second Ninja World War, the Uchiha clan should officially begin to select the clan leader. As for now, the decision-makers of the Uchiha clan are the elders. They are responsible for handling trivial matters within the clan and allocating resources to each Uchiha member. What Uchiha Shien has to do is to show some edge so that he can obtain more resources for training. His hurried appearance has attracted the attention of many people. The three people who had just come out of the Elders' Hall saw Uchiha Shien walking towards them. The mature-looking young man in the lead immediately showed a hint of displeasure. Noticing that man's eyes, Uchiha Shien looked up at him, then turned his gaze away as if ignoring him. That person was Uchiha Fugaku, who was a few years older than him. He had already graduated from the ninja school and started to participate in the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's father was the leader elder of the Dove faction, so he had a great reputation in the clan at a young age. He had no intersection at first, mainly because of his childhood sweetheart, Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto was the granddaughter of the current leader elder of the Hawk faction. She had a sweet and beautiful appearance and was popular among men in the clan. Uchiha Fugaku, on his side, advocated that he marry Uchiha Mikoto to resolve the conflict between the Hawk faction and the Dove faction. Shield. After being strongly resisted by the Hawks and Mikoto's own refusal, the matter was dropped. Since then, Uchiha Fugaku often sent people to trouble him. Before awakening his memory, he followed Tsunade to go out to Tancho Street, and he also wanted to avoid the other party. But this time, Uchiha Xian's steps did not stop at all, and he walked straight to the elders' hall, ignoring their intentions at all. Seeing Uchiha Xian's attitude of ignoring them, the mature-looking Uchiha Fugaku suddenly frowned and looked unhappy. In the past, ordinary Uchiha members like Uchiha Xian should have been treated with respect by himself, but this guy was stubborn and his appearance made people jealous. Go! Uchiha Fugaku only gave a look, and Uchiha Yaoi and Uchiha Taihuo who were following him understood instantly. Although the Uchiha clan does not allow members to kill each other, giving each other a lesson is not included in the list. The two people who were already genin walked quickly and looked at Uchiha Xian who was approaching with contempt. Chapter 4. You didn't even say hello when you met us. It seems like Uchiha Xian you still haven't learned basic etiquette. We wanted to continue to practice with you yesterday, but you disappeared for the whole day. Where did you hide? Did you find a hole to crawl into like a mouse? Taihuo and Yaoi stretched out their arms with unfriendly expressions, and while talking, they grabbed Uchiha Xian's shoulders. But before Yaoi could finish his words, Uchiha Xian, who had never spoken, suddenly jumped up. His right arm stabbed out like a sword, and his two fingers instantly clasped Uchiha Yaoi's throat. Yaoi was caught off guard and had not yet reacted. Uchiha Xian grabbed Yaoi's throat with one arm and slammed him to the ground. Bang! The powerful blow caused some dust to rise from the ground. Uchiha Yaoi, who was severely injured, covered his throat, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and then lost consciousness. Seeing Uchiha Yaoi lying on the ground and unresponsive, Uchiha Daohuo suddenly became furious. He never expected that Uchiha Xian would dare to attack them. Uchiha Xian, are you looking for death? Uchiha Inahiro roared, his eyes instantly changed to single Megatama Sharingan, and he drew out his kunao and looked at Uchiha Xian who was lowering his head. The next moment, Uchiha Xian raised his head, and the scarlet double Megatama Sharingan appeared in his sight. Illusion, Sharingan. The two Megatama in Uchiha Xian's eyes spun rapidly, and the pattern reflected directly invaded Uchiha Inahiro's mind. Uchiha Inahiro's face, which was originally furious, immediately became dull, and then showed a look of fear and panic. No, don't! Don't kill me! Don't! Don't! I beg you! He screamed and wailed, kneeling on the ground, taking out the kunao in his hand and piercing his palm, begging for mercy in an extremely humble voice. This extraordinary development made all the Uchiha clan members stop and look over here. Uchiha Xian seemed to have just stepped on two ants at this moment, and raised his head with an unchanged expression to meet Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. The murderous oppressive feeling forced Uchiha Fugaku to unconsciously open his double Megatama Sharingan. He stared at Uchiha Xian with a solemn expression, and an emotion he had never experienced before appeared in his heart: fear. I will get it back bit by bit. I am too lazy to play house games with you guys here. Uchiha Xian said calmly, then ignored Uchiha Fugaku and walked towards the elders' hall. With the recovery of his memory, Uchiha Xian completely looked down on a childish guy like Uchiha Fugaku. He only knew how to do boring and infuriating things like bullying children. If a dog bit him, he would only fight back and then beat the dog to death. But now this dog is protected by someone. In the face of absolute strength, Uchiha Xian is still unwilling to fully bar his fangs. It was not until Uchiha Xian entered the elders' hall for a while that Uchiha Fugaku came back to his senses. How dare he speak to me like that? Uchiha Fugaku was so angry that he couldn't say a word. He wanted to turn around and go into the hall to teach Uchiha Xian a lesson. It was a great shame for him that he, an elite chunin, was frightened like this. But even though he thought so in his heart, he couldn't move forward. On the one hand, his body was still trembling because of Uchiha Xian's eyes, and on the other hand, he was in the miserable state of Uchiha Inari. After calming down and gradually regaining control of his body, Uchiha Fugaku didn't dare to enter the hall in the end. He quickly used the double Megatama Sharingan to remove the illusion of Uchiha Inauri's hypnotic eyes. This is an illusion that comes with the Sharingan, which can be performed by just looking at each other. Uchiha Inauri, who regained his sanity, clenched his bleeding palms with lingering fear and wailed in pain. Other tribesmen immediately sent people to carry him for treatment. After all this, the Uchiha tribe members talked about Uchiha Shien. No one cared about the severely injured Uchiha Yami and Uchiha Inauri. The focus of their topic was only the double Megatama Sharingan displayed by Uchiha Shien. Uchiha Shien entered the outer side of the Elders' Hall and reported to the guards. After waiting for a moment and getting permission, he entered the center of the hall. Uchiha Shien looked up and saw the middle-aged man sitting on the side seat. Uchiha Shien glanced at the other person and ignored him. The other person was Uchiha Toyama, the father of Uchiha Fugaku. The old man sitting on the other side had grey hair. He was Uchiha Shinji, the grandfather of Uchiha Mikoto. Elder Shinji, Elder Toyama. Uchiha Shien bowed to the two of them, but his tone was obviously not respectful when he mentioned the latter. Uchiha Toyama, who had already learned what happened in the outside world, stared at Uchiha Shien with an ugly expression. Uchiha Shinji, on the other hand, had a kind face and looked at the handsome Uchiha Shien in front of him with a smile. He couldn't wait to ask Xiao Shien, "Have you opened the double Megatama Sharingan?" Uchiha Shien immediately used his chakra, and his dark eyes instantly turned into double Megatama Sharingan. Good. 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 Elder Shinji, who saw this scene, shouted 3 times in ecstasy. The look he gave Uchiha Shien was completely as if he was looking at his grandson. There are very few people like Uchiha Shien who have already opened the double Megatama Sharingan at the age of 10. No matter how he opened the double Megatama, the facts were in front of him, and even if Uchiha Toyama wanted to say something, he could only shut his mouth. There is a big gap between the Uchiha clan members who have opened their eyes and those who have not. The Uchiha members who have opened their eyes, even if they had average talents before, will become excellent. For those who have opened the double Megatama Sharingan at the age of Uchiha Shien, it is a foregone conclusion that they will become Jonin or even Kage level. Xiao Shien, your ninja training resources will be upgraded to the highest level immediately, and you can also change your residence to the core of the base if you wish. It's all up to Elder Zinzi to arrange. Having achieved his goal, Uchiha Shien naturally had no objection. Humph! No matter how unhappy Uchiha Toyama was, he could only snort coldly and leave. Originally, the power of the Uchiha Hawk faction was very small, and it would be fine if they were slowly nibbled away. The sudden rise of Uchiha Shien made him a little worried. Now it was impossible to target him openly, so he could only make long-term plans behind the scenes. After Uchiha Toyama left, Uchiha Shinji did not care about too many rules. He called Uchiha Shien forward and asked about his well-being like an old man chatting with his grandson. Xiao Shien, I didn't expect you to give me such a surprise. I hope you can grow up quickly. You may have to take my place in the future. You have to be careful from now on. Konoha is not as peaceful and orderly as it was during the first and second Hokage. I'm afraid your talent of opening the second Megatama Sharingan cannot be concealed by the clan. I can't protect you forever, Xiao Shien, I hope you understand. When mentioning the last part, Uchiha Shinji's voice became a little low. As the leader of the Hawk faction, how could he not understand the current situation of the Uchiha in Konoha? Even though the second Hokage disliked the Uchiha, he did not deliberately target them, and even set up a special police department to allow the Uchiha people to gain power and integrate into the village. But now the third Hokage is different. Although he seems to be easier to talk to, his methods are actually much more ruthless than the second Hokage. Strictly speaking, he used to be a dove, but the reality made him know that blindly compromising would only lead to destruction. Dragon Boat Festival Reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8th to June 10th. Chapter 5. Well, I will keep it in mind, Grandpa Shinji. Uchiha Shien nodded solemnly. Even without Uchiha Shinji's warning, he had already made preparations. Uchiha Shien could also see the concerns of Elder Shinji. He should also understand part of the darkness of Konoha village now. I am very relieved by your words. I will not say more. Put these ninjutsu scrolls away. If you need guidance from a ninja teacher in your practice, you can also apply for teaching from the clan. Mikoto is already waiting for you at your house. Go back and see her soon. At the end, Uchiha Shinji smiled comfortingly at Uchiha Shien. He watched Uchiha Shien grow up, and he knew his character very well. It was for this reason that he had been fanning the flames behind the scenes to help his granddaughter get along well with Uchiha Shien. Uchiha Mikoto's parents, that is, his son and daughter-in-law, all died on the battlefield. As he was old, Uchiha Shinji had to consider the arrangements for his granddaughter. And the Uchiha Shien in front of him was the candidate he chose from the beginning to the end. Uchiha Shien's talent was average before, this made him a little worried. Now seeing the talent displayed by Uchiha Shien, Uchiha Shinji's last worry was completely put down. Hearing Elder Shinji say that Mikoto was waiting for him at home, Uchiha Shien smiled awkwardly and scratched his cheek. It was obvious that the other party was waiting for him at home because he was worried about him while he was away. Uchiha Shien nodded repeatedly, and immediately selected some ninjutsu scrolls, space sealing scrolls, and financial resources, which would be allocated to him later by the clan. This time he mainly picked Uchiha Swordsmanship Shadow Clone Technique, Body Instant Magic Jaghang Technique, and Sea-Level Fire Escape Ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan basically has fire chakra, and other escape techniques are relatively scarce. Uchiha Shien plans to learn the Shadow Clone Technique first, and then use the clone to speed up his learning speed. As for his current main plan, it is to refine chakra and develop the magnetic escape he now has. On the way home, Uchiha Shien also made a little plan for his own procurement plan. Kunao, shuriken, and detonating tags, these three must be stockpiled enough. After mastering fire escape, he can also try to make his own high-level detonating tags. With the use of magnetic escape, he may be able to come up with a move similar to missile. The development of Chidori and Rei's Nan must also be put on the agenda, and there is something busy during this period. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shien looked up and looked forward, and a single-family mansion came into view. This is the house left by his parents. It is said that they died after going to the battlefield. It's a pity that he was only 2 or 3 years old at that time, and there are too few related memories. The house should have been dead silent, but at this moment, there was a hint of fireworks in the air. Thinking of what Elder Zinzi said before, Uchiha Shien couldn't help but speed up his pace. I'm back. After returning home, Uchiha Shien shouted as usual. Welcome back, Suin-jun. A clear female voice with a hint of surprise came from the inner room. Not long after, a little girl who was a head shorter than him came out. Her black and shiny hair was as soft as silk, and her black eyes exuded a pure light. She was petite and delicate, with fair and delicate skin. If you get close, you can smell a faint fragrance. She was wearing an apron, and at this moment, she even had a hint of the charm of a married woman. Suin-jun, you disappeared for the whole day, which really made me worried. Could it be that Anairi and the others bullied you? I will never forgive them. Uchiha Mikoto came to Uchiha Shien, and after checking that he had no wounds, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the end, Uchiha Mikoto still spoke angrily. She had recently learned that Uchiha Anairi and the others bullied Uchiha Shien all day long. Seeing Uchiha Mikoto's look of defending him, Uchiha Shien just smiled and touched her hair. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Men should solve their own problems. I want to protect my woman rather than be protected by her. Uchiha Xian spoke in a gentle tone in Uchiha Mikato's ear. Such straightforward words, facing Uchiha Xian's serious eyes, Uchiha Mikato was suddenly at a loss. A shy blush appeared on her face, and she lowered her eyes shyly, not daring to look directly at the person in front of her. Girls in this world are very precocious, and the 10-year-old Uchiha Mikato also understood what Uchiha Xian meant. But this sudden confession still made Uchiha Mikato unable to bear and digest it for a while. Seeing the shy and cute appearance of the girl in front of him, Uchiha Xian raised a happy smile at the corner of his mouth. Now Uchiha Mikato looks like a cute kitten, making people want to love her well. Seeing that Uchiha Mikato couldn't raise her head for a long time, Uchiha Xian took the initiative to change the subject. I'm hungry now. Mikato, I smelled the fragrance when I came in this morning. What did you do? It's potato stew and seafood soup. I'll go in and serve it to you right away. Uchiha Mikato also took advantage of the situation and hurried into the kitchen. Uchiha Xian, smiling, went to the inner room and waited quietly for Mikato to come. During this time, he took out the space seal scroll and took out the ninjutsu scroll inside. Almost with a glance, Uchiha Xian memorized all the contents of several ninjutsu scrolls. Memory and learning ability have been greatly enhanced by the opening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Controlling the flow of chakra in the body, Uchiha Xian formed the Ren seal, and with a bang, a shadow clone appeared beside him. A quarter of the chakra was consumed, and one more could be generated without exhausting the strength. This premise is mainly due to his fine control of chakra, which prevented too much chakra from being wasted. If it were a genin of the same level, they would probably have used up all the chakra if they used one. Uchiha Xian once again created a shadow clone, using a trace of mental power to control them to practice ninjutsu in the backyard. Uchiha Mikato, who came over with a pot, happened to see this scene. Shadow clone technique? Suin-jun, you actually learned this ninjutsu? Uchiha Mikato's expression was quite surprised. She also knew this ninjutsu, so she could tell. In her understanding, Uchiha Xian should not have come into contact with such a ninjutsu. I just applied for this at the Elders' Hall. To be more precise, I applied to Grandpa Shinji. Just now he told me that you were at my house, and that I had opened my eyes. While speaking, Uchiha Xian showed his double Megatama Sharingan. This let Mikato know in advance, and saved her from worrying about herself. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 6. I only have one Megatama, Suin-jun, you are amazing. Uchiha Mikato put down the pot and looked at Uchiha Xian with admiration. No wonder Xian seemed different today, becoming more confident, mature, and charming. Uchiha Mikato, whose blush had not yet faded, was sincerely happy for Uchiha Xian. At the same time, Mikato, who was quick-witted, quickly thought of something. Did Uchiha Xian's direct confession just now have been discussed with her grandfather? In this case, the matter between herself and Uchiha Xian. Uchiha Mikato, who was full of imagination, sat down immediately, like a well-behaved young wife. Uchiha Mikato stared at Uchiha Xian throughout the meal, and her expression seemed absent-minded. When she was about to leave, Uchiha Xian pointed to the bathroom and asked, Mikato, do you want to take a bath before going back? Take a bath? Noticing Uchiha Xian's smiling eyes, Uchiha Mikato felt something was wrong. She didn't refuse, as she was going to do this when she got home. But after seeing Uchiha Xian follow in, Uchiha Mikato, who already knew the difference between men and women, blushed like a cooked octopus. She had always taken a bath by herself before, but never shared a bath with others. Uchiha Mikato instinctively wrapped the towel tightly around her body, shrank her little head into the bathtub, and quietly looked at Uchiha Xian who came in. Although he was only 10 years old, Uchiha Xian was already 1.5 meters tall. He had no talent in ninjutsu before, but he also practiced physical skills hard. With the living expenses of the Uchiha clan, he must have better food than ordinary people. It's much better than ordinary people. Therefore, his height is taller than his peers, with sharp edges and corners, and obvious muscle lines and contours. Handsome looks and sturdy body, this is an absolute killer for any woman. Uchiha Mikoto, her heart pounding, covered her pretty face with her hands. But those eyes were still staring at Uchiha Shien through her fingers. Uchiha Shien noticed the shy look, smiled and turned to look at Uchiha Mikoto in the bathtub. Uchiha Mikoto, who met his eyes, immediately retracted her head into the warm water like a panicked rabbit. And Uchiha Shien was like a hungry wolf, constantly approaching this poor little rabbit. While Uchiha Mikoto hadn't raised her head yet, Uchiha Shien stretched out his hands and scratched her armpits. It's so itchy. She rubbed her skin and stood up, looking at Uchiha Shien angrily. But at this moment, Uchiha Shien did not notice her expression, but held his breath and stared at the beautiful scenery in front of him. Drops of water slid down her smooth skin as pink as cherry blossoms, which was a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Suin-jun, this is very embarrassing. Uchiha Mikoto squatted down in shame when she was swept by Uchiha Shien's scorching gaze. She could only look at Uchiha Shien angrily and rebuked him for his perverted behavior in a soft tone. Unfortunately, her scolding was not painful, so Uchiha Shien didn't feel anything. He was bolder and stretched out his hand gently, and after the water rippled and raised the water, he hugged Uchiha Mikoto into his arms. When she leaned against Uchiha Shien's arms and felt the warmth of the close contact on her back, Uchiha Mikoto was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak. She had never been so close to Uchiha Shien or anyone else before, and it was under such circumstances. Touching Uchiha Mikoto's tight and delicate skin, Uchiha Shien did not make any other moves. Sticking to Uchiha Mikoto's red and hot cheek, Uchiha Shien whispered in her ear. I just want to find someone to hug, Mikoto, can you fulfill my wish? The magnetic voice and warm breath made Uchiha Mikoto's ears and heart itch. Yes, yes. Uchiha Mikoto's mind was blank, and she agreed without thinking. She felt that her mind was in a mess, and her body was soft and weak against Uchiha Shien, and she had no opinion of her own. Uchiha Shien did not act too presumptuously, because he was afraid that things would turn into the opposite extreme, so he could not push Mikoto too close. Now that she can be in contact with him like this, basically, if they get along with each other for a while and get familiar with each other on a daily basis, the subsequent progress will be easier. The most important thing is that her body does not allow it. She still has to exercise her body, and it would be best to deduce a physical technique that can temper her body. It would be too uncomfortable if she has the will but not the ability. Uchiha Shien was muttering in his heart. Shien, enjoying the fragrance and softness of the soft jade in his arms. Seeing that Uchiha Shien did not make the next move, Mikoto's body gradually relaxed. It seemed that through such close contact, she could feel the fatigue in Uchiha Shien's heart. After an hour, Uchiha Mikoto left in a hurry without looking back. Blowing in the cold night wind, Mikoto's cheeks were still hot. Uchiha Shien missed the soft jade fragrance just now, and then recalled his shadow clone. After the release, the memory and fatigue of the shadow clone's training also flooded into his heart. Uchiha Shien sat on the bed with a sank body. While lying down to rest, he integrated the shadow clone's ninjutsu experience. Although it is a great burden on the mind and body, I can bear it for now. Fireball technique. I have basically mastered the Phoenix Fire technique and Magic Jaghang technique. I will be almost there after practicing for a while. I still need to find a teacher to teach Uchiha swordsmanship. Only when I face the enemy head-on can I gain some insights. If you want to know the Palm Immortal technique, go find a wounded animal to try it tomorrow. Uchiha Shien, who was lying on the bed, saw that it was still early, so he used the Uchiha chakra refining technique to refine chakra and increase the total amount of chakra in his body. This was modified by the Uchiha clan. Compared with the common chakra refining techniques in the outside world, the refining speed is obviously much faster and more suitable for the physique of the Uchiha clan. While he was refining chakra, the news that he had opened the double Megatama Sharingan had reached Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. Wearing the Hokage's bamboo hat, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly scanned the information of Uchiha Shien. Another Uchiha with open eyes, double Megatama at the age of 10. Let Danzo pay a little attention. In the future, we must strengthen the training and inculcation of the will of fire for such Uchiha clan members, and we must not allow rebels like Uchiha Setsuna to appear again. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued the caution of the second-generation Senju Tobirama towards the Uchiha clan, but he did not want the Uchiha clan to participate in the high level of Konoha. Compared with Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the Uchiha clan was more of a disaster. But now the war in the ninja world is gradually spreading, and the war should be set off again. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to offend the Uchiha clan. In any case, the Uchiha clan is now the main force of the ninja in Konoha village. Since the Uchiha clan has a genius, let him go to the battlefield to play a role. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed a hint of cruelty, but it was quickly covered by his majestic temperament. Chapter 7. In the early morning, Uchiha Shien got up early. Although he only refined chakra for 2 or 3 hours last night, his total chakra volume doubled. This refining progress is dozens of times faster than before. After having breakfast, Uchiha Shien got up in high spirits and went to the Konoha village shop to purchase the weapons and props he needed. With a space seal scroll behind him, Uchiha Shien created a shadow clone in the middle of the journey, disguised as a child who was wandering around after asking for leave from school. As for himself, he went directly to the Uchiha clan, used the authority of the Konoha police department, left the village and went to the dense forest nearby. Now that graduation is approaching, there is nothing to learn in the ninja school. The only fun of going there is probably to take classes with Uchiha Mikoto. Anyway, after returning home, I can hug the sweet and soft Mikoto, and Uchiha Shien has no intention of going to school at all. The forest is more suitable for his own ninjutsu and physical training. He doesn't want to expose too many things in the training ground of the Uchiha base. Uchiha Shien covered the chakra on with a sudden leap of his legs. He jumped onto a 10-meter-high tree branch. Standing on the high ground, he overlooked the forest, and his powerful eyesight quickly caught the trace of a tiger. This tiger, which was almost 3 people's size, was obviously a low-level ninja beast. Although it possessed a certain amount of chakra, it did not have the intelligence of ordinary people like summoned beasts. Ninjas generally looked down on such ninja beasts, but some people would catch such wild ninja beasts for contract summoning. However, such ninja beasts that did not have the ability to think and speak were basically only used as temporary or one-time combat forces. To deal with such a ninja beast tiger, it was not an easy task even for ordinary genin. Uchiha Shien pulled out several kunao with detonating tags from the space ceiling scroll behind him. He immediately ran on the tree canopy and quickly came to the top of the tiger. Roar, roar, roar. The tiger, noticing the unusual noise, raised his head alertly, showing his sharp white fangs and emitting threatening growls from his mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 kunao flew through the air and instantly appeared in the tiger's field of vision. Roar. The ferocious tiger opened its mouth and let out a roar, and in an instant a strong wind blew away the kunao. Magnetic escape technique. Uchiha Shien on the tree grabbed with just 5 fingers. The kunao that was blown away by the strong wind immediately turned in the air and stabbed the tiger's vital points from 3 different directions: the neck, the back, and the waist. Bang, bang, bang. The detonating tag also exploded on the spot. The violent sound and the impact of the explosion shook the nearby big tree slightly. The tiger that was blown to the ground was bloody and fleshy, and the charred hair and the smell of meat wafted in the air. The power of a detonating tag is about the same as that of a grenade, which is definitely enough to deal with ninjas who are not specialized in physical skills. Ninjas' physical strength is generally not high, and a detonating tag like this is enough to be fatal. Uchiha Shien immediately jumped down from the tree and his eyes suddenly turned to one side. It seemed that he smelled the smell of blood and meat, which attracted a group of wolves. Noticing the corpse of the tiger and Uchiha Shien on the ground, 7 or 8 wolves immediately rushed over. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Shien made 6 seals in 2 seconds, and spit out flaming missiles like phoenix seeds. The flaming missiles scattered in all directions and bombarded the wolves from all directions. With the powerful dynamic vision of the Mangekyo Sharingan and its own strong chakra control, every ball of fire hit the wolves without exception. Bang, bang, bang. The scorching temperature and the explosive impact blew the 8 wild wolves to the ground on the spot, and they were about to die. Uchiha Shien then retracted his gaze, came to the tiger's body and put his hand on it. He wanted to use this tiger to test the ability of his right eye spiritual transformation. Transformation, sacrifice. The 8-pointed star in his right eye spun rapidly, and a ball of black flame ignited in his palm, enveloping the tiger. After just a few seconds, the tiger's flesh and blood were burned. The black flame, wrapped with a trace of vitality, returned to his right eye. The next moment, the vitality was released in his body, nourishing his young body. If there is a way to express it in a game, I think this should be considered as chakra plus 10, constitution plus 1. Uchiha Shien, who could clearly feel his physical strength increase a little and his chakra also increased a little, looked excited. Soul transfer. This eye technique, when in close contact with a corpse and plundering the remaining chakra and vitality, consumes almost no eye power. If it is against a real living person, it will consume more eye power and it is estimated that it will not be very effective. Unless the opponent loses the ability to resist, he will never let himself suck it. Uchiha Shien quickly cast a malicious look at the dying wolves. He couldn't wait to step forward, but did not use soul transfer sacrifice at the first time. Palm Immortal Technique. The materials for practicing the Palm Immortal Technique were right in front of him, and Uchiha Shien decided to use them up first before squeezing them dry. He was not proficient in Palm Immortal Technique at first, and perhaps because he had not read medical knowledge, something went wrong. It didn't matter, he used transfer soul sacrifice on the dead wolves. After a lot of hard work, he cured 4 of the 8 wolves, 3 died, and 1 was paralyzed but still alive. But in the end, they were all sacrificed and transformed into nutrients to nourish his body. The 8 wolves felt that they were not as good as the tiger. A mosquito leg is a mosquito leg, but if it was meat, it had to be eaten. Uchiha Shien then formed a seal and created 5 shadow clones. 2 practiced ninjutsu, 2 developed Raise Nan and Chidori, and 1 went hunting. As for him, he sat cross-legged on the surface of the stream to refine chakra and try to get chakra. At the same time, Uchiha Shien was also thinking about the next direction to deduce. It is better to deduce and create a physical technique that suits me based on the level of my own understanding. I am not lacking in ninjutsu now, and the Mangekyo Sharingan also means that I don't have to worry about illusions for the time being. The only thing I can say is that I am weak in physical techniques. Ninjas generally don't pay much attention to physical techniques, and the physical techniques they can access are the conventional Gukken. The Gukken school emphasizes a head-on collision, and there is basically no technical skills. It belongs to the kind that you can learn directly by just watching it once. The physical technique he needs is the kind that can really come in handy. The strength must not exceed the standard, otherwise his pupil power will not be enough to deduce. Uchiha Shien doesn't want to go blind for this. The direction of the current portrayal is the Hidden Cloud Village's Lightning Chakra mode and 6 styles of the Navy. In Uchiha Shien's mind, these 2 directions for building ninjutsu naturally emerged. He remembered these 2 most clearly, and they were within his ability to learn. P.S. The new book is starting, Please add collections, flowers, and monthly tickets. The first day's results are really important, please. Chapter 8. With one's own lightning chakra as the core, portraying the lightning chakra mode. With his own physical skills and chakra as the core, he portrays the 6 styles. The chakra accumulated during this period was consumed almost completely in an instant. The pupil power of his left eye was constantly consumed, and while his vision was blurred, Uchiha Shien felt his own lightning chakra automatically condensed throughout his body. A thin layer of lightning chakra covered his entire body, and azure arcs of electricity danced around him. Physical strength, reaction speed, and defense have all been improved to varying degrees at this moment. However, this state only lasted for a second, and Uchiha Shien, whose chakra had long been consumed, deduced the lightning chakra mode. The deduced physical technique, 6 styles, is not the same as the original, but is mixed with chakra usage techniques. Shave becomes a reaction force that allows high-speed movement by exploding chakra on the soles of the feet in an instant. The moon step is similar to treading water, but it creates a strong air-holding force by treading on the air, allowing you to move in the air like walking on stairs walk, but can't stay in the air for long. Shroud kick and finger gun also use chakra bursts to produce vacuum slashes and bullet impacts. It is slightly different from the original, but it is obviously more suitable for me now. If he really wants to imitate the original shave and stomp the ground dozens of times in a split second, 0.36 seconds, he will not be able to do it even if he practices to death in a short period of time. And Uchiha Shien now has no strength to practice other 6 styles and ninjutsu. 2 consecutive reflection puts an unusually large burden on his body. This left eye is a little nearsighted. It's really troublesome. I wonder if it can be restored by absorbing the pupil power of other Sharingan. Feeling the obvious changes in his left eye, Uchiha Shien was in a bad mood. Before finding a way to replenish the pupil power, the ability of the left eye must be sealed. After resting for a while by the big tree, Uchiha Shien felt that his vision had recovered a little. Looking at the sky that had reached noon, he was not prepared to stay here any longer. And his shadow clone in the village seemed to have been discovered by someone. What is Tsunade doing here to see me? Uchiha Shien quickly ran back to the village and quietly exchanged positions with his shadow clone through the substitution technique. When he walked out of the corner, his eyes were much brighter, no longer with the same mechanical and stiff expression and look as the previous shadow clone. Tsunade, who was standing on the side of the road, noticed the subtle changes in Uchiha Shien and immediately greeted him. Kid, you're back, right? We have to continue our previous medical ninjutsu training. Hey? Isn't learning the palm immortal technique considered complete? Looking at the excited Tsunade, Uchiha Shien always felt that she had ulterior motives. Seeing his vigilant look, Tsunade went up to him and ruffled his black hair in annoyance. Medical ninjutsu is not just a palm immortal technique. There are many things that need to be learned. I think your talent in other aspects is average. Why don't you learn medical ninjutsu with me? Then you can achieve something good. Tsunade's expression was very sincere. She didn't know that Uchiha Shien had opened a double Megatama Sharingan. It was mainly because she saw his extraordinary talent in chakra control yesterday, and Tsunade really had a heart to admire his talent. Moreover, Uchiha Shien was about to graduate, and Tsunade wanted to take him as her apprentice if possible. If he dared to call her by her full name like this again, she would kick his ass hard. When she first met this guy Uchiha Shien, he made her very angry by saying Aunt Tsunade. After discussing for a while, she changed to calling her Tsunade. He has always refused to call her sister, which is a nice word. This time, I want you to call me master. Looking at Tsunade's silly smile, Uchiha Shien guessed that she had bad intentions. However, her bad intentions were probably just to come up with some ideas to play tricks on people. After weighing the pros and cons, Uchiha Shien made a choice. I can learn, but I need someone to take me with me. Bring people. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Shien in confusion, not understanding what he was up to. Uchiha Shien's expression was particularly serious, and he said, "I want to take Mikoto with me. She is my classmate and childhood sweetheart. If possible, I want her to become a medical ninja in the future." He was making plans for the person he loved because of the war that could break out at any time recently. If the Second Ninja World War breaks out, Uchiha Mikoto will most likely have to go to the battlefield. By then, even if it was him, Uchiha Shien was not sure if he could protect her. Let her get along well with Tsunade, and it would be best if she could become a medical ninja in the logistics department, so that the survival rate would be greatly improved. Tsunade was almost laughed at by Uchiha Shien when she heard his request. "You are really great. I have taken special care of you and guided you in your practice, and yet you are planning to bring a girlfriend along. This is just normal care. Strictly speaking, the type of women I like is someone like you, Tsunade." Uchiha Shien stood straight, staring straight ahead. The snow-white and deep ravine attracted his attention like a black hole. Tsunade leaned closer, almost touching his face. As long as she moved forward slightly, she could kiss him. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shien didn't have the courage. If he did it on the street, he would definitely be beaten half to death. Hearing this, Tsunade was stunned for 2 seconds, lowered her head and noticed Uchiha Shien's sight, and suddenly became furious. "As expected, I shouldn't look at you with the eyes of a normal person. How come you, a naive kid, are even more of a jerk than Jiraiya?" Tsunade subconsciously swung her fist and hammered at Uchiha Shien's head. But this punch hit nothing. Uchiha Shien was as light as a piece of thin paper and easily dodged Tsunade's punch. Although he didn't use too much force and wasn't serious just now, the fact that he was able to dodge his punch shows that Uchiha Shien is quite powerful. Tsunade crossed her arms and looked at Uchiha Shien in front of her very carefully. The two looked at each other for a moment, and Uchiha Shien silently took a step back and reminded Sir Tsunade, "My weak arms and legs can't withstand your punch, and your actions just now are very much like sexual harassment." Seeing Uchiha Shien taking the initiative, Tsunade was so angry that her chest seemed to grow several inches. "What do you mean? I haven't even told you what you meant just now. I was just stating my preferences just now, and Lady Tsunade, I have to remind you that there are people watching nearby." Uchiha Shien pointed at the many people who were approaching. They tilted their heads to chat and looked at the scene here curiously. Tsunade came back to her senses and heard someone in the crowd say, "It turns out that Lady Tsunade likes handsome boys like this. No wonder I'm still single." Such words. Tsunade, who was embarrassed and annoyed, didn't care about other rumors. She grabbed Uchiha Shien's collar and took him away from the crowd. Reading on Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 9. By the way, Tsunade, can I bring Mikoto with me? Uchiha Shien, who was dragged to an empty corner by Tsunade, spoke again with a calm expression. Tsunade, who had been tormented by him and had lost her temper, quickly waved her hands and said, "Okay, okay, I admit defeat, you little brat. Okay, I'll go get Mikoto, and Tsunade, tell me where we can meet. Just come to my house." With a few words, Uchiha Shien, who took the initiative, left quickly. Looking at Uchiha Shien leaving, Tsunade felt very complicated. That kid, when there were many people around, he would still give me some face and call me Tsunade-sama. His words were both venomous and sweet. Tsunade held up her magnificent body with a very emotional expression. When she heard Uchiha Shien say that he liked her, she was very happy. Being liked by such a kid means that she is still very charming. Besides, Uchiha Shien is really pleasing to the eye. You can tell at a glance that he will be a handsome guy in the future, unlike Jiraiya's uncle face that makes people annoyed. What did those people say just now? What did they say? I like younger girls. There is a reason why I am still single. If I want to find someone. After returning home, Tsunade's voice lowered involuntarily. It is not easy for her to find a boyfriend. Her identity as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama alone makes a lot of men afraid to approach her. Secondly, she has very high standards and doesn't like ugly men. It would be best if he is handsome and pleasing to the eye, and doesn't mind her gambling hobby. No? As Tsunade was thinking about it, the image of Uchiha Shien suddenly emerged in her mind. Except for his young age, he seems to meet all her requirements for her other half. Tsunade sat in her seat with a restless mind, and for a moment she doubted whether she was really a Shotokan. But the more she tried not to think about it, the more Uchiha Shien appeared. Tsunade, I'm coming. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Shien's shout came from outside. Ah! Tsunade suddenly woke up, patted her red and hot cheeks, took a deep breath to calm her restless mind. I was actually disturbed by a little kid. Could it be because I have been single for too long? Suspecting that something was wrong with her, Tsunade forced herself to regain her composure. She walked out of the room neatly dressed and saw Uchiha Mikoto mentioned by Uchiha Shien. Uchiha Mikoto, dressed in a regular Uchiha uniform, looked cute like a little girl next door. Standing together with Uchiha Shien, the two of them were a perfect match. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, and suddenly felt a little unhappy looking at Uchiha Mikoto. No wonder this kid has to learn medical ninjutsu, he is really cute, and he is as pretty as I was when I was a child. Tsunade muttered to herself, and then smiled and welcomed the two people in. She could show herself in front of Uchiha Shien, but when she saw Uchiha Mikoto, an outsider, Tsunade subconsciously reserved herself a little. Lady Tsunade, I admire you very much. I didn't expect to see you here. As soon as she entered the door, Uchiha Mikoto was extremely excited. She really didn't expect that she could communicate with Tsunade at such a close distance. Tsunade is also a well-known ninja in Konoha village. Not only is she the princess of the Senju clan, but she is also the apprentice of the third Hokage. And her medical ninjutsu is often called the medical saint. It can be said that in Konoha village, there is no female ninja who does not admire and respect Tsunade. Seeing Uchiha Mikoto's enthusiastic attitude, Tsunade couldn't help feeling guilty for her inexplicable displeasure with her just now. I am also very happy to meet you, Mikoto. You are so cute, so many people must like you. This. Tsunade's greeting made Uchiha Mikoto shyly glance at Uchiha Shien next to her. Uchiha Shien didn't care about it, but reminded her I think school should start earlier. Seeing him pretending to be indifferent, Tsunade rolled her eyes and went to get the medical books. The foundation of learning medical ninjutsu is this knowledge. If you don't learn all of the palm immortal technique and use it, it's easy to kill someone. The location of human organs, acupuncture points and meridians, where to stop bleeding, where to temporarily suppress toxicity, all these need to be understood. Tsunade stated very seriously, and her words reminded Uchiha Shien of the few wild wolves that she had killed. Well, then I'll learn these first. Uchiha Shien behaved very honestly this time, picking up the medical book and reading it. His left eye turning spirit portrait itself is also self-knowledge. The more knowledge he reserves, the easier it will be to perform ninjutsu later. Medical ninjutsu can really save lives, and being able to heal yourself on the battlefield is the most important thing. He didn't think that this knowledge was heavy, and he still had to spend energy on what he should learn. Seeing Uchiha Shien so obedient, Tsunade's expression was still very surprised. This is the first time I've seen this kid so honest. The last time I saw him was when he was sleeping. Tsunade couldn't help but recall the scene of Uchiha Shien lying in her arms and sleeping with his head on her chest yesterday morning. Two blushes climbed up her cheeks, making her look at Uchiha Shien with a little evasive eyes. Tsunade-sama, what does this mean? Uchiha Mikoto said, pointing to a difficult point in the book and asking Tsunade in confusion. Ah? Oh, that's what I mean. Tsunade, who was lost in thought, suddenly woke up and looked in the direction Uchiha Mikoto pointed, and then explained seriously. After an afternoon, Tsunade went from initial surprise to incredulity and then numbness. The reason was the pile of books next to Uchiha Shien. In just a few hours, he memorized everything that ordinary people might not be able to learn in a few months. The difficulty of training a medical ninja is higher than that of ordinary ninjas, but it seems that it does not exist for Uchiha Shien. After several consecutive spot checks and recitations, Tsunade was sure that Uchiha Shien really remembered it all. The key to the practical class was that Uchiha Shien was also familiar with it. With the basic theoretical support, he no longer had the previous strong force to create miracles operation method. The injured fish was healed with a palm fairy technique. And after several times, there was no mistake. On the other side, although Uchiha Mikoto made rapid progress and could be said to be a genius in Tsunade's eyes, she was not as exaggerated as Uchiha Shien, who took a rocket to the sky. It took her half an hour of repeated treatments before she gradually mastered the basics of how to use chakra to heal animals. How could someone like Uchiha Shien use the palm fairy technique right away and bring you back to life on the spot? You have to know that it is very difficult for a ninja doctor who does not have solid theoretical knowledge and outstanding control ability to use the palm fairy technique. The palm immortal technique must adjust the amount of chakra output according to the severity of the patient's illness, otherwise excessive chakra output will destroy the patient's normal circulatory system and cause the patient to fall into a coma. Even though she has been through many battles, she is not as easy as Uchiha Shien when using the palm immortal technique. Judging from his current treatment effect, Uchiha Shien seems to be able to serve as an elite medical ninja. P.S. Please collect, give flowers, and vote for the new book during the period of the new book. Chapter 10. I'm a master now, right? Uchiha Shien felt that he had learned well today, and looked at Tsunade with a smile on his face. Tsunade nodded subconsciously, and then immediately shook her head. Humph! You still have a lot to learn, don't be too proud. While speaking, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Shien with a pleading look. She didn't want to lose face in front of Uchiha Mikoto, and hoped that Uchiha Shien would cooperate. Uchiha Shien immediately understood, and immediately showed a humble expression to cooperate. After all, Tsunade helped her so much, and it was only natural to give her some face. Unfortunately, Uchiha Mikoto didn't care about Tsunade's words at all. She just looked at Uchiha Shien with admiration. I have been studying hard for so long but still haven't learned it, but Suinjun has actually read the whole thing. The few books I read are compared to the thick mountain of books by Uchiha Shien. This sharp contrast alone made Uchiha Mikoto realize how big the gap between herself and Uchiha Shien was. Mikoto, who already regarded herself as Uchiha Shien's girlfriend, was not jealous of this, but only felt honored by it. She also went to ask Grandpa Shinji this morning, and Grandpa Shinji expressed his support for what was between them. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Tsunade, who was very angry, asked them to go back and rest first. She didn't stay at home, but went to the Senju clan's residence. Now, the Senju clan has followed the instructions of her grandfather Senju Hashirama, and all the clan members have integrated into the Konoha village. The once prosperous Senju clan residence now has only a few people left. And she came this time to find her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, who had been staying at the Senju clan residence. When she entered the yard, there was an elderly red-haired woman sitting on a chair. When Tsunade saw the old man, she immediately shouted with joy, "Grandma, I'm back!" Uzumaki Mito heard Tsunade's shouting, smiled kindly and asked, "Tsunade, how are you getting along with that Uchiha kid? I'm afraid his talent is even more exaggerated than what I told you yesterday." Tsunade muttered softly, and then answered truthfully. When she came to chat with Uzumaki Mito as usual last night, she mentioned Uchiha Shien. Although she wanted to teach him, Uzumaki Mito was also instigating it. When she heard Tsunade describe how exaggerated his talent was, Uzumaki Mito asked slowly, what is his character like? He is a little brat, but he knows how to give me face in front of outsiders. My impression of him is neither good nor bad. Tsunade's eyes were a little evasive, and she randomly picked out a few of her own thoughts. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito nodded slightly, and the expression on her face did not change. He should be graduating soon. If you approve of him, Tsunade, you can take him as your apprentice. I have the same idea, but why are you instigating all this, Grandma? I always feel that you have some special ideas, and I don't know why you pay so much attention to that kid. Tsunade looked at her grandmother in confusion, not quite understanding her thoughts. And looking at Tsunade in front of her, Uzumaki Mito just shook her head. Her granddaughter was good in everything else, but she was not very interested in politics. Moreover, as a disciple of the third generation, she was deeply influenced by him and could not look at the problem from a third-party perspective. Although she did not participate in politics much, but having followed Senju Hashirama all the way, how could she not see clearly? Since the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, she has seen the situation in Konoha clearly. Now that the war in the ninja world has reignited, she has already felt that big changes are about to take place in the village. At the beginning, the Senju clan integrated into Konoha at the instruction of Hashirama, but in the end it was not really disappeared, but now under the step-by-step guidance of the third generation and their group, the backbone of the Senju clan has been thrown into the battlefield. Once this generation dies out, the Senju clan can be said to be in name only. And Noways, who was supposed to succeed the position of the Senju clan leader, is too simple and kind-hearted. He does not have the strength of his grandfather and cannot handle big things. Uzumaki Mito did not dare to let him take this position and could only adopt a free-range training method to let him grow happily. Time is running out for her. Uzumaki Mito is afraid that after her death, the Senju clan will also be completely destroyed. She asked Tsunade to contact Uchiha Shien. In fact, she wanted to connect with the power of the Uchiha clan. They can be said to have been the Uchiha clan is the one that is being excluded, and Mito Uzumaki, who is from the Uzumaki clan, doesn't mind the Uchiha clan. She knew about Uchiha Genkai's double Megatama Sharingan earlier than Tsunade. If this future Uchiha elite can become Tsunade's apprentice, and if he has a good character, he may become the bond between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. The union of these two, which were once the largest families in Konoha, at least will not be forced to disappear in the long river of time. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude recently, which makes Mito Uzumaki even more worried. You know, the Whirlpool country has sent messages for help more than once. Their Uzumaki clan is based on strong vitality and sealing. She started out with seal techniques. The ninja villages that are now involved in the war don't want the Uzumaki clan to unite with Konoha. The situation over there is getting worse and worse, but Konoha village, as the land of whirlpools and home to the Uzumaki clan, has not made any moves so far. And as the Senju clan gradually died out, she no longer had a say in Konoha. Her power was limited to being Hashirama's wife and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and she couldn't persuade Konoha village to send troops to protect the land of whirlpools. How could Uzumaki Mito not see that the third Hokage now felt that the price of protecting the Uzumaki clan was too high? Moreover, Konoha had already mastered the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, and didn't need the Uzumaki clan members anymore. Tsunade, I need you to tell Hiruzen that my health is failing and I have to find another Jinchuriki. As for the candidate, we need a member of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Mito, who was touching Tsunade's head, suddenly spoke. His serious tone and the content of his words made it difficult for Tsunade to accept. Tsunade forced a smile on her face and said, "How could that be, Grandma? You are still in good health." "I know my body well, Tsunade, just do as I say." Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly, and Tsunade naturally didn't dare to say anything more. Although she didn't quite understand why her grandmother specifically mentioned the need for the Uzumaki clan, she immediately set off for the Hokage building. Tsunade came to the Hokage's office and immediately told him what Uzumaki Mito had told her. After listening, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately smiled kindly and nodded. I understand this matter, but the situation of the Whirlpool country is not good recently. The various ninja villages are eyeing them covetously, and they may be bad for the Uzumaki clan. Knowing that he can't hide it, Sarutobi Hiruzen tactfully pointed out the bad situation of the Uzumaki clan. P.S. Please collect, please give flowers, please give monthly tickets. Dragon Boat Festival reading. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 11. When Tsunade heard the news from Sarutobi Hiruzen, she instinctively sensed something was wrong. The situation in the Whirlpool country was not good. Why didn't she get the news before? Moreover, Konoha village was obviously an ally of the Whirlpool country, and the village had not been spreading any relevant information. This question flashed through her mind, and Tsunade didn't think too much about it, but immediately said anxiously, then send people to support us quickly. Now all the major ninja villages are eyeing Konoha with eager eyes, and most of the ninjas have already gone to the front lines. Even for Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others, I have begun to mobilize and arrange for them to go to the battlefield. At this moment, it is really beyond the ability of Konoha to send people to the land of whirlpools for support. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a very difficult expression, and with a sigh he expressed the current situation of Konoha. From his context, Konoha was already unable to protect itself at this time, and it was impossible to send anyone to the land of whirlpools. Although she still felt that something was wrong, Tsunade was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in his seat, changed the subject and said in a deep voice, in any case, the Uzumaki clan is our Konoha's most solid ally, and I will make arrangements immediately. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious tone and expression, Tsunade felt a little relieved. She was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned around. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled by Tsunade's action, and thought that her stupid brain realized that she was delaying time. When he was preparing to say another speech, Tsunade said, "Old man, I want to ask you for a favor. I plan to accept 2 apprentices to train. They are from the Uchiha clan." "From the Uchiha clan? Which 2? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly became sharp. Tsunade had no intention of hiding anything and said casually, "One is called Uchiha Shien. I played a few games with him in the casino before. Later I found that he has a good talent in medical ninjutsu, so I plan to accept him as my disciple. The other one is called Uchiha Mikoto. She is Uchiha Shien's childhood sweetheart. She is also talented. The main thing is that the kid wants to take her with him." Hearing that it was Uchiha Shien, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately became interested. After hearing how Tsunade and Uchiha Shien met, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but twitched his mouth. "It should be said that the way you two met is really unique. You actually met in a casino." Knowing that Tsunade would not lie, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not investigate anything further. To be honest, he was very tempted. If Tsunade accepted Uchiha Shien as her apprentice, then he could also use this opportunity to pull him to his faction and teach him the will of fire. If a new Uchiha mirror could be created, it would be a great thing for himself and Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had made up his mind, showed a kind smile on his face. "I will arrange this matter immediately, as the students of the Ninja Academy also need to graduate early. Currently, the war is about to strike, and the graduation time of the Ninja Academy must be advanced." After discussion, not long after Tsunade left, Danzo came to visit. His roots are closely connected with the Anbu, and he will be the first to know about any actions of the Anbu. As soon as he entered the Hokage's office, Danzo asked with a dark face, "Hiruzen, what do you mean by handing Uchiha Shien over to Tsunade? Didn't I already reserve it? When Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him to pay attention to Uchiha Shien, Danzo was ready to bring him to the root. But before he could do anything, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly handed the member he had chosen to Tsunade, the female gambler. This meant that he had lost a useful talent. He had opened the double Megatama Sharingan at the age of 10, and if he was trained well, he would become a sharp sword in his hand. And in Danzo's view, letting the Uchiha clan contact the Senju clan was not a good sign. They had already agreed to gradually reduce the influence of the two clans in Konoha. Danzo, the roots are not suitable for Uchiha Shien, we need to train another Uchiha Kagami. The third Hokage looked calm, not affected by Danzo's anger at all. Hearing this, Danzo also completely understood that the third Hokage was preparing to pull Uchiha Shien to his side and train him to be a tool in his hands. Danzo, who was full of anger, did not dare to say anything when he saw the Hokage hat worn on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. Danzo could only lower his head and asked in a low voice, "What are you going to do about the matter of the Whirlpool country?" "Hey!" Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and pondered for a moment. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is too dangerous. If it falls into the hands of other ninja villages, the consequences will be disastrous. Are you going to implement the same strategy as before and add fuel to the flames from behind? Danzo made a gloomy voice, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen with narrowed eyes. In dealing with the Uzumaki clan, Danzo's idea was the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that the war between the parties was imminent, the Uzumaki clan's terrifying sealing technique that could seal the tailed beasts was feared by all forces. Konoha had already obtained the relevant sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan in advance. The Senju clan now had no say in Konoha, and their idea was to let the Uzumaki clan sacrifice themselves. They would then send people to destroy the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, which would not only eliminate a possible enemy, but also a powerful person. The uneasy forces that may appear have further enhanced the value of the sealing techniques that Konoha possesses. Maybe they can use this as a tool to threaten other ninja villages to exchange interests. After all, not every ninja village can perfectly seal the tailed beasts. If the seal is not perfect, the tailed beasts are easy to get out of control. This is equivalent to placing a time bomb in other ninja villages, making them tense at all times. Facing Danzo's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, "Uzumaki Mito asked Tsunade to tell her that she is going to select the next generation of Jinchuriki, and the candidate must be from the Uzumaki clan." "Humph, it's enough for you to be a good container of Jinchuriki, and you still want to tell us what to do." Danzo snorted coldly and responded with a somewhat disdainful tone. The Senju clan, the backer of Uzumaki Mito, has now been integrated into Konoha and has lost its arrogance. To put it bluntly, the ancestor who has no right to speak is just a signboard and has no right to give orders to them. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not interrupt Danzo's statement, but asked calmly, "Then Danzo, you should know what to do, right? The routes are clear." Danzo bowed his head and agreed, then walked out of the Hokage's office. For the prosperity of the village, the roots can only dig deep into the darkness. The deeper they are, the more nutrients they can absorb. Danzo knew very well how to act. Danzo returned to the roots, sat in his main seat, and murmured, "Since she wants it, then choose an orphan of the Uzumaki clan for her." After that, Danzo gave the order to let the members of the roots go to the country of whirlpools and be on standby at any time. P.S. Please collect, ask for flowers, and ask for monthly tickets. Reading during the Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 12. Early in the morning, Uchiha Shien had no choice but to follow Mikoto to the ninja school. Today was the day for graduation and everyone would be assigned a teacher. He had to show his face. But when he saw the figure pushing the door open, Uchiha Shien's expression was quite surprised. Tsunade. Tsunade, who had a ponytail and was wearing a formal Konoha ninja uniform, could not hide her majestic figure. She stood in front of him and Mikoto with her arms folded and a proud look on her face. "Ha ha ha, you little brat, you didn't guess it." Seeing Uchiha Xian's surprised expression, Tsunade laughed out loud. The bright brown pupils were also curved like crescents, showing the owner's inner joy. "I have to say that the old man of the third generation is really efficient. I will give her a good share today." "Sir Tsunade, it's great that you are leading our team." Mikoto, who was standing gracefully beside Uchiha Xian, was very happy with a smile on her face. Tsunade nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, you have to call the teacher for me from now on." Tsunade came to Uchiha Xian and emphasized it immediately. Uchiha Xian rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Shouldn't your team leader be assessed?" After hearing this, Tsunade, who had been feeling very proud, suddenly realized that she still had to take the ninja test. If she failed, she would be sent back to the ninja school for reassignment or study. "Humph, I know without your reminder that you can't fail on purpose," Tsunade said unhappily looking at Uchiha Xian's expression. In fact, judging from Uchiha Xian's performance yesterday, the assessment was just a formality. Regardless of whether he could pass or not, Tsunade was not going to send him back. This was a good opportunity to let this little brat know her authority as the team leader. Confidently, Tsunade immediately took Uchiha Xian and Uchiha Mikoto to a secluded forest and waved to the two. Although medical ninjas do not focus on strength, they must also have basic combat qualities. Tsunade was also ready to make them understand that ninja battles are very dangerous. "Mikoto, let's go." "Good." Uchiha Xian and Mikoto looked at each other and immediately understood what the other meant. They rushed out at the same time, attacking Tsunade from two directions, one on the left and one on the right. Uchiha Mikoto showed a single Megatama Sharingan, pulled out a shuriken and threw it immediately. While throwing it, Mikoto formed seals with both hands ninjutsu shadow shuriken. The shuriken flying in the air instantly changed from 1 to 5, and shot towards Tsunade's position without slowing down. "Ha!" Tsunade stepped on the ground with one foot, and the ground shook and exploded. The surging energy that burst out instantly blew away the attacking shuriken. Although the attack failed, Uchiha Mikoto did not show any regret on her face. "Fire style, great fireball technique." Uchiha Xian on the left had already completed the seal, and he opened his mouth and spit out a ball of hot fire as big as a basin. This fierce attack surprised Tsunade. "Something is wrong, how come this kid's attack is comparable to that of a Chunin?" Tsunade immediately raised the chakra in her body and concentrated it on her right fist. "Strange power, break it for me." A powerful punch instantly exploded the fireball, and the hurricane that erupted even shook the ground beneath her feet and cracked it. The scattered sparks lingered around her body, and Tsunade, who looked up and forward, met Uchiha Xian's eyes directly. Magic jail hang technique. Tsunade's vision suddenly changed, and she came to an illusion space where the sky and the earth were all blood red. Puff! 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 Large iron nails appeared out of thin air and nailed Tsunade firmly, fixing her in place. Her outer body also suddenly stiffened for a moment, and she stood there unable to move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Uchiha Xian lightly touched Tsunade's snow-white neck with his fingertips. Tsunade, who immediately broke free from the illusion, had a stiff expression, and was somewhat unable to accept the fact. What happened? She was supposed to be a weak opponent, so why did she suddenly lose? "Well, Teacher Tsunade, you should have lost," Uchiha Xian said to Tsunade in front of him with a slightly smiling tone. Uchiha Mikoto next to him also had a smile on her face. She didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. "No, I underestimated you just now, do it again." At this moment, Uchiha Xian's smiling face can be said to be cheap in Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade's mentality collapsed and she continued to challenge without any ethics. Painful kick. She raised her slender and plump thighs, and then slammed down with a kick. Bang! The ground instantly sank and exploded, collapsing with Tsunade as the center. Uchiha Shien, who was hit by the aftermath, used 6 styles, paper painting to unload all the strength in his body, allowing his body to float lightly in the air. The air wave did not hurt him at all, but only pushed him more than 10 meters away. A hint of fighting spirit also appeared on his face, just taking this opportunity to test his own fighting power. The moment Uchiha Shien landed, Tsunade had already attacked him. Strange power! The seemingly delicate fist blasted a sonic boom when it was swung. Uchiha Shien sensed the airflow generated by Tsunade's movements and dodged Tsunade's punch at the critical moment. The surging wind hit the whole field, and Uchiha Mikoto, who was 20 meters away, could feel the strength of the punch. At this time, Uchiha Shien's hand seal had been completed. Bang bang! 2 shadow clones appeared on the field and immediately blew the horn of counterattack. Lan Jiao! Finger gun! One of the shadow clones kicked in the air, and in an instant, a vacuum slash was rolled up to kill Tsunade. Another shadow clone gathered the power in his fingertips, combined with chakra, and in a flash, he blasted out a force impact that was strong enough to penetrate the human body. Tsunade had no time to dodge, so she could only raise her hand to block it. The sharp vacuum slash tore her cuffs on the spot, leaving a tiny wound on her white wrist. The impact of the finger gun that shot out hit her abdomen. The concentrated impact force forced her body back several steps. The force even penetrated the flesh and then blasted her internal organs. The severe pain made her move stagnate, but this time Tsunade did not relax her vigilance like before. The huge amount of chakra in her body burst out instantly, forcibly suppressing the injuries on her body. She immediately raised her head and slapped away the kunai thrown by Uchiha Shien. "Little brat, I won't let you succeed this time." She stepped on the ground with one foot and came to Uchiha Shien at several times the speed before. Tsunade gradually understood Uchiha Shien's strength, and the chakra concentrated in her hand increased again. Strange strength! She punched out mercilessly, instantly piercing through Uchiha Shien's body, and smashed the ground with one punch. The next moment, dense cracks spread outward, and the land within a radius of more than 10 meters exploded and sank. The terrifying impact shocked Uchiha Mikoto, who was watching the battle. Seeing Uchiha Shien's body being pierced, the single Megatama Sharingan in her eyes suddenly rotated. Double Megatama, 3 Megatama. In just a breath, Uchiha Mikoto had a 3 Megatama Sharingan. Suinjun! She cried out in grief, and stopped approaching suddenly while her momentum was still rising. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 13. What made Uchiha Mikoto stop was Uchiha Shien, who appeared out of nowhere behind Tsunade. Tsunade was stunned for a second after being pierced through by Uchiha Shien. She thought that Uchiha Shien would dodge, or at least resist some of the force. After all, according to the physical skills displayed by this kid, he would never be penetrated so easily. In this moment of daze, Uchiha Shien, who was pierced through the abdomen by Tsunade, turned into white smoke and disappeared with a bang. Shadow clone? When? Tsunade suddenly reacted, and at the same time she felt a gust of wind coming from behind her. Raise Nan! Uchiha Shien formed a raise Nan with one hand and hit Tsunade's back fiercely. Tear! The powerful destructive force of the spiral instantly tore the clothes behind Tsunade. The next moment, Tsunade exploded on the spot and turned into a piece of wood. The remaining force of the raise Nan hit the wood and instantly turned it into a bunch of flying sawdust. Tsunade appeared several meters away, looking at Uchiha Shien not far away with lingering fear. If this was a battle of the same level, I'm afraid I would really be killed by this kid. Little brat, you are really ruthless. I am doomed. Tsunade was completely convinced at this moment, and felt that a monster had appeared in the Uchiha clan. With just the few tricks he showed now, Tsunade didn't know what else she could teach him. At this time, Uchiha Shien did not reply, but stared straight in Tsunade's direction. Because the clothes on her back were torn by the Rei's Nan, Tsunade, who used the substitution technique to escape, had not reacted yet. The pieces of cloth hanging in front of the peaks were struggling to cover the beautiful snow-capped scenery. The beautiful outline swaying with breathing really makes people subconsciously hold their breath, not wanting to miss every second of the wonderful moment. Are you listening, kid? Tsunade noticed that Uchiha Shien was absent-minded and looked down. Aya! She screamed instantly, her cheeks flushed like sunset. Tsunade was so anxious that she tried to block it with her hand, but because of her large movement, the snow wave rolled up and the rags fell to the ground. Damn, why don't I have a cell phone now, fuck. Uchiha Shien subconsciously wanted to take out his cell phone to take a picture of this beautiful scene, but suddenly realized that he didn't have it now. He looked up again in frustration, but only saw Uchiha Mikoto, who was smiling but exuding a gloomy aura. Uchiha Mikoto, smiling, slightly opened her eyes. The blood-red three-magatama Sharingan exuded an extreme sense of oppression. Suinjun, can you please turn around? Rather than a request, this is more like a request. Glancing at Tsunade, who was so embarrassed that she squatted on the ground to block the beautiful view, Uchiha Shien naturally did not dare to refuse. Okay, okay. Uchiha Shien immediately turned his back like a gentleman. Seeing Uchiha Shien turned around, Tsunade was relieved. If it was before, she might not be so shy. But after getting along with Uchiha Shien for the past 2 days, she seemed to have regarded Uchiha Shien as a peer in her heart. Uchiha Mikoto also rushed to Tsunade immediately. Although she was very angry that she had just attacked Uchiha Shien, she couldn't say anything in the current situation. Mikoto took off a coat and asked Tsunade to put it on quickly. Thank you, Mikoto. Tsunade let out a long sigh and stood up. Her face was still slightly flushed, as if she was a newly blossoming peach blossom. Seeing this, Mikoto, even as a girl, couldn't help but sigh in her heart that Lady Tsunade was really beautiful. As this emotion rose, she also noticed Tsunade's magnificent Mount Targan. She couldn't help but look down at her own, and after comparing them, she couldn't help but feel a little sad and envious. When will my flower bud grow to be like Lady Tsunade's? The scale of it. Uchiha Shien had turned around without him noticing when, and was looking over here with his chin in his hand. Uchiha Mikoto's coat could only barely cover the front, and Tsunade stood up holding one side with one hand. After noticing Uchiha Shien's gaze, she immediately lowered her head shyly. The mature charm of the royal sister and the shyness of the girl were integrated into one at this moment. This made Uchiha Shien feel an indescribable eagerness. At this time, Tsunade could only shout in a stern voice, "Little boy, don't look at me." Her words were still trembling, and to Uchiha Shien it sounded like she was reluctant but also willing. Suinjun. Uchiha Mikoto's voice also came over. Ahem, I just thought I could help, and I have my own clothes here. Uchiha Shien coughed twice, took out a loose coat from the space seal scroll behind him, and diverted attention. Although Tsunade wanted to complain, why did Uchiha Shien bring clothes, and why the size was so similar to hers? But now that she could get out of the predicament, she didn't care about it. When Uchiha Shien came over, she grabbed the clothes in his hand. Before she put them on, Uchiha Shien grabbed her wrist and stopped her action. I'll treat the wound on your back first, and then you can put on your clothes. The somewhat stern tone made Tsunade lower her head obediently. Uchiha Shien's hands immediately glowed green, and he gently covered Tsunade's white and smooth jade back. The palms of the opposite sex and the warm touch made Tsunade's ears become rosy and cute. Her heart was pounding, and her brain was blank. She was completely frozen in place and couldn't move. The treatment of the palm fairy technique didn't last too long. After all, Mikoto was watching next to her, and Uchiha Xian couldn't continue to enjoy it. After healing Tsunade's wrists and back wounds, he immediately stood up like a gentleman and turned around. Tsunade hadn't reacted yet, and she lowered her head and lowered her eyes, squatting on the spot with her skin tense. Lady Tsunade, Xian-kun has been cured. Ah? Okay, okay. Oh. Tsunade quickly stood up and put on her coat. Clothes of her size were usually custom-made. But the coat given by Uchiha Xian was a perfect fit. After the matter was settled, Uchiha Xian asked seriously, "We should have passed the assessment, right?" "Of course." Tsunade gritted her teeth and responded to Uchiha Xian word by word. Rather than an assessment, it was more like she was beaten up unilaterally. And she was humiliated like this kind of thing really made her unforgettable. In the future, in front of Uchiha Xian and Mikoto, Tsunade didn't know if she could hold her head up. "How come you have so much combat experience, and what the hell are these weird moves?" Tsunade rubbed Uchiha Xian's head fiercely, as if she wanted to return all the humiliation she had just suffered. Unfortunately, her behavior did not annoy Uchiha Xian at all. Reading during the Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 14. Facing the childish Tsunade, Uchiha Xian chose to bear it. He shrugged helplessly and said, "I have been practicing using my shadow clones to fight myself recently. As for those moves, I figured them out by myself." "Why can you say it so lightly, bastard?" Tsunade truly realized that her previous understanding of Uchiha Xian was completely wrong. This guy is not only a genius in medical ninja. He can create such ninjutsu and taijutsu at such a young age. His future achievements are immeasurable. In addition to shame, Tsunade also has a sense of pride. "Ahem, I think you should change your name, right?" Tsunade perked up and looked at Uchiha Xian with a smile. Even Uchiha Mikoto suddenly felt that Tsunade was a bitch now. Uchiha Xian was speechless that Tsunade was entangled in this. He had no desire to compete in this regard. What's the point of calling her teacher? It's more interesting to rebel against the teacher. Okay, Teacher Tsunade, how about this title? Do you like it? Uchiha Xian looked at Tsunade teasingly, and seeing him say it so easily, Tsunade was deflated like a punctured ball. She had a sense of pride originally, why is it gone now all of a sudden? Her punch was like hitting cotton, and it had no other effect except making herself angry. Uchiha Mikoto on the side was also laughing, and then called out sweetly, "Teacher Tsunade, do you like me calling you that?" Seeing the two of them singing the same tune, Tsunade was even more angry but helpless. Uchiha Xian had no intention of continuing to torture Tsunade. Since she was his teacher, he naturally had to make the best use of her. "My dear teacher, I have some questions for you." Tsunade suddenly felt that being Uchiha Xian's teacher was not a good thing. "You saw me naked just a few minutes ago, and now you come to ask for advice seriously. Can't you let me rest for a while? Just tell me, don't ask weird questions. If you want to learn my super strength, I can teach you." Tsunade still cheered up, patted her chest and looked confident. Although she had never been a teacher, she thought she was very good at teaching. Looking at the shaking giant, Uchiha Xian blinked and focused again. This is the disadvantage of being with Tsunade, the mental power is always not focused. "I want to ask about the nature of chakra changes. You have already started to get in touch with this." Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Xian with complicated eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. This is not a difficult task. Uchiha Xian is really asking a serious question. It would take an ordinary person several years to learn the nature change of chakra, but it should be easier for you. In the first stage, you need to learn how to continuously and stably deliver chakra of the corresponding nature. In the second stage, you need to learn how to instantly increase the amount of chakra released. The third stage is also the most difficult. You need to learn how to integrate it with jutsu. The jutsu we are using now were all created by our predecessors through such nature changes. What was that thing you just used? Tsunade asked in a low voice at the end. Raise Nan. Uchiha Shien saw that Tsunade was stuck and added a sentence. After Tsunade understood, she immediately continued. The raise Nan you used just now should be made by simply condensing chakra. If you use the property change in it, you can create a new ninjutsu. At this point, Tsunade couldn't help but be surprised at Uchiha Shien's creativity. When she was Uchiha Shien's age, she didn't even learn a few ninjutsu, let alone creating new ninjutsu. The raise Nan that Uchiha Shien used just now was quite interesting. It didn't require hand seals to guide chakra, and could be used directly. Tsunade, who had experienced it firsthand, also knew that its destructive power was very good. If she were asked to classify such ninjutsu, she would classify the raise Nan as A level. Tsunade didn't think about it anymore, but took Uchiha Shien and Mikoto back to the village. To practice the property change of chakra, some practice materials are also needed. As for Uchiha Mikoto, if she had to, she would continue to practice medical ninjutsu. She had to adapt to the changes in herself after opening the 3 Magatama Sharingan in one go. Once the Uchiha clan opened their eyes, and the more Magatama they opened, the stronger their talents would be. It was basically a foregone conclusion that the 3 Magatama Sharingan would become a Jonin in the future. Uchiha Mikoto couldn't wait to tell her grandfather the news. Uchiha Shien was going to celebrate for Mikoto Uchiha's opening of her eyes. But it can also be seen from this that Mikoto really has a deep affection for him. If he hadn't transformed back from the kunao just now, I feel that Mikoto might have opened the Mangekyo in one go. The Uchiha clan is very extreme in terms of emotions. Will Mikoto become a Yandere? Uchiha Shien cautiously glanced at the pretty girl Uchiha Mikoto beside him. Always paying attention to Uchiha Shien, when she saw him peeking at her, Uchiha Mikoto immediately gave her a sweet smile. But this smile inexplicably made Uchiha Shien shudder all over. Thinking about the Uchiha clan in his memory, it seems difficult to find one who is not extreme. Uchiha Obito is even more heavyweight, and this kid's personality is exactly the same as Naruto before he turned evil. His own Mikoto seems to have such potential. If there is a chance in the future, should he pretend to be dead for a while to stimulate Uchiha Mikoto to open the Mangekyo? For a period of time afterwards, when he was practicing the change of chakra properties with Tsunade, Uchiha Shien's mind kept thinking about this problem from time to time. During this time, the situation in the land of whirlpools gradually spread in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking opium, stood in front of the window of the Hokage's office, looking at the residents of the Senju clan in the corner of Konoha village. It seems that he is really anxious, so he has to send someone to pretend to do it. Muttering, Sarutobi Hiruzen called Danzo. Is the route ready? Well, we have entered the territory of the land of whirlpools. Now the ninjas from Kumagakure, Sand Village, and Iwagakure have gathered there. When the time comes, I will order the route to start a war and induce the ninjas from other ninja villages to take action. When everything is almost done, the route will select a potential Uzumaki clan member. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with gloomy eyes and responded coldly. In order to take care of this matter, he has worked hard. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to do anything. He asked himself to do these trivial tasks with just a few words. This made Danzo very dissatisfied, and at the same time, his desire for the position of Hokage became stronger and stronger. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer dragged it on. He immediately gave an order and issued an S-level rescue mission. Chapter 15. Due to the urgency of the situation, Konoha is powerless and it all depends on which ninjas will take over. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked out the window calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Danzo, who was standing behind him, felt a chill in his heart. Now most of the genin and chunin have been transferred to the front line. It can be imagined that the ninjas who can stay in Konoha village must be elites, waiting for subsequent deployment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's conspiracy is to force the Senju clan to further consume their ninja resources. The ninjas who are willing to take such a dangerous task and go to the land of whirlpools to rescue must have a deep relationship with Uzumaki Mito. These ninjas are undoubtedly the remaining elites of the Senju clan. In such a situation where all forces want to wipe out the Uzumaki clan, even if the Senju elites go there, without the support of Konoha village, even if they don't do it themselves, they will definitely be in danger of death. He can only think of some shady tricks such as assassination and provocation. Hiruzen not only uses open strategies, but is also much more ruthless than himself. Tsunade, who was at the Senju clan's residence and soon learned that Konoha had issued a rescue mission, was silent for a long time. "Grandma, it's really like what Xiao Xian said, that old man has been dragging it on." When Tsunade was practicing with Uchiha Xian, she also chatted with him about some things. When mentioning the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Xian reminded her a few things. She didn't really believe it before. After all, based on her understanding of the third generation, he shouldn't be such a person. But as time went by until now, Tsunade had to believe it even if she didn't want to. Uzumaki Mito tapped Tsunade's forehead and sighed, "I said don't look at him because he is young, he is much smarter than you." "Grandma, you didn't tell me before, how could I think of so much?" Tsunade covered her head with her hands, her face full of grievance. Uzumaki Mito asked back, "Then why could I think of this?" Tsunade was speechless. She could only change the subject and said, "Grandma, I'm going to take on the rescue mission now. Go slower, let Doma, Hitai, them go with you. There is no other solution now. Put your own life first when necessary." Uzumaki Mito knew that this mission would put some of the Senju clan and Tsunade in danger. But she couldn't just watch her people perish. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are also the best allies, and they are obliged to send people to support if one side is in trouble. The only problem is that Sarutobi Hiruzen has too little time. She could only ask Tsunade as much as possible to let her and the Senju clan ninjas save their lives. When Tsunade organized the team to go to the land of whirlpools, Uchiha Xian, who got the news, stopped the wind-style raise nan that was gradually condensing in his hand. Although less than a week had passed, he had initially learned the nature of chakra changes. He also did not stop hunting wild beasts and using soul transmigration sacrifice to absorb their chakra and vitality. In terms of chakra alone, he has reached the standard of Chunin, and his physical strength alone can definitely beat ordinary Chunin with a headbutt. Even without using the Mangekyo Sharingan, I am capable of competing with the Jonin. If they underestimate the enemy like Tsunade did before, I can even kill them head-on. Confident in his heart, Uchiha Xian was ready to follow Tsunade's team to the land of whirlpools. He guessed that Uzumaki Kushina was brought to Konoha during this period of time. If he was lucky, he could get in touch with her in advance. After all, the other party is the future Nine-Tails Jinkraki, and it is only good to have a good relationship with her. In addition, Uchiha Xian has another purpose, which is the corpses of the ninjas in the land of whirlpools. Once the war breaks out there, the corpses of ninjas will surely be everywhere. So far, my reincarnation has not absorbed the chakra and vitality of the ninja. Uchiha Xian's expression was eager to try, and ordinary beasts could not meet his requirements at all. As for how to get out, Uchiha Xian used the power of the Uchiha clan in the Konoha police department as usual. It should be said that this is really convenient. With his status in the clan, he can let them open a back door to go out. Uchiha Xian, who set off immediately, specially brought 2 space sealing scrolls. After preparing everything that should be prepared and telling Mikoto in advance, he set off for the land of whirlpools. In order to avoid being discovered by Tsunade and others, Uchiha Xian deliberately stayed away from their team. When he arrived at the land of whirlpools after Tsunade's team, the war on the border had already started. Various forces are besieging the village of the Uzumaki clan from different directions. Relying on the powerful barrier technique and geographical advantages, the Uzumaki clan is putting up a tenacious resistance. Kumigakuer, Sandegakuer, Iwagakuer, Mistegakuer, everything that should and shouldn't have happened has happened. Uchiha Shien hadn't expected that the battle forces in the Whirlpool country would be so complicated. Although they had all taken off their forehead protectors, Uchiha Shien could roughly distinguish the ninjutsu they released and the coordination of the team. There are people here. The perception ninja in the Kirigakuer ninja team quickly discovered Uchiha Shien peeping from a distance. In an instant, 5 elite chunins quickly approached this side. Water style, mist hidden technique. Several mist-hidden chunins in the front immediately formed seals and spit out thick fog from their mouths. The spreading thick fog obscured the surrounding environment, but it had no effect in Uchiha Shien's eyes. Relying on the keen insight of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he still saw the position of the 5 elite chunins. Uchiha Shien, who had already used the transformation technique to disguise his appearance, brushed his palm across his trouser pocket and pulled out 5 kunao with detonating tags attached to them and threw them. Seeing Uchiha Shien throwing in the opposite direction, the mist-hidden chunins who were approaching were amused. They couldn't help but relax their vigilance and shouted directly to the chunin in the front, "Kill this minion quickly!" They still had to rush to the Uzumaki clan's village to fight, and they didn't want to waste time on this minion. Magnetic escape, magnetic guidance technique. In a place where they didn't notice, Uchiha Shien grabbed with his hand with a calm look. 5 kunao changed direction silently and pierced into the necks of the 5 people with lightning speed. They were caught off guard, and before they could show the expression of surprise on their faces, Uchiha Shien shouted softly, "Explode!" Bang bang bang! The detonating tag exploded instantly, blowing the heads of the 5 Kirigakuer chunins into the sky. Several headless corpses fell to the ground, and the blood trickled down, which looked extremely horrifying. But Uchiha Shien didn't feel anything, and muttered softly, "It doesn't seem to be any different from killing a few beasts before." He didn't know whether it was because of his strong psychological endurance or because he was bloodthirsty by nature. Uchiha Shien didn't have time to think about these questions. While the thick fog hadn't dissipated yet, he went up and pressed his hands on the bodies of the Kirigakuer chunin. The remaining chakra and vitality of these bodies were rapidly disappearing. He must hurry up and eat them up. P.S. Add one more chapter, and the update time is officially confirmed today, around 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. It will be updated in these 2 time periods. Here I ask for another wave of flowers, monthly tickets, and collections. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 16. Reincarnation, Sacrifice. Uchiha Shien did the same thing, burning the bodies of the 5 Kirigakuer chunin to ashes. The black flames, carrying several chakras and vitality, immediately poured into Uchiha Shien's body. The physical fitness has obviously improved. The chakra consumed just now has not only been restored, but also increased a lot. The excited Uchiha Shien also noticed a slight change in his body. Since he has now mastered the changes in the nature of chakra, he can directly perceive the attributes of his own chakra. After absorbing the chakra of these mist-hidden ninjas, Uchiha Shien found that his chakra attribute had an extra water. This unexpected gain was beyond Uchiha Shien's expectations. By the way, after licking a bag and looting everything from several mist-hidden ninjas, Uchiha Shien immediately left the place. Uchiha Shien, who hid in the nearby forest, checked the kunao, shuriken and detonating tags he had looted. After going back and forth, his supplies are even richer. Looking at the battlefield with flames soaring into the sky again, Uchiha Shien's eyes became excited and greedy. Now in his eyes, the ninjas on the battlefield are all experienced babies. The battlefield is already chaotic enough, don't mind a little more chaos. Uchiha Xian grinned brightly, and instantly condensed a raise nan in his hand, and injected lightning chakra into it. Lightning release raise nan. Uchiha Xian locked onto a ninja and threw the raise nan in his hand on the spot. The next moment, the raise nan flying in the air disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ordinary raise nan will not disappear during movement, but the raise nan that integrates the lightning release chakra cannot be easily seen by others. The Sand Village Chunin, who was attacking the barrier of the Uzumaki clan village, just noticed something strange, and the disappearing raise nan hit his temple. Bang! The flying raise nan was like a Barrett bullet, and it pierced through the head of the sand ninja. The exploding brain and skull, like blooming fireworks, covered the faces of his teammates beside him. Ah! Seeing their companion suddenly die, the teammates around him screamed in fear. The next second, a Chunin teammate next to him suddenly had a big hole in his chest. The Chunin himself looked down at himself in confusion, and fell forward with severe pain in his body. Not long after, except for the elite Jonin who immediately covered the evacuation of some teammates, almost 10 Chunins fell in a pool of blood. Uchiha Xian, who was hiding in the dark, immediately ordered the shadow clones around him to drag the corpse over. He was grinning from ear to ear now. It felt so good to keep shooting cold arrows in the dark. Through the chakra absorbed before to replenish the consumption, even if he split 2 shadow clones and threw more than a dozen lightning release raise nan in a row, his chakra did not run out. And when another corpse was reincarnation sacrifice, Uchiha Xian unexpectedly found that there was an extra ninjutsu in his mind. Wind style, vacuum Jada B-level ninjutsu. When exhaling, the chakra in the air is ejected like a bullet, spraying out several wind-style light waves to attack the enemy, similar to the Phoenix Fire technique. Is there a chance to obtain ninjutsu? This is a pleasant surprise. The ninjutsu obtained in this way is also very proficient. As soon as he got started, Uchiha Xian could use it easily. I sense the fluctuation of chakra here. Is it a member of the Uzumaki clan who escaped? Chase him immediately. The commotion made by Uchiha Xian quickly attracted many ninjas to approach this side. Seeing Uchiha Xian disguised as a dark-skinned man, their first reaction was a ninja from the Hidden Cloud village. Since various forces are now besieging the Uzumaki clan, they have also stipulated that they are not allowed to hurt each other. Therefore, the elite Jonin who led the Uegakuer ninja who came did not take action immediately, but instead wanted to investigate. If it was a disguised Uzumaki clan, then kill them without mercy. If it was a real Hidden Cloud ninja, they would not invade each other. Magnetic style, nail kill. As soon as the Uegakuer ninjas stepped forward, Uchiha Xian took action without further explanation. Several iron nails buried nearby suddenly flew up and stabbed the Uegakuer team accurately. The alert elite Jonin immediately took action, and when the first iron nail pierced his neck an inch, he quickly used the kunao in his hand to knock away the iron nail. Bang bang bang! The detonating tags wrapped around the iron nails exploded instantly, immediately severely injuring the Chunins except the elite Jonin. Damn it, it's the enemy! The surviving Uegakuer Jonin and Chunin immediately took up their fighting stances. Several Chunin made hand seals and slapped their palms on the ground. Earth style, rock pillar prison. As the earth trembled, dozens of earth pillars broke out of the ground and formed a cage to imprison Uchiha Xian. The leading Uegakuer Jonin followed closely behind, forming a seal and shouting earth style, rock stealing stick. The rocks under his feet instantly turned into sharp spears, all flying out and piercing Uchiha Xian who was imprisoned in the earth prison, as if to stab his body into a hedgehog. Lightning chakra mode, iron block. Instantly, violent lightning chakra surged out of Uchiha Xian's body, and he was immediately covered with a layer of lightning armor. At the same time, Uchiha Xian used lightning and chakra to stimulate his body, making even his skin as hard as steel. Several rock spears that were strong enough to penetrate a tree pierced straight at him, and when they hit Uchiha Xian's skin, they broke into pieces until they exploded into a ball of dust. Rain kicks, thunder. Uchiha Xian supported himself with one hand, and swung his feet at high speed, instantly creating a thunderstorm. The lightning vacuum slashes that kept flying out easily tore through the cage that imprisoned him. Damn those cloud ninjas, I knew they had bad intentions. Because lightning release restrains earth release, the hidden rock village and the hidden cloud village have always been at odds with each other. Seeing Uchiha Xian's lightning release and ninjutsu, as well as the iconic black-skinned man, they knew with their buttocks that the ninja in front of them was definitely a cloud ninja. The horrified Uegaku Jonin was about to fight him head-on. But he suddenly felt his body stiffen, and his muscles went numb as if he had been electrocuted. Ah! I can't move. Me too, my body feels numb. Several chunins behind the Uegaku Jonin also screamed. Only a few chunins were safe and sound, and without exception, none of them were injured by the nails. Poisonous! The rock village ninja gnashed his teeth and stared at Uchiha Xian, who walked out of the smoke. The drug is quite effective, as expected of me asking the clan for it. Uchiha Xian had a bright smile on his face. In fact, not only the nails, but all the weapons on his body were poisoned. He also specially chose the fastest-acting paralysis toxin, just to be prepared. Chapter 17. Lightning Style, Chidori. Uchiha Xian, who didn't want to waste time talking to the other party, grabbed with his right palm and gathered high-intensity electric current in his hand in an instant. This ninjutsu takes into account the change of chakra's nature and form, but it took him a lot of effort to learn it. Tsitsai. In the exploding lightning, the piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping reached everyone's ears. Before everyone could get used to the piercing roar, Uchiha Xian had disappeared in the lightning. The next moment, Uchiha Xian's right hand pierced through the chest of the Uegaku Jonin, blasting his heart into pieces. The lightning chakra mode and Chidori double enhanced speed. If it weren't for the Mangekyo Sharingan, I'm afraid I really couldn't see it clearly. The speed of the stab was really too fast. Without the blessing of the Sharingan, I couldn't see the enemy clearly. But the effect was also very significant. Even without the paralysis poison, he should be able to kill the Uegaku Jonin in front of him in one blow. Run! Even though his heart was shattered, the Uegaku Jonin still held Uchiha Xian tightly in front of him. The Uegaku Chunins who were able to move behind him wiped their tears and fled without hesitation. Soul transfer and sacrifice. The Uegaku Chunins who were only concerned with escaping did not notice that Uchiha Xian used his eye technique to burn the Uegaku Jonin to ashes. Rich vitality and chakra poured into his body, replenishing what Uchiha Xian had just consumed. After that, he did not chase after those Uegaku Chunins, but set his sights on the remaining Uegaku ninjas who were poisoned and unable to move. All the chakra and vitality were sucked out in one wave. Uchiha Xian could feel that his total chakra amount was among the elite among the Chunins. The strength of his physical body was increased by at least 1/3 compared to before, and even the vision of his left eye was restored a lot. And his chakra attribute now has an additional earth. It seemed that the excess vitality was able to replenish the consumed pupil power. Let's try to replenish the previously consumed pupil power before the end of the war in the land of whirlpools. Excited Uchiha Xian, the only thought left in his mind was kill, kill, kill. As for the two ninjutsu used by Uegaku just now, although he did not learn them by absorbing chakra and vitality, his Mangekyo Sharingan had recorded them. Basically, as long as he practices for more than 10 minutes, he should be able to use them easily. In the next few days, Uchiha Xian wandered around the battlefield. He was the type who would beat anyone he saw, and he used different ninjutsu in a cunning way. When he met the Uegaku ninja, Uchiha Xian used lightning escape exclusively. When he met the Mist Village ninja, Uchiha Xian used wind escape exclusively. When he met the Cloud Village ninja, Uchiha Xian used earth escape exclusively. The situation on the battlefield was changed by his stirring. Now when ninjas from all sides see ninjas from other ninja villages, they can't wait to gnaw off the other's scalp as soon as possible. The despicable rock ninja will only attack us from behind. What qualifications do you cloud ninjas have to criticize us? You two are beasts. How did my Kirigakure provoke you? I would also like to ask, what has happened to our sand village that we were attacked by 3 waves of you in one day? Now, all the ninja villages have torn their faces apart, calling each other names and cursing each other's ancestors. The chief of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ashisui, and Tsunade and her group in the village also noticed the unusual movement on the battlefield. Why are they fighting among themselves? Originally, the Uzumaki clan was almost unable to hold on as all the forces united against them. But now that they are fighting each other, they have a little breathing space. Tsunade, did you send anyone in to disrupt the battle? Uzumaki Rashimizu looked at Tsunade and her group around him, and couldn't help asking curiously. At the beginning, he saw Tsunade bringing the allies of the Senju clan, and he didn't see them arrange such disruptive tactics outside. Tsunade was also confused at this time. She didn't do that. Uchiha Shien, who was touching the corpse on the battlefield, silently said, "Don't thank me." Uzumaki Rashimizu, who realized that Tsunade didn't understand either, didn't continue to think about these things. Since the other party is in civil strife, we must take this time to fight for the survival of our own people. Now the barrier of the village is about to be broken. We have no hope of going to Konoha village. We can only hope that some of the tribesmen can find a hidden mountain place to live in seclusion. Uzumaki Ashisui told Tsunade about the current situation and the Uzumaki clan's subsequent plans. Judging from Konoha village's current statement, the Uzumaki clan no longer has hope for Konoha village. The Senju clan's fallen Konoha is no longer the Uzumaki clan's best ally. They trust the Senju clan, but not the current Konoha. Listening to Uzumaki Ashisui's words, Tsunade lowered her head in shame, and the Senju ninjas behind her also showed helpless expressions. After coming here for a few days, Tsunade learned that the Uzumaki clan had already sent out a call for help. It can be said that Konoha completely ignored it, which led to the current situation. Recalling some of the words that Uchiha Shien reminded her, Tsunade also understood that the respected Sarutobi Hiruzen in her mind was not what he seemed on the surface. Uzumaki Ashisui did not blame Tsunade and the others. The fact that they could sacrifice their lives to come to the land of whirlpools alone was worthy of their respect. He turned to ask the Uzumaki members beside him and said, "Have the young tribesmen been sent out?" "Chief, they have left the village through various secret passages in the village. But we can't predict how many of them can survive. Now the enemy is in internal strife. Even if the interception force is formed, there will be loopholes. We should try our best to defend the village and buy time for the Uzumaki clan's fire." Several Uzumaki clan members echoed, their eyes full of determination. Looking at the scene in front of her, Tsunade's heart was very touched. It was a pity that she couldn't escort the Uzumaki clan members who left, and too many people would be counterproductive. Only by attracting more attention from the enemy ninjas on the front line could their safety be guaranteed. "Chief Uzumaki, it's time for us to evacuate as well." Tsunade spoke at this time, looking at the other party with a firm look in her eyes. Uzumaki Rashimizu was hesitant to speak, but finally nodded. The Uzumaki clan's fire plan is divided into 2 parts. One is to send the young Uzumaki clan members away from existence through the secret passage. The other is for the remaining Uzumaki clan members to rush out a way to escape, and at the same time attract firepower for the clan members of the former plan. Strictly speaking, the latter plan is completely suicide. Uzumaki Rashimizu couldn't bear to let Tsunade and the others accompany them to die. But none of Tsunade and the Senju ninjas planned to retreat. Uzumaki Rashimizu, who knew that they planned to follow them all the time, could no longer refuse. When they were organizing their troops to break out, the parties in the melee also realized their actions. The Uzumaki clan is preparing to break out and escape. We must intercept them and not let them live. Knowing the horror of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, they knew that they had already offended the Uzumaki clan. If they wanted to prevent the Uzumaki clan from counterattacking, they had to root them out. P.S. I'm asking for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets every day. Chapter 18. The temporarily reconciled ninjas immediately chased in the direction where Tsunade and the remaining Uzumaki clan members fled. Uchiha Shien followed closely behind and entered the ruined village of the Uzumaki clan. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he sighed with pity. I'm afraid no one will come to collect your bodies, so let me help you deal with them. This time, Uchiha Shien did not reach out to touch them, but stood still and showed his Mangekyo Sharingan. He swept his eyes over the piles of corpses, and a smear of black flames flashed in his eyes. This was a new way of using soul transformation that he had realized after using it many times in a row. Using soul transformation directly by touching it does not consume pupil power, and this way of absorbing it externally. His eye technique is a variation of Amaterasu, but it does not have the characteristic of Amaterasu that it will not disappear until the target is completely burned. The burning of his black flame requires the consumption of eye power, and such large-scale use will also put a burden on his body. But in the current situation, it is too slow to burn them one by one. And as the black flame returns to the body, the surging chakra and vitality will immediately make up for the consumption of the eye technique just now. More importantly, Uchiha Shien can clearly feel that the chakra and vitality of the Whirlpool clan are transforming his body. More than 130 trillion cells are undergoing earth-shaking changes at this moment. Not long after, Uchiha Shien realized the huge amount of vitality overflowing from the inside out of his body. He softened the skin on his arm and used a kunai that he picked up without poison to scratch it lightly. A wound several centimeters long appeared on his arm, and the scarlet blood just oozed out, and the wound scabbed and healed. I should have the physique of the Uzumaki clan, belonging to the category of Uzumaki sage body. Considering that he could not use the vigorous vitality in his body, Uchiha Shien did not think that he had touched the level of Yang escape. If I absorb the chakra of the Senju clan ninjas, I guess it won't work. The most unique one in the Senju clan is only Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of the chakra of Ashura, the second son of the Six Paths sage. Ordinary Senju clan members have never seen them use wood release. And even if some people can use it, the scale and strength are completely different from Senju Hashirama. If I want to materialize wood release, do I need to obtain the chakra of Senju Hashirama? Suppressing the spreading thoughts in my heart, Uchiha Shien sensed the total amount of chakra in his body. With the change of his own physique, the total amount of chakra directly increased to the level of Jonin. If I can calm down and refine it well, it is definitely not a dream to reach the level of Kage within a year. The most important thing is that the Uzumaki sage body I now have can help me alleviate the consumption of the Mangekyo Sharingan. In this way, the upper limit and number of times I can transformation and portrait in the future can be increased a lot. I created 5 shadow clones before, hiding them in various places in the Whirlpool country according to the terrain. I will go to help the Uzumaki clan first. After sacrificing so many corpses of the Uzumaki clan, and considering his relationship with Tsunade, Uchiha Shien was still prepared to help the Uzumaki clan. But the moment he moved, Uchiha Shien suddenly stopped. Dozens of kunai and shurikens flew towards him from the dark. Retreat! Uchiha Shien just glared, and the kunai and shuriken that were close to him all returned to their original owners. Bang! 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 After a few crisp sounds, the kunai and shuriken fell to the ground. Behind him, 5 ninjas wearing strange masks came. 1 elite jonin and 4 elite chunins. They were silent, and the moment they appeared, they killed Uchiha Shien. They were one of the root ninja teams sent by Danzo to the land of whirlpools, responsible for collecting useful corpses. But they didn't expect that when they came to clean up the battlefield, they saw Uchiha Shien burning and absorbing all the corpses. Although it was unclear what he was doing, several people still discussed capturing him. In addition to ordering to bring back an orphan of Uzumaki, Danzo also ordered to collect several useful materials. Such a strange ninja in front of him meets the requirements no matter how you look at it. Lightning Release, Shadow Clone Technique. Although Uchiha Shien didn't know which unit this was from, he knew it was going to be a tough fight. As he had just acquired the Uzumaki Sage body, his chakra was increasing every second. He conjured up 5 shadow clones in one breath. The moment the shadow clones appeared, they immediately launched a counterattack. Earth Escape, Yellow Spring Swamp. The Root. Jounin immediately formed seals with both hands and slapped the ground with one hand. The soil under Uchiha Shien's feet immediately liquefied to form a huge swamp. After restricting Uchiha Shien's movements, the Root Jounin formed seals again. Wind Style, Vacuum Wave. The next second, dozens of spinning wind blades spewed out from his mouth and rushed towards Uchiha Shien. Lightning Chakra Mode, Iron Block. Uchiha Shien accelerated the blood flow, making the body harder, while the lightning chakra also lingered around the body. The activated body directly withstood the cutting of dozens of wind blades. His clothes instantly turned into a pile of rags, and were blown into the sky by the wind. The exposed muscles exuded an iron-like luster, and even if he took a direct attack from the Root Jounin, he was not damaged at all. The secret technique of the Hidden Cloud Village. The well-informed Root Jounin frowned immediately. He had never thought that the ninjas who stayed here to do tricks were from the Hidden Cloud Village. The Root Jounin, who knew the powerful lightning release and taijutsu of the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas, immediately retreated and distanced himself as soon as possible. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, he felt something tightly wrapped around his ankles. The Root Jounin looked down and saw that it was a ball of inconspicuous black sand iron. Magnetic Style, Sand and Iron Binding. Uchiha Shien whispered in his heart, and at the same time his 5 shadow clones were blown up by 4 Root Jounins. Bang! Zilla! The exploded shadow clones did not disappear, but instantly turned into lightning and struck the nearby life forms. Its power was not very high, but it was enough to paralyze the 4 Root Jounins for a short time. Magnetic Style, Iron Sand Burst Spear. Under Uchiha Shien's control, a huge amount of iron sand was compressed and condensed, forming a long spear that nailed the 4 Root Jounins to the spot. Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. Only the Root Jounin formed a seal in time and quickly created an earth wall in front of him to block the attack. But the sand iron that bound his legs did not stop and began to drill into his body desperately. Seeing this, the Root Jounin remained silent, condensed the wind escape chakra in his palm and cut off his legs abruptly. Puff! Blood spurted out, and Uchiha Shien felt a phantom pain in his legs from a distance. However, the Root Jounin seemed to have no sense of pain, and his hands did not slow down at all. Chapter 19. Magical Tree Binding Kill. The Root Jounin formed seals with both hands and immediately used an illusion on Uchiha Shien. Uchiha Shien's eyes were dazed for a moment, and a big tree stretched out its roots and tightly wrapped around him. The Root Jounin rushed over brazenly, as if he wanted to die with Uchiha Shien. It's such a pity to use illusion against me. Under these eyes, none of your illusions will work. Uchiha Shien's eyes showed the Mangekyo Sharingan, which bounced back the Root Jounin's illusion on the spot. At the moment when he froze in place, Uchiha Shien threw a kunai through his heart. At the end of his life, looking at Uchiha Shien's Sharingan, he couldn't help but groan in shock. Sharingan, you are. With the last doubt, Uchiha Shien released black flames to burn his body. He did not let go of other corpses either, and after absorbing all of them, the chakra he had just consumed was restored again. Looking at the masks that fell on the ground, Uchiha Shien vaguely guessed the origins of these people. It's not the same animal mask as the Anbu, and the mask is more colorful. The ninjas from other villages are basically going to hunt down the Uzumaki clan, so they are probably members of the Root. Uchiha Shien murmured in a deep voice, his expression was very cold. As a member of the Uchiha clan, the obstacle that cannot be avoided is Danzo. If he has the ability, the first thing he will do is to kill this old bastard. He is always involved in various events, and he always plays the most disgusting role. If he guessed correctly, the current situation of the Uzumaki clan was probably caused by the people of the root. Uchiha Shien shook his head and did not think about it anymore. Anyway, his soul transmigration sacrifice can be regarded as destroying the corpse and covering up the traces, and it would not be so easy for the root to trace it back to him. He immediately set off and killed in the direction of the Uzumaki clan's retreat. When Uchiha Shien caught up with Tsunade and the Uzumaki clan who were retreating, he found that their situation was better than he expected. It seemed that because he had changed the course of history, the Uzumaki clan had few casualties with the protection of Tsunade and others. Several elite ninjas of the Senju clan stood behind him, and they formed seals together and shouted, "Earth escape, earth flowing river." Instantly, the mud on the ground turned into a flowing mud river, and a huge wave hit the ninjas who were chasing them. The ninja teams were separated and they took action to defend themselves. The few elite jonins jumped out of the mud river to kill them, and Uzumaki Rosui cooperated with the remaining jonins to use the sealing technique. Diamond Seal. Dozens of chakra chains flew out from their backs and bound the leading ninjas in an instant. The powerful sealing ability made him falling into the muddy river, losing the ability to pursue. Psychic Slug. Slug Tsunade heals and moves. Tsunade in the crowd also summoned the summoning beast slug, and after they split into many small slugs, they attached to each ninja. Through the splitting of the slugs, her chakra was transmitted to each injured ninja, and the palm fairy technique was applied to them. Since the retreat, the Uzumaki clan has lost no more than 10 people, and more than 80% of the credit should be attributed to Tsunade. Her truly powerful medical ability was fully demonstrated at this moment. They fought and retreated, and their state has always been maintained at a good level. As for the ninja coalition forces of various forces, they still have suspicions about each other because of Uchiha Shien before. Moreover, there are not many medical ninjas nowadays, and it is common for a ninja team to be without medical ninjas. They can only recuperate on the spot when they are injured, and it is impossible to recover their combat effectiveness immediately. Seeing that some of their ninjas are healing on the spot, Uchiha Shien naturally would not miss this opportunity to poke their asses. Magnetic Style, Iron Sand Shotgun. Uchiha Shien waved his hand, and countless iron sand shot out like bullets. Puff, puff, puff. The ninjas were caught off guard and had not expected the attack at all. The dense iron sand instantly shot into their bodies and embedded in their flesh. The severe pain all over their bodies further aggravated their injuries, and the iron sand that had entered their bodies began to flow wantonly, causing secondary damage to their internal organs. Soul Transfer, Sacrifice. Uchiha Shien unceremoniously released black flames, drowning and devouring the dying ninjas, burning them to ashes. Enemy. There are enemies behind us. The surviving ninjas in the back shouted at the top of their lungs. Seeing their companions behind them in trouble, the ninjas in front of them immediately stopped. They turned their heads and saw their companions being burned to ashes by the black flames. Black flames. Could it be Amaterasu from the Uchiha clan? Is this the reinforcement from Konoha? Many elite jonin who participated in the First Ninja World War screamed in fear. All the ninjas who participated in that battle remembered the horror of Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha clan without exception. The inextinguishable black flames burned their companions to death one by one. The nightmare scene reappeared before their eyes again. The Uzumaki clan and Tsunade also cast their eyes over here. Seeing the figure wearing a mask and only revealing the pair of scarlet eyes, everyone was also greatly shocked. They couldn't figure out why the Uchiha people appeared here and came to help them. Tsunade's mind was also a mess. There were only a handful of people in the Uchiha clan who could open the Mangekyo Sharingan. No matter what, the other party had nothing to do with the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Shien, who used the pupil technique to kill the enemy from a distance, licked the wave bag beautifully. Feeling the chakra that was almost overflowing in his body, he made seals with both hands, fire style, great fireball technique. Hey! A scorching fireball several people high was spit out from Uchiha Xian's mouth in an instant. The fireball streaked across the sky, charring the ground wherever it passed, and burning the flowers and plants to ashes in an instant. It was obviously only a sea-level ninjutsu, but at this moment, with the blessing of a huge amount of chakra, its power was no less than any A-level ninjutsu released by any elite jonin. Quick! Block it! The ninjas who were temporarily unable to raise their chakras immediately shouted to their companions. Water escape technique, great waterfall technique. Several elite chunins formed seals together and sprayed huge water balls from their mouths to bombard the incoming hot fireballs. Sizzle, sizzle, bang! The moment the water ball collided with the fireball, high-temperature steam immediately swept the entire place. The ninjas who were closer were cooked into corpses by the high-temperature steam on the spot, and the remaining ninjas were also blown away several meters by the strong impact. The water escape technique of several elite chunins, under the condition that water escape technique restrained fire escape technique, could only barely block the opponent's attack. This scene made most of the remaining ninja coalition forces lose the idea of continuing to pursue the Uzumaki clan. They leaned against each other and faced this unknown enemy in full battle array. But when the steam dissipated, Uchiha Xian's figure disappeared from the eyes of the ninjas. Chapter 20. Uchiha Xian was not prepared to fight the ninja coalition head-on. They had a force of hundreds of people, and if they were surrounded, he would have to use Susanoo to fight back. The result might be a fight to the death, and he might not gain much. Moreover, he did not want to expose too much, as it would be uncomfortable if he was blamed. During the time when Uchiha Xian delayed, Tsunade and the others led the Uzumaki clan to escape from the battlefield. After escaping to a safe enough area, everyone slowed down temporarily. Tsunade was puzzled along the way, and her mind kept recalling the 8-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan. Who is that Uchiha? Why does he look so familiar? Just as Tsunade was about to take a breath, a dozen jonin and dozens of chunin suddenly appeared in the open space not far away. The number of ninjas alone was almost half of the ninja troops of the various forces before. Each of them wore a mask, and it was completely unclear who they really were. Everyone looked at each other and immediately tensed up their nerves, ready for battle. Through the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan in the root organization, Danzo got the information here as soon as he used perception transmission and mind transmission technique. Seeing so many Uzumaki clan members, Danzo frowned immediately. Are the ninjas from other ninja villages all trash? Never mind, kill all these Uzumaki clan members and Senju clan members, Tsunade cannot move. Danzo immediately gave the order, and the Yamanaka clan ninja beside him passed the order on. The root ninjas in front of Tsunade and the others looked at the Uzumaki clan with cold eyes after receiving the order. Every root ninja needs to receive self-annihilation training, and they will also be cursed to keep secrets. Each of them is an absolute killing machine and will only follow Danzo's orders. Even when facing the Uzumaki clan, who were supposed to be their allies, the root ninjas killed them immediately without any hesitation. It's the enemy, be prepared and defend. Seeing the root ninja coming, the panting Uzumaki clan's remaining fighters and the Senju clan ninjas immediately raised their spirits to meet the enemy. Due to the pursuit of the previous ninja troops, they had already suffered serious damage to their physical strength and chakra. If it weren't for the physical fitness of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, they wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Tsunade was almost out of strength. Just the continuous treatment for everyone would make her chakra run out. Tsunade, who had lost her fighting power, could only watch the situation become one-sided. She had already escaped, but she didn't expect to fall into the enemy's ambush. It's really worrying. Uchiha Xian, who caught up from behind, quickly saw the fleeing team fighting with the root. Magnetic release, sand and iron rain. Uchiha Shien formed the sand and iron around his body into pieces of stone and shot them at the root ninja at high speed. The well-trained root ninja immediately reacted by dodging and blocking this wave of attacks comparable to shotgun bursts. They all looked at Uchiha Shien not far away and immediately organized an offensive. Earth escape, submerge in the earth. The two root ninjas immediately formed seals and escaped underground, attacking Uchiha Shien at an astonishing speed. Fire style, dragon fire technique. 3 root chunins who specialized in fire style quickly formed hand seals and launched an attack. The 3 of them simultaneously released straight flames, blocking Uchiha Shien's retreat from 3 directions. The rapidly attacking flames easily blasted through the trees blocking the road, and the terrifying momentum was shocking. Before Uchiha Shien could act, the Yamanaka clan ninjas in the root team also cooperated to launch the Yamanaka clan's secret technique. Heart-turning technique. The spiritual power that came straight at Uchiha Shien, who was blocked by the flames. The spiritual power of this root ninja also came into Uchiha Shien's brain. He immediately urged his spiritual power, ready to seize and control Uchiha Shien's body. But when he acted, a pair of blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly appeared in this pure white space. Get out of my mind! Uchiha Shien concentrated his mental power and used his pupil power to blast the spiritual power that had invaded his body out of his body. The root ninja who performed the secret technique suddenly widened his eyes, and scarlet blood oozed from the corners of his eyes, mouth, and nose. Kaleidoscope. Before he finished speaking, he fell unconscious. At this moment, Uchiha Shien, who had broken free from the other party's mental control, had his legs clamped tightly by the root ninja who had dived into the ground. The 3 flames that attacked him were not far from his eyes. Uchiha Shien's dark eyes instantly turned into blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan. The mysterious 8-pointed star pattern spun rapidly in his pupils. The pupil power disappeared like a flood in the Jedi, and a huge amount of chakra in his body gushed out. The next moment, golden ribs made of chakra appeared on Uchiha Shien's body. Bang bang bang! The fire style, fire dragon technique released by the 3 root chunins instantly hit this layer of ribs. The vented flames were easily blocked, and the impact of the explosion was completely absorbed by the rib shield. In the shocked eyes of everyone, everything is far from over. A pair of golden arms materialized and stabbed the ground under Uchiha Shien's feet. Boom! The heavy ground was instantly shattered by the giant hands, and the 2 chunins who were holding Uchiha Shien's legs were pinched by the hands. Realizing the danger, they wanted to drag Uchiha Shien to death, but the giant hands suddenly clenched before them. Snap! In an instant, the 2 turned into 2 pools of meat in front of everyone's eyes. Only the bloody arms were still hanging on Uchiha Shien's legs. Disgusting, take it off! Uchiha Shien was like a king, ordering the Susanoo he had constructed to tear off the hands on his legs. The pair of terrifying Mangekyo Sharingan looked at the root ninjas. The chakra that erupted from his body became more and more intense, and a nearly 10-meter-high golden skeleton rose from the ground. The golden skeleton with only the upper body exuded an extreme sense of oppression that made everyone present breathless. The first form of Susanoo clenched its hand bones, and an illusory golden giant sword appeared in its hand. Uchiha Shien approached quickly, and Susanoo swung the giant sword in his hand at the same time, slashing at the root ninjas with the force of splitting mountains and cracking the earth. After a brief shock, the root ninjas tried to fight back. Wind style, vacuum ball. Lightning release, thunder ball. Water style, water dragon bullet. A continuous stream of ninjutsu was directed at Uchiha Shien. Uchiha Shien, who was inside Susanoo, did not dodge or evade, but directly withstood this series of ninjutsu attacks. The attack was enough to kill several jonin, but was completely blocked by Susanoo. Chapter 21. You guys also take my attack. Uchiha Shien, with an excited smile on his face under the mask, controlled Susanoo to drop the giant's sword. Boom! The ground within a radius of dozens of meters shook and exploded, and 7 root ninjas died under the Susanoo giant sword with just one strike. But even though they realized the obvious gap between the enemy and us, the root ninjas did not give in at all, and even tried to fight with Uchiha Shien. As root ninjas, they have no names and no emotions, and completing the mission is the meaning of their lives. And facing these root ninjas who don't know how to live or die, Uchiha Shien also smiled and gave them the end they deserved. That is death. Chidori flow. Uchiha Shien injected the lightning chakra into Susanoo, and instantly thousands of electric shocks burst out from the skeleton. The strong electric current covered all the root ninjas, causing their bodies to become paralyzed and stiff. This moment of opportunity was easily captured by Uchiha Shien, and in an instant the giant sword in the hand of Susanoo slashed horizontally. Swish! A horizontal slash swept across the body, and the surging electric light mixed with sword energy was like a sickle cutting wheat, cutting the root ninja and the tree in half. A breeze blew gently, and the broken bodies and the tree fell down at the same time. The forest centered on Uchiha Shien instantly swept out a playground-sized open space. The Uzumaki clan and Tsunade, who had the foresight to stay away from the battlefield, looked at the scene not far away with their hearts and lungs stopping. The sharp sword energy and surging lightning exploded in front of their eyes. If several senior ninjas had not performed earth escape defense in time, they would probably have died in the aftermath. From the time Uchiha Shien showed the incomplete form of Susanoo to the end, less than 3 minutes had passed. Uchiha Shien, with his back to the crowd, had a slight bleed in his eyes, but it was not serious. The first time I used Susanoo, I was a little unskilled. Fortunately, I had accumulated enough pupil power and obtained the Uzumaki sage body before. Uchiha Shien could clearly feel that his body was under a heavy burden. Every cell was overly drained of chakra. If Susanoo was used for a long time, it would definitely shorten his life. The tenacious vitality of the Uzumaki sage body helped to withstand this shortcoming. So far, he just felt that his breathing was not smooth, as if he had run for dozens of kilometers. The golden Susanoo skeleton slowly dissipated and was gradually taken back into Uchiha Shien's body. After Susanoo disappeared, the body without the burden began to regenerate and recover more quickly. After taking 2 breaths, Uchiha Shien felt that he had recovered. These corpses cannot be wasted, transfer souls and sacrifice them. A ball of black flame burned on the corpse, burning it to ashes and then flew back into Uchiha Shien's right eye. Rich chakra and vitality poured into his body. Although he failed to replenish the consumed pupil power and chakra, his body was completely fine. After sorting out the abnormalities in his body, Uchiha Shien turned his head and looked at the Uzumaki clan not far away. Seeing his gaze, the Senju ninja and Tsunade felt their hearts tighten. Even though they knew that the person in front of them had just saved them, Tsunade and the others still couldn't tell whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. However, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ashui, and the members of the Uzumaki clan looked at Uchiha Shien very gently. They didn't care who the other party was. To them, anyone who could help in the critical moment of genocide was the best friend. "My benefactor of the Uchiha clan, what do you need?" Seeing Uchiha Shien approaching, Uzumaki Rashimai spoke first in the silence. "Uchiha." Shien glanced at Tsunade and the vigilant Senju ninja, and said lightly, "I only represent myself. If I have to say what I need, I do have it." When the hoarse voice produced by changing the voice channel said this, the atmosphere was a little tense for a while. Uzumaki Rashimai pressed his hand, showed a kind smile and asked, "I don't know what you want, benefactor." Perhaps because of his old age, he judged that Uchiha Shien in front of him had no ill intentions based on only a brief contact. He took the initiative to speak and let Uchiha Shien express his needs. "Uchiha." Shien did not beat around the bush, and said bluntly, "I want the ninjutsu of your clan." This proposal was made by Uchiha Shien on the spur of the moment. It's not right to come back empty-handed. Hearing Uchiha Shien's request, Uzumaki Rashimizu's expression was indescribable. It's not that this request is too much. For the current Uzumaki clan, it's not even a price. It's just that there is an embarrassing problem at the moment. Due to the hasty escape, the sealing techniques they brought with them are very precious and exclusive to their Uzumaki clan. Even if they teach it to other ninjas, they can't learn it and can't use it. My benefactor, the ninjutsu scrolls we have now only contain the secret techniques of our Uzumaki clan. It is not so easy for outsiders to learn them. Uzumaki Rosui thought for a moment and spoke more tactfully. It was not that he didn't want to give it, but he just wanted to give a reminder. Uchiha Shien didn't care and replied casually, "It's okay, just let me take a look." "All right then." Uzumaki Rosui didn't dare to refuse, and immediately ordered his tribe to bring the ninjutsu scrolls. A timid red-haired girl then walked out of the team, holding a few ninjutsu scrolls, and came to Uchiha Shien. Looking at her flaming red shawl hair and round cute face, Uchiha Shien pinched her round face while taking the ninjutsu scrolls. "So cute, what's your name?" This kind tone eased the fear in the girl's heart. She mustered up the courage to look directly at Uchiha Shien, who was much taller than her, and whispered, "Kushina, Kushina, my name is Uzumaki Kushina. Benefactor, this is my granddaughter. She is still young and not very sensible. Please don't mind." Uzumaki Rusui was also trying to smooth things over, trying to prevent Uzumaki Kushina from angering Uchiha Shien. Now their lives are in his hands. "Kushina, a nice name." Uchiha Shien, who already felt that the girl looked familiar, showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. After smiling and nodding, he opened the ninjutsu scroll and glanced at it. King Kong Lockdown 4 Elephant Seals Kagura Heart Eyes Contract Seal Shiki Seal. Uchiha Shien only glanced at each ninjutsu scroll and then handed it back to Uzumaki Kushina. "This is your reward, take the scroll back." Uchiha Shien took out a candy from his pocket like a magician and put it in Uzumaki Kushina's hand. After doing all this, he glanced at Tsunade, a smile appeared in his eyes and then left the place. Tsunade looked at each other and felt a little puzzled. She always felt that the mysterious man who left seemed to be laughing at her current embarrassing appearance. This inexplicable and annoying feeling was another guy who brought her this emotion after Uchiha Shien. "I really want to tear off that mask." After muttering to herself, Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Kushina, who was standing there blankly, looking down at the candy in her hand. Uzumaki Kushina didn't expect that she would get a reward. She carefully peeled off the candy coating and put it in her mouth. Amid the negative emotions of the crisis of genocide, this sweetness mixed with the joy of escaping death filled her heart. P.S. The picture shows Uzumaki Kushina when she was a child. Chapter 22. Tsunade, we, the Uzumaki clan, will not follow you back to Konoha. We are going to go to Taki no Kuni and live in seclusion there. If you come over someday, we will meet again. Uzumaki Rosui gave Tsunade an iron token, which contained his chakra. As long as Tsunade took this to Taki no Kuni, the hidden Uzumaki clan would sense it and come out to see her. After that, they were ready to part, but before leaving, Uzumaki Rosui handed Uzumaki Kushina to Tsunade. "I know you came here this time with Mito's instructions to find a nine-tails Jinchuriki. My granddaughter Kushina is very talented, let her follow you." Although he was very reluctant, Uzumaki Ashisui still made a decision. Letting his granddaughter follow Tsunade back to Konoha was undoubtedly the best choice for her. The old, weak, sick, and disabled who were left behind were rushing all the way to Taki country. Who knew how many hardships they would encounter along the way? Once they were hunted down by ninjas from other ninja villages again, it would be difficult for them to protect Uzumaki Kushina's safety. Just from the escape just now, Uzumaki Kushina was already the only child who survived. Grandpa! Kushina, who knew that Grandpa was doing this for her own good, burst into tears. But she knew that she was dragging them down by following them, so she finally suppressed her sadness and said goodbye to them. Tsunade was also helpless, and at the same time, her hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen increased by 3 points. If she could have come earlier, it would never have become the current situation. Tsunade knew clearly from Uzumaki Ashisui that the Uzumaki clan had a chance to escape unscathed with their powerful barriers and sealing techniques. But they were waiting for no rescue, and the aid was cut off, forcing them into a desperate situation. Now they don't trust Konoha, and Tsunade can't say a word to defend Konoha. She kept thinking in her heart, why did the Konoha village founded by her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, become like this? The cruel reality quickly dragged her thoughts back, and they now had to hurry back as soon as possible. Once the ninjas behind them chased them, they would have no way to go. And leaving at this moment Uchiha Shien, who was not leaving the land of whirlpools, had not left the land of whirlpools. The shadow clone he had released before brought him some news. In the forest several kilometers away from here, a group of fleeing Uzumaki clan members were being killed. If he hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have cared, but since he had seen it, he would have to rescue them. After all, he had owed the Uzumaki clan a favor just now. The secret techniques he had learned had made him gain a lot. It was not difficult for him to help them and give them 2 more fires. When he arrived at his destination at high speed, Uchiha Shien saw a petite figure running wildly on the forest road from a distance. Behind her, several Iwagakure ninjas were chasing after her. Compared with the Iwagakure Chunin, the little girl running wildly in front seemed so powerless. Even though she ran for her life, she was caught up by the Iwagakure Chunin behind her in just a dozen seconds. Exhausted, she could only sit on the grass in fear, curled up and begged for mercy. No, don't kill me, please, don't kill me. Unfortunately, her plea for mercy did not make the Iwagakure Chunin show mercy. The 2 Iwagakure Chunins behind her said impatiently, Seonggui, hurry up. We were stopped by the shadow clone just now. We have wasted a lot of time. We have to go back and report quickly. Got it, I'm dealing with it now. They talked one word at a time, not paying any attention to the little girl in front of them. If it weren't for Uchiha Shien's shadow clone that temporarily stopped them, this little girl from the Uzumaki clan would have no way of running here. While they were talking, they took out their kunao as if they were going to kill a chicken, ready to end the little girl's life. Aya! As the girl screamed in fear, the kunao that was piercing her forehead stopped in mid-air. The rock ninja subconsciously exerted force, but the kunao seemed to be blocked by something and could not move down half an inch. What's going on? The rock ninja let go of his hand in confusion, and saw the kunao floating in the air. The next moment, the kunao suddenly changed direction and pierced straight into his forehead. The 2 rock ninjas behind him saw this scene and were about to be alert to their surroundings, but they found that they were covered with a thick layer of iron sand. Magnetic style, sand-iron binding explosion. A cold low shout came from behind, and Uchiha Shien controlled the sand-iron with one hand and pulled them into the air. At the same time, the detonating tag wrapped in the sand-iron also emitted a bright light. Boom! The detonating tag exploded, killing the 2 rock ninjas bound by the sand-iron on the spot. Black flames burned on their bodies, and then transformed into chakra and vitality and were absorbed by Uchiha Shien. He immediately leaned down and looked at the girl who was holding her head with both hands and trembling all over. You are safe now. Uchiha Shien spoke as gently as possible, his palms emitting a faint emerald light, and he used the palm fairy technique to heal his injuries. Hearing the voice and feeling the warmth, the girl slowly raised her head, revealing her round face. Her short red hair stained with dust just covered her ears, and her black eyes were flashing with tears. She was like a frightened little animal, and asked in a low voice, "Are you here, to save me?" "Yes, I'm here to save you." Seeing her like this, Uchiha Shien simply took off his mask and lifted the transformation technique to his original form. Looking at this handsome boy who was 2 years older than her, the little Lolita's guard was immediately put down. She threw herself into Uchiha Shien's arms and hugged her hope tightly. Uchiha Shien also returned a warm embrace, trying to comfort the girl who had just escaped death. She was probably only 8 or 9 years old, and her tender and cute appearance could not help but make people want to protect her. After a period of emotional catharsis and calming down, Uchiha Shien carried the girl to a safe place and took out some dry food for her to eat. When the Uzumaki clan was cut off from aid by the outside world, the water and food supplies were also cut off. The girl, who had been hungry for a long time, smelled the food and stuffed it into her mouth regardless of whether the dry food tasted good or not. But after stuffing some, she noticed Uchiha Shien smiling beside her, and she immediately lowered her head with a blushing face. The girl, like a hamster, tried hard to chew the food in her mouth, trying to swallow it quickly to ease her embarrassing situation. "I know you are hungry, don't think too much, drink some water and eat slowly." Uchiha Shien took out a water bottle and handed it to the girl, and at the same time he spoke to comfort her. The girl took it and drank a few sips, then swallowed the dry food in her mouth. She seemed to feel that her behavior was too embarrassing, and she lowered her eyes shyly, not daring to look directly at the person in front of her. Chapter 23. Uchiha Shien lit a bonfire and looked at the silent girl beside him. In order to open the topic, he took the initiative to say, "My name is Uchiha Shien, I came from Konoha. Tell me your name." Hearing Uchiha Shien's active question, the flattered girl immediately replied nervously, "Kaneko, Uzumaki Kaneko, I am from." Uzumaki Kaneko was about to say that she had escaped from the village, but when she mentioned this, her eyes suddenly turned red with tears. Uchiha Shien reached out and gently patted Kaneko's back, soothing her sad and frightened mood. "So where do you want to go next?" No, I don't know where to go." Kaneko showed a dazed look and shook her little head. After that, she couldn't help but put her eyes on Uchiha Shien beside her. She wanted to follow the boy in front of her who was a little older than herself. In addition to the fact that she had no way to go, the longing and admiration hidden deep in her heart also made her want to follow Uchiha Shien instinctively. As if she was afraid that Uchiha Shien would reject her, Kaneko immediately said anxiously, "Uchiha-sama, I am very useful. My mother told me that my physique is very special. Others can restore chakra and physical strength by biting my skin or sucking my blood. So, please let me follow you." Kaneko's tone was very anxious, and she even revealed the secret that her mother had asked her not to spread. She was weak and helpless, like a dying little animal, eager to be saved by the person in front of her. She was eager to show her value, and only prayed that Uchiha Shien, who saved her, would not abandon her. After listening to Uzumaki Kaneko's description, Uchiha Shien raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This ability characteristic, why does it seem to be Uzumaki Karen's? Considering that Uzumaki Karen has not been born yet, this person might be Uzumaki Karen's mother. Realizing this problem, Uchiha Shien also gave up the idea of returning her to the Uzumaki clan. He put his hand on Uzumaki Kaneko's red hair, rubbed it gently, and smiled. "Since Kaneko, you are willing to follow me, then follow me." Kaneko, who got the response she had always dreamed of, could not contain her joy. Her little face was flushed like an attractive red apple. At this moment, she seemed to have made a decision, and stretched out her delicate and white little hand and placed it in front of Uchiha Shien. "That Uchiha-sama, then bite me to restore your chakra." She bit her pink lips lightly, adapting to the coming pain in advance. Uchiha Shien rolled up her sleeves, tapped her little head, and scolded. "What am I biting right now? And you should not show this ability so easily, and do not think of yourself as a tool too much." If Kaneko suddenly showed her little hand in front of Mikoto and the others and asked them to bite her. If there was no explanation in advance, Uchiha Shien felt that there was nothing wrong with her, but Kaneko was afraid that Mikoto would target her. Covering her slightly painful forehead, Uzumaki Kaneko smiled sweetly. She was just eager to show her value, but she did not expect Uchiha Shien to react like this. But she was even more grateful in her heart, because she could hear that Uchiha Shien did not regard her as a simple tool. Being treated so gently, and being saved by such a great man like Uchiha Shien. In Kanako's heart, Uchiha Shien's image and status are comparable to that of a god. The two hugged each other and fell asleep all night, and Kanako also calmed down her inner panic. The next morning, Uchiha Shien took her to collect and bury the bodies of her dead companions. After doing all this, Uchiha Shien did not continue the idea of going to look for other members of the Uzumaki clan. He has done his best and must return to the village as soon as possible. Uchiha Shien took Uzumaki Kanako to an uninhabited lake and took a good bath. After washing away the dust and stains on her body, Kanako seemed to have completed her transformation as an ugly duckling. Her petite body was like a flower in bud, delicate and lovely. Her bright red hair was as soft as silk, clinging to her delicate and fair skin. Drops of water passed over her skin, and people's eyes could not help but follow them. Her clear and bright eyes and her tender and cute face exuded an innocent charm. Uzumaki Kanako, who noticed Uchiha Shien's burning gaze, hugged her body shyly when she got up from the lake. There was a shy light in her eyes, and she whispered in a soft voice, "You, Uchiha-sama, can you give me the clothes?" Come on, wear this." Uchiha Shien suddenly came back to his senses and took out the clothes he brought with him. This was prepared for Uchiha Mikoto. It was much looser on Uzumaki Kanako. Kanako, wearing new clothes, was like a flower blooming. She bit her lips shyly, kneading the corners of her clothes with her small hands, not daring to look directly at Uchiha Shien in front of her. "Okay, let's go. We have to get back quickly. So Kanako, you need to be prepared for the bumps that may come later," Uchiha Shien said seriously, causing 2 question marks to appear on Kanako's head. Before she could respond, Uchiha Shien stretched out his hands, one hand went around her back, passed through her left armpit and placed it on her chest, and the other hand lifted up her jade-like calf and jumped up and ran forward. Amid Kanako's screams, she was hugged by Uchiha Shien's sudden princess hug and began the journey to Konoha. Holding Kanako in his arms, Uchiha Shien could feel her lowly fragrance and delicate body more. Uzumaki Kanako also subconsciously she clung to Uchiha Shien, her legs swinging, not quite used to the current position. She was like a smart little deer, the more she struggled, the more people wanted to hold her tight. Fortunately, she stopped moving soon afterwards, covering her cheeks with her small hands, but carefully peeking at Uchiha Shien who was on his way. Looking at his handsome profile, Kanako smiled shyly, not knowing why she was smiling so happily. Uchiha Shien was incredibly fast along the way, and only stopped briefly to rest in the middle. With his own delicate chakra control and the insight of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Shien also roughly mastered the Uzumaki clan's secret technique Kagura Heart's Eye during this process. Kagura Heart's Eye, rather than being a ninjutsu, it is more of an innate ability of the Uzumaki clan. The training methods recorded in it are more about teaching the Uzumaki clan members how to open their own talents. If the Uzumaki clan members themselves have high talents and pure blood, they can even open it without training. And the Uzumaki sage body he obtained should have a very high blood purity. Not only did he learn it quickly, but he also got the hang of it right away. It was only the first time he used Kagura Heart's Eye, and he could sense all the movements within a radius of 10 kilometers. If it was the chakra he had specially recorded, he could also sense the detailed location and movements, the number of opponents and their characteristics, and even the speed of movement. This allowed Uchiha Shien to easily avoid the pursuing ninjas and the beasts that blocked the road based on the perception information he obtained. P.S. The setting here is Uzumaki Karen's mother, and as for the picture, Karen is used, after all, they are mother and daughter. Chapter 24. Uchiha Shien, who traveled day and night, arrived in Konoha not long after Tsunade and the others returned to the village. Relying on the status of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shien easily brought Uzumaki Kanako into the village. He took Kanako to the Hokage's office as soon as possible. At this time, the third generation was kindly receiving Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina. "Damn old man, hurry up and register Kushina, I have to go back and rest." Tsunade didn't treat the third Hokage well at all this time. Knowing her master's character and what he had done, she hated the old man in front of her. If it weren't for the master-disciple relationship, Tsunade wouldn't have wanted to say a word to him. The third Hokage, who noticed Tsunade's abnormality, didn't dare to refute or explain anything. He also knew the character of his disciple. He told her to calm down slowly before fooling her and telling her about her difficulties. The third Hokage didn't believe that he couldn't fool her with his eloquence. The Second Ninja War was on the verge of breaking out, and Tsunade had to be appeased at this critical juncture. If she gave up, the ninjas of the Senju clan might have to go against him, the Hokage. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even though the Senju clan is already in name only, the third Hokage is still afraid of that heritage. The third Hokage turned to look at the timid Uzumaki Kushina with a kind and amiable smile. "You must be Kushina, I am the third generation grandfather, and I will arrange a residence permit and accommodation for you now." When he was still trying to get closer to Kushina, Tsunade interrupted him. "I will take Kushina to the Senju clan's base. Grandma will teach you. You don't need to worry about this," Tsunade said coldly, and then pulled Kushina away without looking back. Tsunade knew the ability of the third generation to bewitch, and didn't want Kushina to have too much contact with him. Looking at Tsunade and Kushina leaving, the third generation's face immediately darkened. Tsunade's anger will not go away for a while, and this time there are so many Senju clan ninjas coming back. How does Danzo do things? He can't even handle such a small matter. The third generation smoked his pipe and cursed Danzo in his heart. But he had just taken 2 puffs of cigarettes to relieve his depression, and the door that had just been closed opened with a bang. Cough, cough, cough. The Sandai almost fell off his chair after choking. He quickly looked up and thought it was Tsunade who had returned. But the image of Uchiha Shien and Uzumaki Kanako instantly appeared in his vision. "Hey! Old man Sandai!" Uchiha Shien greeted Sandai enthusiastically. "Uchiha Shien! Is this a member of the Uzumaki clan?" The third generation looked at the returning Uchiha Shien in surprise, and then glanced at Uzumaki Kanako who was with him. The iconic red hair made it easy to recognize that she was from the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Shien said with the words he had prepared long ago, "Isn't there a Uzumaki rescue mission? Unfortunately, I couldn't catch up with Tsunade's team, and when I arrived, the Uzumaki country had already fallen. Later, I accidentally found Kanako on the edge of the battlefield, so I brought her back. I guess I have completed the mission, old man third generation, just tell me how much money you can give me." Uchiha Shien's words can be said to be well reasoned. Before, the third generation was still suspicious. Why did Uchiha Shien also accept this mission to go to the Whirlpool country? Is it some intention of the Uchiha clan? Now the third generation seriously suspects that Uchiha Shien just wants to take the mission to cheat money. "You kid probably just wandered around the border for a few times, and by chance you really saved a member of the Whirlpool clan. I haven't settled accounts with you for taking advantage of the privileges of the Uchiha clan and accepting S-level missions across levels. It's a pity that the third generation did not mention the topic of accepting missions across levels in the end. He wanted to leave a good impression on Uchiha Shien. After all, he is Uchiha Shien's master. The third generation is still very generous to the people on his side. And another problem is that the third generation doesn't want to embarrass the Uchiha clan now. As the war gradually ignited, the status of the Uchiha clan in Konoha also rose. The reason is only one: Konoha now needs the ninjas of the Uchiha clan to go to the battlefield. At this critical moment, the Sandai gave face to the Uchiha clan and tried to please them so that they would not harbor rifts against Konoha. When Uchiha Shien proposed to let Uzumaki Kanako follow him, the Sandai glanced meaningfully at Kanako, who was like a little follower. How could he not see that this Uzumaki Kanako must like Uchiha Shien? You kid, you even kidnapped a young wife back. The speechless Sandai immediately approved Uchiha Shien's idea. Seeing Uzumaki Kanako's admiring look on her face, why not do it if the Sandai could save some money on settling in? After giving Uchiha Shien a bounty and recording his identity, the Sandai asked Uchiha Shien to take Kanako and leave quickly. Not long after Uchiha Shien went downstairs, Tsunade, who was waiting for him at the door of the Hokage building, also stopped him. You kid actually went to the land of whirlpools, how come I didn't see you there? Tsunade wanted to grab Uchiha Shien's ears and teach him a lesson and not do such dangerous things. But thinking of Uchiha Shien's temper, Tsunade didn't dare to reach out her hand. Her apprentice had been disobedient many times, and he had teased her master before and acted as if nothing had happened. If she really started fighting with Uchiha Shien, who knew what this guy would do to her? Facing Tsunade's well-intentioned rebuke, Uchiha Shien smiled back. After all, Tsunade, you are my teacher, right? Going on a mission alone without telling me is not in line with your identity as a teacher. His sincere response and serious expression made Tsunade speechless for a moment. Tsunade could see and hear that Uchiha Shien really cared about her. And in the entire Konoha village, how many people can care about her? Tsunade was moved, and her tone softened involuntarily. She immediately changing the subject, he asked, where were you on the battlefield? Could it be that you were the one who caused the internal strife among the ninjas? Tsunade quickly thought of the news of the internal strife among the ninja coalition. She was sure that she didn't cause it, because her men had exhausted their energy just to resist the enemy's offensive. They simply couldn't spare any manpower to go inside the enemy to cause damage. Combining what Uchiha Shien said, Tsunade guessed that it must have been his doing. Uchiha Shien naturally did not deny it, and at the same time, he inadvertently made a hushing expression to Uzumaki Kushina behind Tsunade. Uzumaki Kushina noticed this action, and her big eyes were staring straight at Uchiha Shien. Chapter 25. As the granddaughter of the head of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina has mastered the Kagura Heart's Eye since she was a child. She had sensed and recorded Uchiha Shien's chakra fluctuations before. She recognized Uchiha Shien in front of her the moment he appeared. He was the Uchiha who saved them. After experiencing the destruction of the Whirlpool country and being hunted down, Kushina's personality has become much more mature. Seeing the action made by Uchiha Shien, she immediately stopped the idea of recognizing him. She immediately set her eyes on Kanako, and a long-lost bright smile appeared on her face. Kanako, I didn't expect to see you here. Kushina, it's you. They called out each other's names, and then hugged and cried. Uzumaki Kanako and Uzumaki Kushina were good friends. And the blood of their Uzumaki clan was the purest and noblest. Seeing that they knew each other, Tsunade and Uchiha Shien tacitly did not disturb them. The four of them walked and talked, preparing to find a restaurant to have a good meal first. Not long after they left, Zhang came to the Hokage building with a gloomy face. Denzo, you disappoint me, the operation over there failed, right? As soon as he entered the Hokage's office, the third Hokage asked in a deep voice with a dark face. Denzo had no words to say, so he could only nod and explain it did fail, but this was not due to my plan, but an unexpected change. The route I sent encountered an attack by an unknown force. A total of 45 people went, and only 5 came back. They brought back news that it was because of an Uchiha ninja who could use Amaterasu that obstructed their actions. Hearing what Denzo said, the third Hokage frowned immediately. Are you sure it's an Uchiha ninja? The image of Uchiha Shien flashed through the mind of the third generation, but it was quickly erased. A kid who just opened the double Megatama Sharingan and graduated from the ninja school not long ago, he has nothing to do with the eye technique of Amaterasu. They also have information about the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha who can use the eye technique of Amaterasu must have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Facing the third generation's repeated questioning, Danzo hesitated. According to the information from the root, it is impossible to determine whether it is Amaterasu. A root member was hit by the black flame in the team, but the black flame eventually extinguished. I can only judge that it is a black flame fire escape similar to Amaterasu. So, that person is probably not an Uchiha, but someone has framed him. On the Uchiha side, the Anbu sent by the third generation were always monitoring them. Besides, the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan were completely unrelated, so it was impossible for them to send a powerful ninja like the Mangekyo Sharingan. The shrewd third generation quickly thought of it. Someone might have deliberately pushed the incident onto the Uchiha clan. Now that the borders of various countries have been crossed, it is possible that other countries have framed them and wanted to use this as an excuse to besiege Konoha. Danzo also agreed with the third generation's idea. His root organization was monitoring the important members of the Uchiha clan almost 24 hours a day. It was impossible for the other party to send people to the Uzumaki country, which was completely against common sense. There is good news. When other ninja villages attacked the Whirlpool country, their ninjas suffered heavy losses. Many Jonin and Chunin died there, and their bodies turned into ashes. It is estimated that at least 50 Chunin and 10 Jonin died there. The third generation's eyes lit up when he heard this. Good. This is good news. The standard for measuring the strength of a ninja village is the number of Jonin and Chunin in the village. Even in Konoha, which has the strongest overall strength, the number of Jonin does not exceed 300. The death of more than 10 Jonin is a serious blow to Konoha. For other weaker ninja villages, it is definitely a huge loss. Don't investigate the Whirlpool country for now, and focus on the battlefield. The Hidden Rain village recently introduced a new character, Hanzo. Danzo, go investigate him carefully. Now we have the most serious friction with the Sand Village, you should know what to do, right? The third generation showed the spirit of a ninja hero, and discussed the matters of this ninja war with Danzo in a light voice. The war is imminent, and many trivial matters can no longer be investigated. At present, all energy should be put into this upcoming ninja war. The desire of the Rain Village to attack is getting stronger and stronger. They seem to have grasped that because of the First Ninja World War, various ninja villages are still recuperating. From the information brought back by the Anbu, the Rain Village led by Hanzo has the intention to attack the Iron Kingdom. While preparations for the war were being carried out intensively here, Uchiha Shien and Tsunade parted ways, and each took people back to their family's residence. Uzumaki Kanako, who followed Uchiha Shien, timidly observed the surrounding environment. Now Uchiha Shien is her only support, and all she can do is follow his footsteps closely. After returning to the residence, Uchiha Shien first brought Uzumaki Kanako to the mansion where he lived. Kanako, from now on this is also your home, you should get familiar with it first. I have to go to the Elders' Hall to do something, and I will be back soon. Uchiha Shien touched Kanako's head and calmed her frightened heart. Kanako nodded obediently, watched Uchiha Shien leave, and then observed the whole house. Master Shien's kitchen, and bedroom, and the clothes he just changed. Looking at the pants and shirts placed randomly, Kanako picked them up, sniffed the smell on them, and fell head first on the soft big bed. Her originally panicked heart was filled with a sense of security, which was the sense of security that Uchiha Shien brought her. Before she could enjoy it for a moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the bedroom. Kanako, who sensed someone's appearance, immediately looked up and saw a beautiful girl staring at her. The Scarlet Sharingan showed her identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. Who are you? Why are you in Suinjun's house? Uchiha Mikoto stared at Kanako in front of her, and even more at the clothes of Uchiha Shien in her hands. This room was tidied by her every day after Uchiha Shien left. The presence of Uchiha Shien's clothes meant that he had returned. But the strange little loli in front of her made Mikoto full of vigilance. Kanako was frightened by Uchiha Mikoto's expression and tone, and curled up and replied cautiously, I am from the Uzumaki clan who came back with Lord Xian. Ah? Uzumaki clan, what are you doing with Suinjun's clothes? Uchiha Mikoto's cold arrogance gradually subsided. But her eyes were still fixed on the clothes in Kanako's hands. P.S. I ask for flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, and collections every day. Chapter 26. Hearing Uchiha Mikoto's question, Kanako's face flushed immediately, and she said with evasive eyes, I'm going to wash it, who are you? It seems that Kanako spoke more confidently when she thought of Uchiha Xian. Uchiha Mikoto snorted coldly and said proudly, I am Uchiha Mikoto, Suinjun's future wife. If Suinjun's clothes need to be washed, I should wash them. After that, Uchiha Mikoto went up and took away Uchiha Xian's clothes. Hearing Mikoto say this, Uzumaki Kanako's momentum instantly waned. She didn't hear from Uchiha Xian that he had a fiancé. But seeing Uchiha Mikoto's confident appearance, Kanako couldn't help but believe it. And seeing Kanako's timid appearance, Uchiha Mikoto suddenly felt that her tone seemed too heavy. Her heart softened, and she took Uchiha Xian's clothes in her hands and asked about Kanako's affairs. Facing Uchiha Mikoto's question, Kanako did not hide anything, but slowly told everything that happened. While the two of them were chatting, Uchiha Xian saw Uchiha Shinji, who was in high spirits. Ever since Uchiha Mikoto grew to have 3 Megatama Sharingan, he has been in a very good mood. Before the Uchiha clan opened their eyes, they looked at their talent in ninjutsu. But after opening their eyes, this is not a criterion at all. No matter how talented they are in ninjutsu, the treatment after opening their eyes must be the highest. The fundamental reason is that the more Megatama a Sharingan has, the higher its own talent will be. Uchiha Mikoto, who opened 3 Megatama, was initially just an ordinary genin. In less than a month, relying on the 3 Megatama Sharingan, her strength has reached that of a Chunin. Seeing the returning Uchiha Xian, Uchiha Shinji was also in a very good mood. Xiao Xian, you are back safely. Next time you take on a mission beyond your level or leave the village on your own initiative, you should inform us in advance. Going to such a dangerous place like Whirlpool Country, we can also arrange a few Uchiha clan members to protect you. Uchiha Shinji said the most doting words in a slightly stern tone. Uchiha Xian shook his head and smiled softly. Grandpa Shinji, I know how to deal with these things, and this time I went to Whirlpool Country without gaining anything. While speaking, Uchiha Xian's eyes showed the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and he took the initiative to expose part of his strength. Seeing his 3 Magatama Sharingan, Uchiha Shinji's eyes widened. He immediately glanced around, and then asked 2 confidants to close the door. When they were the only 2 left in the hall, Uchiha Shinji whispered, Xiao Xian, when did you open the 3 Magatama Sharingan? When participating in the Battle of Whirlpool Country, it was opened by accident. Uchiha Xian, who found a good reason, answered fluently. Uchiha Shinji was full of emotion and felt that he had lived a dog's life. When he was Uchiha Xian's age, he only opened a Megatama Sharingan. This also shows that Uchiha Xian's talent in Sharingan is far superior to theirs. It can be said that Uchiha Xian has a high probability of opening the rare Mangekyo Sharingan in the clan in the future. Don't expose this matter, Xiao Xian. At least keep it secret for a few years. Now that Konoha village has entered a state of war, you will be easily targeted. Uchiha Xian can understand Uchiha Shinji's concerns. He showed the 3 Megatama Sharingan this time, in fact, it was mainly to show his own talent. At the same time, it was also to make Uchiha Shinji more accommodating to himself and give him more power in the Uchiha clan. Grandpa Shinji, I know my situation clearly and I have confidence in myself. This time I came here to tell you that I brought back a girl from the Uzumaki clan from the land of whirlpools. Even if she cannot become a member of the Uchiha clan, I hope she can follow me and come in and out of the Uchiha base freely. When Uchiha Shien mentioned Uzumaki Kanako, he deliberately concealed the fact that the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques were involved. After all, whether it was the Kagura Heart's Eye or the Vajra Seal, it was basically impossible for anyone other than the Uzumaki clan to learn them. This idea of accommodating an outsider really made Uchiha Shinji feel a little embarrassed. But thinking that this was something that Uchiha Shien had taken the initiative to propose, Elder Shinji hesitated for a moment and still nodded in agreement. Granting the Uzumaki girl the status of a member of the Uchiha clan is definitely not an option, unless she marries you. I can approve a temporary entry and exit status. Although the Uchiha clan basically intermarries, it is not uncommon for people to marry outside the clan. Therefore, the Uchiha clan has specially created such a temporary member status to deal with those people. For the Uchiha members, those temporary members are outsiders after all, and are not well received by the people in the clan. And Uchiha Shien didn't want Kanako to have a good relationship with the Uchiha people. That group of arrogant and extreme guys would also become bad-tempered if they had a relationship with them. There are very few Uchiha members with good personalities like Uchiha Shinji and Uchiha Mikoto. After dealing with Uzumaki Kanako's affairs, Uchiha Shien asked Elder Shinji for some secret medicines needed to strengthen the body and more advanced fire escape ninjutsu. To really strengthen the physique, not only does it require high-intensity training, but it also requires nourishment from nutrition and secret medicine. Otherwise, excessive training will only leave hidden injuries to the body. Therefore, for ordinary civilian ninjas, if you don't have a talent for ninjutsu, you can basically be sentenced to death. And for Uchiha Shien's request, Uchiha Shinji naturally agreed. He was also afraid that Uchiha Shien's request was not enough, so he specially allocated a part of the living expenses, and especially took out the Chakra Samurai sword forged by the Uchiha clan. This Chakra Samurai sword forged from a special alloy is much stronger than that of the outside world. The conductivity of Chakra is also unique, several times better than that sold in ordinary blacksmith shops. Uchiha Shien did not reject the kindness of Elder Shinji, and he also had the confidence to live up to his investment in himself. I have to make plans for the future. Before I have to join the war, I have to have the strength of a cage. I have to learn the sealing techniques given by the Uzumaki clan and the fire ninjutsu given by Elder Shinji. I have to learn the essence of the 6 styles, and use the characteristics of the lightning chakra mode that can temper the body to improve my physical strength. On the way home, Uchiha Shien roughly planned what he would do next. When he noticed the extra shoes at the door, Uchiha Shien couldn't help but feel a little panic in his heart. Could Mikoto be here? I hope she doesn't quarrel with Kanako. The nervous Uchiha Shien slowly opened the door, and then the scene of Uchiha Mikoto and Kanako chatting happily on the sofa in the living room came into view. Chapter 27. Shien Jun. Master Shien. Seeing Uchiha Shien's figure, Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kanako, who were chatting, shouted at the first time. Uchiha. Shien's expression was a little awkward, and it seemed that the two of them had a good relationship. After understanding each other, Uchiha Shien breathed a sigh of relief. After Uchiha Mikoto learned about Kanako's experience, her pity was overflowing. The original hostility towards the vixen disappeared instantly, replaced by care and love. After Uchiha Shien came back, the two of them left Uchiha Shien in the living room to watch TV for a while, and went to the kitchen to cook dinner while chatting with each other. There are not many programs in Konoha village, and the TV is now broadcasting information about the war. This caused Uchiha Shien's mind to be focused on the two women in the kitchen. I overheard that what they were talking about was very normal, and there was no open or secret struggle. After that, Uchiha Shien heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had the idea of taking over the big and small ones, he didn't dare to directly propose this idea at present. The Uchiha clan was prone to extreme personalities, and Uchiha Mikoto had even opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan before. Uchiha. Xian was afraid that she would become a yandere secretly, and if he showed that intention to Kanako, Uchiha Mikoto would attack her. As for whether Uchiha Mikoto would attack him, Uchiha Xian didn't worry about it. The main thing was that her combat power was poor, and she was not afraid at all. If he really fought, he could do the opposite and tie Mikoto up and make her into a flannel ball. But Kanako didn't have his strength. If she was targeted by Mikoto, it would be quite dangerous. With such concerns, 2 years passed in a flash. During these 2 years, Uchiha Xian went to the Senju clan almost every day. She visited the garrison and cultivated a relationship with Kushina. Kushina also graduated from the Ninja Academy and became Tsunade's apprentice. Now the Second Ninja World War has officially begun. Even if the Uchiha clan is dragging it out, under the influence of Uchiha Toyama's faction and the request of Konoha village, Uchiha Xian was also included in the ranks of participating in the war. Kushina and Kanako can be said to be exceptions. Kushina is a candidate for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and in order to protect her safety, she will not be sent. Kanako is a refugee of the Uzumaki clan and has no obligation to go to the battlefield. However, under the training of Uchiha Xian, in addition to being a personal maid, her strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. The Uzumaki clan itself has a terrifying amount of chakra, and she is very good at sealing techniques and Kagura's mind's eye. In terms of strength alone, she can be considered special. Jonin. It means that in terms of chakra volume and sealing strength, she can be on par with the Jonin. In other aspects, Uzumaki Kanako's strength is average. Uchiha Xian did not try to teach her physical skills. Mikoto and Tsunade learned all 6 styles, but Kanako only learned the finger gun and moon step. Uchiha Xian learned the secret of the 6 styles, life return, and can freely control the body, hair, and internal organs. As long as he puts his consciousness into it, he can freely control any place. Even if he only uses physical skills, he can beat a Jonin. In the past 2 years, Uchiha Xian has not used the pupil technique of his left eye to materialize new ninjutsu. He used Vajra Seal as a carrier and used the unknown portrayal for the first time. The result is that Vajra Seal itself has not changed, but it can be materialized on Susanoo as a weapon. And his other unknown portrayal was placed on Kagura Heart Eye. The advanced Kagura Heart Eye Heart Net is much stronger than before. It is not only a simple perception aid to sense nearby movements in advance, but can also be used in combat to sense attacks, predict the opponent's next move, and sense the strength of creatures. Kagura's Heart's Eyes, Heart Net doesn't even require chakra consumption, but can be used as a permanent ability. The only consumption is the need to concentrate mental energy, and the physical consumption will also be a bit higher. After realizing that this reincarnation, reflection was completely unpredictable, Uchiha Xian did not recklessly construct all the ninjutsu he knew. Even if he had the body of an Uzumaki sage, he couldn't withstand such a waste of pupil power. And Uchiha Xian did not perform too many bloodline limits of reincarnation, reflection. He also created more of the Chidori based on his own memories. On the one hand, he might not be able to use them all for a while because there were too many but not perfect techniques, and on the other hand, it was a huge burden on his pupil power and body functions. Even if he could recover some of his pupil power by absorbing the vitality and chakra of the ninja, it would cost too many lives. A situation like the Battle of the Land of Whirlpools would be hard to happen unless there was the Second Ninja World War. Uchiha Xian did not want to consume his pupil power too much and become half-blind. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Uchiha Xian made the final reincarnation portrait, which was to materialize wood release. However, this wood release was indeed different from the first generation's destructive wood release in his impression. The strength of his wood release technique cannot be said to be too weak, but it can only be. It's just so-so. It's about the same level as the future Orochimaru's experimental subject Yamato, and the wood release he uses is at a similar level. It's more than enough to deal with a Jonin, but it's not enough to deal with a cage of the same level. At present, the biggest function of this wood release is probably to contain the enemy, and to be able to build a house to live in whenever he goes out without having to sleep in the open. If he had known that it would be this strong, he might as well use the rest of his eye power to materialize other bloodline limits. Later, he focused on training in ninjutsu and taijutsu. And his biggest gain in the past 2 years, in addition to this body that has been tempered like steel, is that his strength has officially stepped into the level of kage. His chakra volume is at least at the level of 3 third generations. If he is given a few more years, it won't be a problem for him to become a super kage. Wood release must at least wait until yang release is developed, then its power can reach the level of Hashirama Senju. The pupil power of my left eye has been consumed too much, and I just need many lives to fill it up for me. Although he has the body of Uzumaki Sage to support him, his left eye has no problem with vision and body functions so far. However, the consumption of pupil power is extremely difficult to replenish. Even if he kills hundreds of ordinary beasts, it is not as useful as absorbing a jonin. This time, it is also an opportunity for him to take the initiative to follow Tsunade to the battlefield. Uchiha Shien can remember the fact that he made a lot of money in the Battle of Whirlpool Country 2 years ago. Compared with Uchiha Shien's excitement, Uzumaki Kanako is in a very low mood. Uchiha Mikoto can at least go with him, but she can't go to the battlefield. Uzumaki Kanako feels uncomfortable when she thinks of the days without Uchiha Shien. The night before Uchiha Shien left, when he was lying in the bathtub to relax, Kanako, wearing a thin bath towel, stepped into the bathroom. Chapter 28. Kanako's appearance made Uchiha Shien sit up immediately. Although his relationship with Kanako has been cultivated for the past 2 years, the number of times they took a bath together was very few. The main reason was that Uchiha Mikoto basically lived in his house, and Uchiha Shien was afraid of a fire in the backyard if he cheated in front of her. Moreover, at Kanako's age, Uchiha Shien wanted to do something to her, but he was powerless. He was already capable at present. The secret life return learned from the Great Six Styles allowed him to freely control every muscle in his body. He also worked hard on his physique in the past 2 years. Although he was only 12 years old, his height of 1.7 meters and strong muscles were no different from those of a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Tsunade dared to take him to drink before, but Tsunade has been avoiding him recently. It should be because of one time, after the two of them drank together, he hugged Tsunade and let himself go. He didn't want to drink alone in a private room with only the two of them. When everyone gets angry, I eat a piece of tofu and abalone, and you eat a boiled radish or something. It's understandable that you can calm down by this. This is not to break the window paper yet, is there any need to be so afraid of me? When Uchiha Shien was lying in the bathtub, Uzumaki Kanako had already come to the bathtub. The thin bath towel wrapped her delicate body, and the soft material outlined her petite figure, like a shy flower. Looking at Uzumaki Kanako so close, Uchiha Shien could smell the seductive fragrance she exuded. Uzumaki Kanako pursed her lips shyly, her eyebrows were full of affection, and she whispered, "Young master, let Kanako help you wipe your back." Because she had always called herself Master Shien before, but he was only 2 years older than Kanako. Later, Uzumaki Kanako learned about the struggle between the two factions of the Uchiha clan and the status of Uchiha Mikoto, so she changed to Young Master. She felt that Uchiha Shien would definitely inherit the power of Mikoto's faction, and both his status and title needed to be noble. And she also brought her identity into the position of Uchiha Shien's servant. Uchiha Shien couldn't resist her, and later got used to her calling him that. But now she used a slightly trembling tone to address him, and the soft and lingering tone really made his bones numb. Uchiha Shien wanted to get up and come down, but was immediately stopped by Uzumaki Kanako. "Let me come in and help you rub your back and shoulders. You don't need to come down. Young master, you will be leaving with Sister Mikoto and Lady Tsunade tomorrow. Please allow me to make such an offensive request. Uzumaki Kanako's voice was very soft, and her pink lips pressed against Uchiha Xian's ear. The warm breath and the unique milky fragrance on her body made Uchiha Xian nod at the same time. Both the big and the small, at this moment, they all agreed on the idea. Seeing Uchiha Xian sitting down obediently, Uzumaki Kanako's face suddenly raised a sweet smile. However, the shame on her face did not diminish, but she mustered up the courage to take a step forward. As if she felt too shy, she hugged the bath towel on her body a little tighter. But as she moved even after the action, the bath towel still slipped slightly, revealing slender shoulders and jade-like skin. Although she does not have the majestic and extreme oppression and charm of Tsunade, this petite and lovely picture is also heart-beating. After entering the water, Uzumaki Kanako stayed on Uchiha Xian's back for a long time. Then she stretched out her delicate and white hands with all her strength, and tried to do what she could. During this process, Uzumaki Kanako said firmly, "Next, I will study harder, and try to help you, young master, in the future. Actually, you have done very well now. But if you really want to help, I will teach you something more profound." Uchiha Xian, who was pinched by Uzumaki Kanako, became angry and turned around. Kanako was caught off guard and suddenly felt that the water temperature seemed to have increased. No, it seemed that the water temperature in the area had become extremely hot. "Kanako, I need you to do me a very important favor now, are you willing to do it?" "No, no problem, young master, what should I do?" Kanako, who was concerned about what was so hot, responded immediately after hearing Uchiha Xian's voice. Seeing her so simple and innocent, Uchiha Xian felt full of guilt. But this guilt made Uchiha Xian feel extremely excited. The bathing time was prolonged a lot, and later Uchiha Xian put Kanako on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Noticing the stains at the corners of her mouth, Uchiha Xian skillfully took out a tissue and wiped it off. Kanako drank a full cup of warm milk today, and seeing that she was sleeping so soundly, Uchiha Xian had no intention of disturbing her any further. "Fortunately, I know life return and iron block, otherwise I really can't bear it. Next time I have to teach Kanako, let her be as proficient as possible." Uchiha Xian, who was muttering in his heart, carefully returned to his bedroom. Seeing that Mikoto was not there, he was relieved. It seems that Mikoto did not come to his place tonight because she had to leave tomorrow. No wonder Kanako was so bold today, it seems that she also seized the opportunity. To deal with this troublemaker, the process of using carrot and stick to give her was indeed correct. Seeing this, Uchiha Xian simply did not sleep in his bedroom, and returned to Kanako's bedroom with ease. He got into the warm bed and hugged Kanako, who was as cute as a doll. Kanako fell asleep immediately after hugging the loving and soft Kanako. If she didn't hug someone now, she wouldn't be able to sleep well that night. Kanako slightly opened her sleepy eyes, and after seeing Uchiha Xian in front of her, she twisted her body and curled up in his arms. The next morning, Uchiha Mikoto came to Uchiha Xian's house early. Seeing Uchiha Xian and Uzumaki Kanako sleeping in each other's arms, she frowned slightly but finally showed a kind smile. Perhaps it was because of the 2 years of getting along with each other, she gradually accepted Kanako's existence. After all, in their situation, "Mikoto, I haven't seen it before. It's time to wake up, both of you." She patted the two of them gently to wake them up. Uzumaki Kanako woke up immediately after hearing Mikoto's voice. She realized that she was held in Uchiha Xian's arms, and when she saw Mikoto's smiling face, she suddenly felt like she was caught cheating. "Young master, wake up, Miss Mikoto is here." Uzumaki Kanako also pushed Uchiha Xian hastily. Uchiha Xian, who didn't want to face reality, had to face it after the quarrel between the two. Noticing that Uchiha Mikoto seemed to be in a good mood, he was slightly relieved. In addition to breakfast, Uchiha Mikoto didn't talk about their affairs, and delved into what happened last night when she was away. Mikoto, who had done her homework yesterday, told Uchiha Shien which battlefield they estimated to go to. P.S. Asking for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets. Chapter 29. A year ago, when there was a lot of friction between the various ninja villages, the leader of the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo, emerged as a new force and declared war on the Iron Country, Sand Village, and Konoha in turn. The Hidden Rain village ninjas led by him took nearly half a year to capture nearly half of the territory of the Iron Country. After becoming famous in one battle, Hanzo launched a war against Sand Village. However, his poison, which was always effective on the battlefield, was cracked by Cho of the Hidden Sand Village. This forced Hanzo to retreat. The Hidden Rain village was not as good as the Hidden Sand village in terms of overall strength. Now, Hanzo turned to attack us again. The Hidden Sand village was also harassing the ninjas of Konoha at the border. As for the other ninja villages, although they had their own battles, they had not yet involved Konoha. Suinjun, the battlefield we are going to is probably the Rain Country, and now we are in a hurry to let teacher Tsunade go. I am afraid that the toxins released by Hanzo made the Konoha ninjas on the front line miserable. I guess I will be a medical ninja after I go there, and I will not face too much danger to my life. But Suinjun, you will definitely be sent to the front line, so you must be careful. Uchiha Mikoto explained the current battle situation and analyzed the interests involved to Uchiha Shien. What she is most worried about now is Uchiha Shien. Even though she knows that Uchiha Shien is very strong, she is just worried, and she doesn't need a reason to worry. Uchiha Shien, who has also collected some war information, after listening to Uchiha Mikoto's explanation, also understood the battle he will face next. He nodded to Mikoto, and said seriously, "Don't worry, Mikoto, I won't die, you can rest assured about this, wait until I come back next time." Uchiha Shien glanced at the bathroom and smiled at Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto understood instantly, her face slightly flushed, but she nodded seriously. After a brief discussion, after leaving Kanako to look after the house, Uchiha Shien and Uchiha Mikoto set off together. When they arrived at the destination, they saw Tsunade wearing Konoha's ninja uniform. This capable and heroic dress was completely different from Tsunade's previous appearance. However, her plump figure curves could not be covered by the ninja uniform with a vest and protective gear. Uchiha Shien could see that Tsunade's size was not right today. It's smaller. Is it because he's tied up, or is there a steel plate blocking his chest? Uchiha Shien stared at Tsunade, wondering in his heart. Tsunade, who was stared at by him, instinctively turned away her beautiful face and bit her pink lips. On her fair skin, a shy blush appeared involuntarily. Uchiha Shien has changed too much in the past 2 years. He is not a 12-year-old child. Even though Tsunade has never seen other people's strong body and outrageous size, she is sure that it is definitely beyond the size of her peers, just like her most proud treasure. It's all because of his exaggerated growth. She asked him to drink and play some time ago. That's how the scene turned out. I haven't had a boyfriend since I was a child. I can't blame her for being suppressed for so long and becoming like that. This matter must not be known to other people, otherwise I will definitely be arrested for child molestation. It seemed that she still felt something strange on her lips, and Tsunade's slender fingertips couldn't help but touch her lips lightly. Looking at Tsunade, who was standing there like a peach blossom, Uchiha Mikoto smelled a different scent. But she didn't think much about it, and called softly, Teacher Tsunade, shouldn't we set off?" "Oh well, let's go, the team is already at the entrance of the village." Tsunade suddenly came back to her senses and quickly agreed nervously. Then she glanced at Uchiha Shien from time to time, while talking about the place they were going to this time. Just as Uchiha Mikoto analyzed before, the battlefield they were going to was the Rain Country. The Sand Village actually fought with Konoha, but there was the famous Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo as the commander. Therefore, combat power like Tsunade was assigned to the Rain Country. According to the tactics of the third Hokage, he first let Hitaki Sakumo hold on to the Sand Village. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were the commanders of the Rain Country. The main force of the country repelled the offensive of the hidden Rain Village, and then went to support Hitaki Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo's swordsmanship is very restrained against the puppetry of the hidden Sand Village. And Tsunade, as a medical expert, can also come to break the poison of the salamander Hanzo. It can be said that the battlefields of the two sides are completely in a restrained situation. According to the analysis of the battle situation and the prediction of the direction of the war by the third generation, such tactical allocation is the safest. In the final analysis, except for Hanzo of the Salamander, the strength of the entire ninja village of the Hidden Rain Village is not worth mentioning. But Uchiha Shien knew very well that the third generation had underestimated the personal strength of Hanzo of the Salamander. Although it has not reached the point in the future where the cage level is worse than a dog, the super cage runs around everywhere, and the ninjas below them are not even cannon fodder. But Hanzo of the Salamander can really influence the situation of the battle with his own poison. Knowing the future direction, Uchiha Shien thought about how to maximize his own interests and minimize losses. Taking care of Mikoto, Tsunade and his own safety must be put first. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shien leaned to Tsunade and gently hooked her finger. Tsunade, who was advancing with the large army, was startled by this sudden action. She rolled her eyes at Uchiha Shien with affection and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing? We are going to the front line." Tsunade's warning was very severe, but her little hand did not resist. At this time, Uchiha Shien naturally did not tease his big and good teacher, but said, "Tsunade, how is your yin seal developed?" "Oh, yin seal." Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Uchiha Shien wanted to ask this. When she escorted the Uzumaki clan before, she also received their gifts. Although she could not learn sealing techniques such as Vajra seal, she was interested in the principles behind it. Uchiha Shien also took the initiative to communicate with her about this matter, and guided her to develop the yin seal openly and secretly. After his guidance, Tsunade also began to try to develop it. However, it is conceivable how difficult it is to create a new ninjutsu out of nothing, and it is the most niche sealing technique. Fortunately, with the cooperation of Uchiha Shien in the development, Tsunade's progress is not slow. She gently hooked up the forehead protector she was wearing with her fingertips, revealing the diamond mark between her white eyebrows. The development is basically completed, but there are still some small areas that need fine-tuning. "Shien, your idea is fine. As long as the output frequency and stability of the stored chakra are controlled, the body's functions can be kept at their peak." When talking about the yin seal, Tsunade couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 30. The yin seal has another benefit, which is that it can make micro-adjustments to the body to achieve the effect of maintaining youth. Although she is still very young and is very confident about her appearance and figure, who can guarantee the future? Being able to maintain a youthful appearance is more important to a woman than strength. This confidence that she will not age with time allows her to stand up straight in front of Uchiha Shien. The vague concern in her heart about a child being crushed by a big car also dissipated with the completion of the development of the yin seal. When Uchiha Shien heard that Tsunade had completed the development, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Yin seal, an S-level medical seal, is absolutely powerful. Uchiha Shien also wants to try using his left eye to perform soul transformation and reflection in the future. After obtaining the yin seal, you can ask Tsunade to take you to the Slug Sage Whetbone Forest to see if you can cultivate into the Sage mode. In fact, he wanted to go to Miyaboka Mountain and Ryokai Cave once, and learn the 3 different Sage modes. He hadn't mentioned it before, mainly because he felt that he was not strong enough, but now he has the confidence and strength to learn it. These thoughts were fleeting, and his subsequent actions would have to wait until the end of the war. Uchiha Shien followed Tsunade all the way, and listened to her oral instructions and began to learn the yin seal bit by bit. When the team was halfway through the journey and set up camp to rest at night, Uchiha Xian had already learned the yin seal. He did not condense the yin seal in a conspicuous place like the center of his eyebrows. Mobilizing the chakra in his body to gather together, in a moment, a black Megatama pattern appeared behind his right shoulder. A steady stream of chakra gathered into the Megatama, filling it completely. Uchiha Xian, who sat down to refine and restore chakra, smiled immediately on his face. The yin seal can regulate one's own body functions, and can also be used as energy later. Something like an extra blue bar is not a loss no matter how you look at it. Suanjun, your learning ability is so amazing. Looking at Uchiha Xian who had already stood up, Mikoto next to him was sure that he had already learned the yin seal. As for her, even with Tsunade's personal teaching, she still couldn't get started. After she opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, her talent, learning ability, etc. were enhanced by more than several times, but she still couldn't be compared with Uchiha Xian. Don't compare yourself to that little monster. There's nothing normal about him. Tsunade sat beside Mikoto, rolled her eyes at Uchiha Xian and then agreed. When she said that, Mikoto's face also turned pink. After all, she had lived with Uchiha Xian for the past 2 years, and she had witnessed his growth and size. Moreover, Uchiha Xian was not bad, and asked her to help. From the initial awkwardness to proficiency, she had suffered a lot. Thinking about it, Mikoto looked at Tsunade beside her with envy. After observing closely, the magnificent size really made her envious. If she were to grow for a while, she would be able to achieve the achievement of adding fuel to the flames in Suanjun's mouth. While they were chatting, Uchiha Xian suddenly stopped refining chakra and looked at the forest on the left vigilantly. To be precise, he was not looking, but Kagura Heart-Eye Heart-Net, and sensed that a team was attacking this side. The other party came secretly and did not seem to be a friendly force coming to support. Since they had not met formally yet, Uchiha Xian could not detect whether the other party's emotions were malicious or kind. A 5-man ninja team is approaching. Do we have support? Uchiha Xian suddenly asked Tsunade, who was leading the team. Tsunade was the leader of the 30-man team. Hearing Uchiha Xian say that he sensed the approach of an unknown ninja, Tsunade was stunned and looked at the sensing ninja in the team. The other party was also confused. He didn't sense anything. They are 20 kilometers away and heading this way. It's normal that you can't sense them. 20 kilometers? Is that true? Seeing Uchiha Xian's serious expression, the perception ninja frowned. He had never heard of any perception ninjutsu that could not only sense the opponent's whereabouts but also find out the number of opponents at such a long distance. But the relationship between Uchiha Xian and Tsunade was known to everyone in Konoha village. The perception ninja did not dare to mock or refute, but only lowered his head and said just like what Lord Uchiha Xian said, I didn't sense anything. We have support, but not at this location. Recently, there has been intelligence that there have been occasional attacks on teams heading to the land of rain. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and spoke in a deep voice. Her words basically set the tone for the matter. The ninjas who were originally resting immediately organized their actions. Following the instructions of Uchiha Xian and Tsunade, a ninja team was separated to start hunting down the strange ninjas coming in this direction. However, the 4 Konoha ninjas who followed Uchiha Xian had more or less unhappy expressions on their faces. Konoha village's current resistance to the Uchiha clan cannot be said to be very severe, but it is not easy to deal with. After all, the Uchiha clan is now working in the Konoha police department. The job is similar to that of an urban management officer, which is annoying. Moreover, the tempers of the Uchiha clan members are worse than each other. In the eyes of most people, the image of the Uchiha people is not very good. Now they were all ready to rest, but they were called up to act again, which made people feel uncomfortable. Sensing the impatience and annoyance of the Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Xian ignored them. Uchiha Xian, who was leading the way in front, flew silently among the trees, and the ninjas following behind him had to work hard to keep up. After 5 minutes of traveling, Uchiha Shien stopped. "We've seen the enemy ninja." Uchiha Mikoto followed closely behind. She immediately saw the 5-member ninja team mentioned by Uchiha Shien and immediately signaled to the other ninjas with sign language. "Are there really enemy ninjas?" After realizing that Uchiha Shien, a 12-year-old guy, was not lying, the emotions of the 4 Konoha ninjas immediately calmed down. Tsunade also saw the leader of the ninja team, and her expression suddenly became stern. "It's Kazemaru, the elite jonin of the Sand Village. The Sand Village and Konoha Village have officially declared war. The elite jonin of the enemy village appeared here, obviously with a special mission." Tsunade looked at Uchiha Shien with relief, and in her heart she also affirmed his ability. When did this guy have such a strong perception ability? Did he cheat by using his perception ability when I lost to him every time before? A wild idea flashed through Tsunade's mind. Chapter 31. Uchiha Shien seemed to sense something and glanced back at Tsunade. He just sensed that Tsunade seemed to have some bad feelings towards him. But this feeling soon disappeared, and Uchiha Shien did not pay much attention to it. He had his own ideas in mind, which was to use this ninja team to establish his own prestige. Because his age was too misleading, the ninjas of Konoha seemed to have misjudged his own strength. Although it was not true that he was relying on Tsunade for a living, but it was not false, Uchiha Shien was unhappy that she looked down on him. Action! Without organizing too much manpower, Uchiha Shien rushed forward at the command. It was just a 5-man team led by an elite jonin, and he just wanted to test whether his skills had become rusty in the past 2 years. Seeing Uchiha Shien acting so recklessly, Tsunade was very anxious. Although she was Uchiha Shien's leading jonin, her understanding of her apprentice was only that he was very talented, gifted, and a giant dragon. Tsunade did not have a positive understanding of Uchiha Shien's strength. The only thing was that Uchiha Mikoto was as calm as ever, and she didn't know how strong Uchiha Shien was. But as a wife, she could not question her husband's decision anyway. "Everyone, surround the escape directions first." Uchiha Mikoto showed her 3 Magatama Sharingan and spoke to the Konoha ninjas beside her in a calm tone. Glancing at the blood-red Sharingan, the ninjas trembled in their hearts and naturally did not dare to have any objections. Chidori Shuriken. Uchiha Shien rushed over and took out 3 shurikens and threw them out instantly. In an instant, the shurikens infused with lightning chakra attacked the sand ninja team below like 3 lightning bolts. Enemy attack. Sensing the chakra fluctuations, the elite jonin Kazemaru skillfully drew out his kunao to block the incoming shuriken. Snap! The moment he deflected the shuriken, a strong electric current erupted on the spot. Several sand ninjas, including Kazemaru, were affected by the burst of electric current. This caused the elite Chunin behind Kazemaru to be temporarily paralyzed. The flying Chidori Shuriken showed no mercy. Swish! The throats of the 2 sand ninjas were instantly pierced by the shuriken, and they fell backwards, holding their throats in pain. Seeing their companions rushing on the road 1 second ago and dying in front of them the next second, the fellow sand ninjas were terrified to the extreme. Puppetry, tiger. Puppetry, sand lizard. Puppet technique, Asuka. The 3 sand ninjas summoned a puppet each. In an instant, the sand ninja team was in a crushing situation in terms of numbers alone. Seeing these puppets, Uchiha Shien just wanted to laugh. The magnetic escape technique he possessed was a complete dimensionality reduction attack on these puppets. However, despite this, Uchiha Shien was not going to use the magnetic escape technique. Because for him now, it was completely unnecessary to be so troublesome. Swish! Uchiha Shien drew out the samurai sword behind him, and the silver-white blade emitted bursts of sharp cold light. The sand ninja, who had not yet realized that something was wrong, immediately controlled the puppet to kill Uchiha Shien. Puppetry technique, Poisonous Claws. Puppet Technique, Thousand Poison Thorns. Puppet Technique, Explosive Feathers. The puppet tiger shot out claws coated with poison from its claws and rushed towards him from the front. The wandering puppet sand lizard shot out a high density of poisonous thousand feathers from its mouth, attacking Uchiha Xian's vitals. The puppet bird flying in the air also shot out dense explosive feathers to cover the killing moves of the other two puppets. Seeing Uchiha Xian being surrounded, Tsunade and Mikoto couldn't help sweating in their palms. The two Konoha ninjas felt a little gloating, feeling that this reckless boy still couldn't understand the cruelty of the battle and actually rushed up like this. When they were sure that Uchiha Xian was dead, the samurai sword in Uchiha Xian's hand flashed with lightning. Chidori Blade. Uchiha Xian faced the continuous attack of killing moves without any fear on his face. His eyes showed the three Magatama Sharingan, and everything seemed to slow down a few beats at this moment. Zzz. The sound of the electric current bursting came from the blade in Uchiha Xian's hand in an instant. The ferocious puppet tiger came first, and Uchiha Xian just raised the blade, and there was a flash of lightning. With the sound of electric current bursting, the puppet tiger's claws were cut off. Dozens of thousand blades came one after another, and Uchiha Xian turned around and shook the blade in an orderly manner. Bang bang bang! Every thousand blades were hit by the blade, and flew back on the spot and pierced the sand lizard's body. Facing the exploding feathers falling from the sky, Uchiha Xian didn't even raise his head. Lightning style, Chidori style. He groaned, and in an instant, azure arcs of electricity shot out from his body. The loud and dazzling lightning accurately hit each exploding feather, shattering it into pieces of charred fragments. The puppet birds flying in the air could not escape the fate of being hit by the current even if they were dozens of meters high. The moment the current hit, the chakra lines on the birds were burned off. In just 2 breaths, the 3 puppets became a pile of useless fragments. A powerful enemy. Feng Wan, who knew the horror of the enemy in front of him, did not dare to be negligent and immediately launched a killing move. Wind style, Wind Blade. The chakra from his fingertips was like a sharp knife, and with a flick of his finger, it turned into a breeze and attacked Uchiha Xian. Wind Escape. It's still too slow. This ninjutsu that turns wind into blade attacks is very difficult for ordinary ninjas, even for senior ninjas, to avoid. But in Uchiha Xian's eyes, the wind blade flying in the air was surprisingly slow. With just one glance, Uchiha Xian memorized this A-level wind escape ninjutsu. If he wanted to, he could use it at any time. But now, there is no need for it at all. Uchiha Xian raised the samurai sword in his hand and chopped forward. Bang! The moment the blade collided with the wind blade, the sharp blade light cut the wind blade on the spot. Swish! The scattered wind blades flew to both sides of Uchiha Xian. Several large trees were hit by the wind blades, and the thick trunks were instantly chopped by the wind blades, revealing a smooth surface. Seeing Uchiha Xian cut off his ninjutsu with one sword, Feng Guan was caught off guard. Isn't this too outrageous? Apart from the Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo, how could another Uchiha be able to do this? Being distracted in the middle of a fight is not good. Chidori Blade, Thunderfall. Uchiha Xian swung the blade in his hand, and 3 flashing lightning beams flew out and slashed towards Feng Guan. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Phasemaru reacted urgently, and immediately spit out a whirlwind from his mouth to disrupt the lightning beam's attack. P.S. Uchiha Mikoto is now dressed just like in the picture. Chapter 32. Seeing Kazemaru's move, Uchiha Xian raised a smile. The lightning beam that was originally heading for Kazemaru turned around and hit the sand ninja behind him. These 3 sand ninjas were proficient in puppetry, and after losing their puppets, their combat power was far inferior to that of ordinary Chunin. They were simply unable to withstand Uchiha Xian's attack. The 3 were hit at the same time and were blown away more than 10 meters by the powerful impact. Uchiha Xian also controlled his strength. He was not going to kill them all. He had to ask some information from them. Shave. The next moment, Uchiha Xian rushed to Feng Guan, not giving him a chance to remember his companions. Wind escape. Feng Guan. Feng Guan retreated quickly, wanting to continue to perform ninjutsu. But Uchiha Xian did not give him this opportunity. How could he give the other party time to seal when he was close to him? In Feng Guan's eyes, there was only a flash of lightning. His hands that were sealing flew up to the sky in an instant, and a fierce electric current invaded his body at the same time. Plop! Feng Guan, whose whole body was paralyzed and stiffened by the electric current, fell to the ground powerlessly. His wrists were spurting blood, but except for his eyeballs, his body could not move no matter how hard he tried. Solved? Solved. The Konoha ninjas, who had just dispersed to various locations to intercept the sand ninjas, were still a little dazed when they saw the battle was over. Uchiha Xian turned towards them, shook off the blood on the tip of his knife and said lightly, "Come and clean up the mess, I want to interrogate these sand ninjas." His tone was exactly that of a superior ordering his subordinates, and it was also overbearing and would not allow any questioning. The two Konoha ninjas who had been gloating before, felt cold all over when they were swept by his Sharingan. It was as if all their previous thoughts were seen through by Uchiha Xian. The Konoha ninjas, who were completely shocked by the scene before them, no longer dared to underestimate Uchiha Xian in front of them. Even though they were commanded by him in a commanding tone, they did not think there was anything wrong. Uchiha Xian used fire escape to conceal his black flames and sucked all the vitality and chakra of the two dead sand ninjas. Uchiha Xian, who relived the beauty of the ninjas' vitality and chakra, felt refreshed all over. Eating those wild beasts is indeed not as comfortable as eating people. On the way back, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. "You kid, you have become so strong behind my back, I feel like you can already compete with me." Uchiha Xian doesn't know why Tsunade is so thick-skinned. "What do you mean by comparing with you? I have clearly surpassed you." In front of so many people, Uchiha Xian did not say anything mean to Tsunade. When the two are alone, teasing and mocking are okay, which is a kind of mood. When there are many people, Uchiha Xian still gave Tsunade face. "That's all thanks to your teaching." Uchiha Xian replied calmly in a mechanical and stiff tone. The others looked at Tsunade with more and more respect. Tsunade noticed the change in the eyes of the ninjas and was very happy. At this time, Uchiha Xian pulled Tsunade aside and whispered, "It would be unreasonable if I don't give you some rewards later. Whatever you want to do, just tell me." Tsunade patted her chest and happily assured Uchiha Xian. Looking at the majestic mountains, Uchiha Xian smiled evilly. "I hope you can use your sharp tongue and sarcastic tone to mock me next time." Tsunade's expression froze, and she immediately hugged her hands to cover her huge body. She didn't expect that Uchiha Xian would have such a bad reward. But after a brief silence, Tsunade, with a red face, nodded gently. "I'll give it to you after we get back. Don't even think about mentioning it now." "Okay, I know my limits." Uchiha Xian responded to Tsunade with an okay and returned to the team. The ninjas quickly returned to the camp where they had been stationed before. Seeing the few people holding the unconscious and immobile sand ninja back, they looked at Uchiha Xian with awe and admiration. The previous perception ninjas lowered their heads and tried to minimize their presence. They looked at Feng Guan with a determined look on their faces, knowing that simple interrogation would not reveal anything. "We still have to hurry, should we just deal with them directly? I think we should send these sand ninjas back to Konoha for questioning. Or how about taking them directly to the front line?" Several people started chatting, planning how to deal with these sand ninjas. Since they had to rush to the front line, they had no time and tools to ask anything from these sand ninjas. Tsunade saw that everyone was hesitant, and then she set her sights on Uchiha Xian. "Xiao Xian, what do you think?" Seeing Tsunade's "I'll listen to you" expression, Uchiha Xian had no choice but to step forward and take the lead. But at this moment, the Konoha ninjas present had lost their initial resistance. They all looked at Uchiha Shien quietly, ready to listen to his command. Noticing their performance, Uchiha Shien nodded slightly. He enjoys being respected and admired, but he doesn't want to be looked down upon. Uchiha Shien disdains to play the pig and eat the tiger, because it is totally unnecessary. Uchiha Shien, standing in the center of the crowd, immediately said in a loud voice, "Take these sand ninjas to the front line, and leave the interrogation to me." Seeing that Uchiha Shien had made the decision, everyone executed it without any objection. Everyone made way for Uchiha Shien to come to several sand ninjas. Illusion Sharingan. Uchiha Shien grabbed the leading elite ninja Kazemaru and forced him to look at him. The next moment, Kazemaru, who was struggling hard, relaxed, and the pattern of the Sharingan appeared in his eyes. This illusion Sharingan, like the Kagura Heart's Eye of the Uzumaki clan, is a natural ninjutsu. So far, he has never failed once when using this ninjutsu. Uchiha Shien, who completely dominated Kazemaru, asked him to tell everything he knew. Uchiha Mikoto, who was next to him, took out a booklet to record. Apart from the secrets about the Sand Village, everyone also knew the mission of Kazemaru's coming here. In addition to him, in addition to the Sand Ninja team, there are a total of 5 such teams. Their goal is to intercept the Konoha ninjas heading to the Rain Country from the rear. The goal of the Sand Village is to reduce the number of Konoha ninjas sent to the Rain Village, so that the war between Konoha and the Rain Village can reach a stalemate. As long as the war between Konoha and the Rain Village is at a stalemate, then Konoha must fight the enemy on 2 fronts, which is absolutely beneficial to the Sand Village. The strategy deployed by the 3rd generation is to resolve the Rain Village at the speed of a blitzkrieg, and then gather strength to defeat the Sand Village in one fell swoop. Once this action by the Sand Village is successful, the direction of the Konoha war will enter an unknown point. This information must be reported to Konoha as soon as possible. Tsunade realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately sent someone to bring the information back. As for Kazemaru and the other 3 sand ninjas, they were still taken to the front line according to Uchiha Shien's original plan. Chapter 33. The next day, when Uchiha Shien and Tsunade arrived in the Land of Rain, the ninjas with the intelligence also returned to Konoha. The 3rd generation narrowed his eyes and tapped the pipe in his hand when he received the news. Humph, the Sand Village actually had this idea in mind. The Sandai snorted coldly and immediately ordered the Anbu to secretly escort the next ninja team to the Rain Country. All the Sandai ninjas who intercepted and killed their ninjas must be annihilated. After giving the order, when the Sandai learned that all this was the credit of Uchiha Shien, the expression on his face became a little strange. Uchiha Shien is growing really fast. He can defeat the Sand Ninja team led by an elite Jonin by himself. The 3rd generation murmured, thinking about something. If it was the beginning, the 3rd generation might be happy about it. After all, at that time, he thought that Uchiha Shien was from his faction. But from the communication and exchanges with Uchiha Shien in the past 2 years, the 3rd generation's mind gradually sank. The other party did not buy into his will of fire at all, which made the 3rd generation very annoyed. The most important thing is that Uchiha Shien stood on the side of the Hawks within the Uchiha clan. This made a natural gap between the 2 of them secretly. During the years when Senju Tobirama was in power, the hawkish Uchiha Setsuna attempted to launch a coup d'état. The 3rd Hokage remembered it vividly. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would not be squeezed out of the power center of Konoha. However, the 3rd Hokage did not dare to suppress them too harshly. He promised the Uchiha clan to make contributions in this war and let them move their clan land back to the center of Konoha. For this reason, he also paved the way for the dovish Uchiha Toyama faction members of the Uchiha clan, allowing them to go to the Sand Village battlefield where it was easier to make meritorious deeds. If it can't be used for our own benefit, then it is necessary to eliminate this hidden danger. The 3rd took a deep breath and suppressed this thought in his heart. Konoha is still in the aftermath of the war, and it cannot waste a useful fighting force at will. If Uchiha Shien can make full use of it and die for Konoha's victory, then he doesn't have to waste so much effort. Uchiha Shien and his party who arrived at the front of the Rain Country soon came into contact with Orochimaru and Jiraiya who were stationed there. The overall front of the Rain Country was very long. The current situation is that Konoha is crushing the Hidden Rain Village with its absolute number and strength of ninjas. The Hidden Rain Village relies on its own terrain advantages and the strength of its leader Hanzo. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade are now the commanders of the ninja army on the front of the Rain Country. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who are wearing ninja uniforms, naturally welcome Tsunade, who is also a third-generation disciple. However, when Jiraiya saw Uchiha Shien following Tsunade, his expression instantly fell. Jiraiya, who has a crush on Tsunade, certainly knows that Tsunade seems to have a good relationship with her apprentice during this period. There have been rumors in Konoha village, that is, Tsunade seems to like young grass. Seeing Tsunade chatting and laughing with Uchiha Shien, Jiraiya couldn't help but think of the rumor in his heart, and felt upset. He was depressed and didn't say a word, and his appearance didn't attract Tsunade's attention. Orochimaru's attitude was normal, but after hearing that Uchiha Shien defeated an elite team of sand ninjas single-handedly, he looked more serious. After detaining Kazemaru and the 3 sand ninjas, Tsunade took Uchiha Shien and asked the two about the current battle situation. We have now surrounded the Hidden Rain Village. They rely on strong toxins and terrain to resist our attack. Orochimaru briefly explained, and then looked at Tsunade. One of the main reasons why the third generation sent Tsunade was to let her break the toxin of the salamander Hanzo. As long as this obstacle to their attack is cleared, the Hidden Rain Village will not be able to hold on for long. Even after experiencing the consumption of the First Ninja World War, Konoha now has the confidence to despise the Hidden Rain Village that is not even ranked. Just as I expected, Shien, Mikoto, come with me to the camp where the wounded are placed. I need to first understand the severity of the wounded's injuries and the severity of the toxins, and then make a matching solution. Tsunade agreed immediately and immediately threw herself into the war. Uchiha Shien naturally had no objection, but he still communicated with the Uchiha clan on the front line. He and Mikoto found a problem. The Uchiha clan members on this front line were basically hawks. As for the doves of the Uchiha clan, they were basically on the front line with Tsunagakure. Not only is it dangerous here, but even if they beat the Hidden Rain Village, they won't gain any reputation. The third generation has a lot of little tricks up his sleeve. Uchiha Shien narrowed his eyes and snorted in his heart. The number of hawkish members in the Uchiha clan was already small, and the third generation's secret instigation made things even worse. No wonder in the original work, Uchiha Fugaku was able to serve as the clan leader later. I'm afraid the third generation was secretly fanning the flames. Unfortunately, at that time point, after the war subsided, Konoha's oppression of the Uchiha became even heavier. Coupled with the occurrence of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Uchiha Fugaku was forced to become a hawkish person who wanted to rebel against Konoha. It can only be said that it is really ironic. Uchiha Shien is not prepared to see such a thing happen. Uchiha Mikoto's mood also sank, and she followed Tsunade's steps. He went to the camp for the wounded. Among all the wounded ninjas, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan accounted for nearly 1/5. During this period, if any of the wounded could not bear it and died, Uchiha Shien would personally burn him into ashes. If the bodies of the dead members themselves are not handled, it is possible that a plague will occur. It is impossible to send people to send the bodies back intact, and ordinary ninjas simply do not have this treatment. Uchiha Shien was also among them, and he made a lot of money for himself. In just less than a week, Uchiha Shien restored all the pupil power consumed in his left eye. The overall amount of chakra has also increased significantly compared to before. I'm almost addicted to this feeling. Uchiha Shien showed a hint of intoxication on his face, and then quickly calmed down the restlessness in his heart. Tsunade arrived at the front line and began to crack the toxin of the salamander. The Hidden Rain village also knew about it. The ninjas of Konoha village were encouraged, while the Hidden Rain village was frowning. Hanzo of the salamander was even more aware of the importance of this. The only reason they could hold on until now was that the Sand village had delayed the main force of Konoha, and relied on the terrain and toxins to resist tenaciously. The strength of the Hidden Rain village itself was too weak, and the number and quality of ninjas were completely incomparable to Konoha. Therefore, Hanzo of the Salamander quickly organized ninjas to go to the Konoha camp to prevent Tsunade from cracking the toxin. Progress. Relying on the terrifying perception of Kagura Heart-Eye Heart-Net, Uchiha Shien killed the opponent before he could make a move. In just 2 days, all 8 assassination attempts were stopped in advance by Uchiha Shien. Now Uchiha Shien's reputation on the front line is second only to Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade and others. After gradually realizing that there was a ninja with explosive perception ability on the Konoha front line, the assassination on the Hidden Rain village side also stopped. It was originally a difficult task to raid the Konoha camp headquarters. After 8 consecutive failures, the Hidden Rain village could not bear such consumption of high-end combat power. However, even if the Hidden Rain village stopped the offensive, Uchiha Shien did not stop. Chapter 34. Uchiha Shien calmed down and asked Tsunade about the progress of the cracking. Then he deployed Kagura's Heart-Eye Heart-Net again. In an instant, everything within a radius of 100 kilometers was perceived and projected into his mind. He continued to deploy Kagura's Heart-Eye Heart-Net to inspect the camp as usual. After sensing it once, Uchiha Shien showed a puzzled expression. It was not that he discovered a strange chakra, on the contrary, he discovered a very familiar chakra. Rope tree. Why did Tsunade's brother come to the front line? As Tsunade's brother and the future heir of the Senju clan, Uzumaki Mito kept a close watch on Rope Tree. Normally, he was not allowed to leave Konoha for fear that something might happen to him. It was obviously unreasonable for Rope Tree, who was only 12 years old, to come to the most dangerous front line of the Rain country during the war without informing Tsunade in advance. The place where he is Orochimaru's camp. Is the apprentice looking for a teacher? Uchiha Shien knew the relationship between Noeki and Orochimaru. The two of them were master and apprentice. Uchiha Shien rarely saw Noeki before, and it was Orochimaru who took Noeki to do missions. Combined with his memory of Noeki's death in the Second Ninja World War, Uchiha Shien smelled the scent of conspiracy. Uchiha Shien did not make it public immediately. If Tsunade knew, she would definitely explode. He made an excuse that he had something to do, and then used the Kagura Heart's Eye to restrain his own chakra and breath and quietly went to the camp where Orochimaru was. Magnetic Escape Third Eye. Uchiha Shien came to the vicinity of Orochimaru's camp and condensed a sand iron eye in his hand. He could spy on the corresponding images through the perspective of this sand iron eye. As long as it was not an encrypted conversation, he could also understand the information through lip syncing. These were all sand irons refined by him with chakra, and the range of manipulation was also extremely wide. Within the coverage of Kagura Heart-Eye Heart-Net, Uchiha Shien could manipulate it to see any picture he wanted to see. Together with the perspective of the sand iron eye, Uchiha Shien manipulated the third eye and came to the position of the rope tree. Just as he had sensed the chakra before, it was indeed Rope Tree who arrived at the battlefield camp. In addition to Rope Tree's chakra, Uchiha Shien also sensed 3 equally unfamiliar chakras nearby. They were different from the ninjas who invaded and assassinated the Hidden Rain village. They obviously followed Rope Tree all the way here. Rope Tree was able to arrive at the front line safely along the way, most likely thanks to the 3 ninjas who followed him. After all, with Rope Tree's strength at most as a Chunin, it was totally unthinkable for him to arrive here alone. At this moment, Rope Tree's face was full of excitement, and he jumped on his calves and shouted happily, "Great! I also made it to the front line. Haha, I said I can do it. It's not like what Grandma said that I can't go here or there. I must shine on the battlefield and let my sister and grandma see that I am an independent adult. Shang Shu muttered, looking around like a monkey. In fact, he ran away secretly. There are very few ninja students like him who are the same age as Uchiha Xian and have graduated long ago and are still staying in the village. 3 days ago, when he ran to the Hokage's office and chatted with the third-generation grandfather, he heard that Uchiha Xian, who was in the same class with him, had become famous on the front line. He knew Uchiha Xian, who was his sister's disciple. They didn't meet much in normal times. At that time, he was doing missions with teacher Orochimaru. But as the war broke out, teacher Orochimaru went to the front line, and he was left behind in Konoha village. Hearing that his sister and Uchiha Xian had gone to the front line, and Uchiha Xian had made some achievements. When he thought that he was still staying in the village, Shang Shu had the urge to fight for his reputation. Later, he sneaked out of the village and ran all the way to the rain country. It can be said that he was assisted by God along the way. He arrived at his destination after 2 days of sleeping in the open air. Don't tell my sister and teacher Orochimaru yet, I want them to see my own strength. Rope Tree looked confident, and then went to the Konoha camp. The Root who escorted Rope Tree here also communicated with the ninjas in the camp according to the instructions. With the instructions of the third generation's notebook, the ninjas in the camp did not directly report Rope Tree's information. Seeing that they did not report it, Rope Tree thought that his pleading had worked. Satisfied, Rope Tree immediately asked a Konoha Jonin with great interest, "Can I join the mission quickly?" Konoha Jonin looked at him with an indescribable look of pity, sighed and nodded. He really couldn't understand why the third generation would bring a notebook specifically, saying that he wanted to let this 12-year-old child go to the battlefield to do the mission. Looking at Rope Tree's silly and innocent appearance, it was obvious that he had never been exposed to related things before. But now, Konoha Jonin didn't think about it anymore. If you are so proactive, then there is a reconnaissance mission. Go to the border of the battlefield to scout the whereabouts of the Rain Ninja, or check the traps they set. This mission is very dangerous, are you sure you want to go? After Konoha Jonin said this, he couldn't help but remind Naoki. Such a reconnaissance mission is the second most dangerous mission besides the frontline combat. To be honest, he really couldn't bear to let a child of Naoki's age go. But Naoki didn't hear the advice of Konoha Jonin, he only heard that there was a mission to do. He immediately nodded in response, and replied seriously, "Of course I will go, don't underestimate me, I will be the man who will become Hokage in the future." Seeing the silly look on Rope Tree's face, Konoha's Jonin was silent. Uchiha Xian, who was looking down with the sand iron eye, was also silent. He had not seen much of this kid Nawaka before, and seeing him today really broadened his horizons. Uchiha Xian felt that Nawaka was an enhanced version of Naruto. Born without brains and overprotected, this guy did not know his place. Originally, Uchiha Xian was still wondering why Uzumaki Mito was still in charge of the Senju clan. Now he finally understood that Tsunade was not suitable for politics, and she did not want to be the clan leader. Nawaka was even more of a heavyweight. Even if he wanted to be Uzumaki Mito, he probably would not agree. The main point was that he was a person with a hole in his brain. This fool was probably tricked into coming to the front line. Several root ninjas escorted him all the way, probably because they didn't want him to die on the way. After all, dying on the way is absolutely unacceptable to the Senju clan and Tsunade. But if he died on the battlefield, he would be willing to die, and he could be a martyr. Neither Tsunade nor Uzumaki Mito would have a chance to attack him. Uchiha Xian used the only information and logic to gradually construct a result that was very close to the current situation. Realizing that the fool Rope Tree was courting death, Uchiha Xian was speechless. But considering that he was half his brother-in-law, Uchiha Xian didn't really ignore it. Chapter 35. Magnetic Escape, Sand Iron Mark. Some unnoticed sand iron flew out from the ground and attached to the corner of Nawai's shirt. After making a mark, Uchiha Xian was going to go back and tell Tsunade about it. If he rushed over and dragged Nawais away, if she didn't want to, she might have to fight with him. Thinking about the possibility of such a thing happening, Uchiha Xian felt it was not small. If he really got into trouble with Nawais, he would become a joke. He would not be stupid enough to do such a thankless task. Uchiha Xian then jumped back and went straight to Tsunade's experimental tent. Through the collected toxin samples, Tsunade is making an antidote to this toxin. Xiao Xian, where have you been? I need you to use the palm magic to test how strong it is to purify the toxins. Seeing Uchiha Xian appear, Tsunade immediately called him over. Now in the entire camp, the only one who can match her medical level is Uchiha Xian. Without him, the progress of making the antidote by herself will definitely be several times slower. Okay, I have something to tell you. Uchiha Xian stepped forward and used the palm immortal technique to gradually adjust the amount of chakra used to purify the toxins. While working, he also mentioned the matter of the rope tree. During my daily sensory patrol, I found that Naoki had come to the camp. There were several unfamiliar ninjas around him, and I guess they were either from the Anbu or the route. Naoki had just received a reconnaissance mission, and according to the mark the first anchored on him, he had already run to the front line. After Uchiha Xian briefly explained the situation, Tsunade's test tube fell to the ground with a bang and shattered. Her beautiful bright brown eyes were wide open. It seemed that she had too much to say and her mouth was blocked for a while, causing her to be silent for a long time. What the hell is Rope Tree doing at the front line? There are people from the Anbu or route following him, what are they going to do? You said Rope Tree also accepted a reconnaissance mission, is he looking for death? Tsunade's roar resounded throughout the camp, and her chest rose and fell more violently than ever. Uchiha Xian felt that her size seemed to have grown a little bit because of anger. Crack, crack, crack. Tsunade clenched her fists, and her fists made a crisp sound. She gritted her teeth and growled, "Where is that brat now?" "They are heading to the forest at the edge of the battle line. It's not far from here. I can sense it." Uchiha Xian responded lightly, trying to maintain his innocence. Hearing what Uchiha Xian said about Tsunade, he became even more angry. "You are becoming more and more capable, yet you are still going to such a dangerous place. Hurry! You must go now." Tsunade took off her gloves and instruments, and did not bother to make the antidote now. The antidote would take at least 3 days to make, and it would be useless no matter how anxious she was. But Tsunade knew her brother well, with a simple and stupid character, and he might not survive a day on the battlefield. "Mikoto, you continue to mix it according to the process I told you before." After instructing Uchiha Mikoto, Tsunade Uchiha Xian led the way and ran quickly towards the location of Rope Tree. At this moment, in Uchiha Xian's perception, Rope Tree was still running wildly in the forest. Rope Tree, who had no perception ninjutsu and no relevant experience, was just relying on his intuition to explore over there. Rope Tree, who was alone in the forest far away from the border of the battlefield, was completely madly testing the edge of death in Uchiha Xian's eyes. The root ninjas following behind Rope Tree had no intention of stopping him, and they just watched Rope Tree die silently. As Rope Tree continued to go deeper, he soon arrived at the boundary of the so-called minefield. He completely forgot about the problem of checking the traps set by the rain ninjas that the Konoha Jonin had reminded him before. Now the only thing left in Rope Tree's mind was to find the whereabouts of the rain ninjas, and then go back as soon as possible to explain and perform well. As he rushed around in a daze, he actually noticed the footprints of a large group of ninjas under his feet. Rope Tree, who saw this, became more and more excited and immediately quickened his pace. This idiot, didn't he see the obvious explosive trap in front of him? Even Uchiha Xian, who was observing through the eye of sand iron, saw the explosive trap set in front of Rope Tree. But this stupid boy is really blind. He rushed in like a fool. The 3 roots following Rope Tree also noticed the explosive trap. They didn't expect that the expected plan would come so soon. They were just following Danzo's instructions to escort Rope Tree to the front line. If Rope Tree died accidentally, they would be responsible for recovering part of the body. As for what it is used for and what to do next, it is not within the scope of thought of the root ninjas. Yahoo! Facing the area of rocks in front of him, Shang Shu jumped up excitedly and jumped in. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xian was in awe. He tried hard to hold back his expression that wanted to laugh, and immediately stopped. Magnetic release, sand iron shield. He controlled the refined sand iron to wrap around Rope Tree's body before he landed on the ground from a distance of thousands of meters. Tsunade saw Uchiha Xian suddenly stop, and she instinctively stopped and looked at him obediently. Before she could ask, a deafening explosion came from a distance. Boom! A flash of fire rose into the sky, and it was quite powerful. What happened? Could it be that Rope Tree triggered the explosive trap? Tsunade turned pale, and immediately thought that it might be caused by Rope Tree. Uchiha Xian nodded slightly, took a long breath and replied, it was him, but I just used ninjutsu to protect him. How the hell did you teach Rope Tree? Even the youngsters are not as stubborn as him. How dare he jump around in the minefield? His contemptuous look made Tsunade turn her head away guiltily. I don't know either, it's not me who takes care of him. I was already a chunin when my parents gave birth to him. He was born more than 10 years later than me, and my parents took care of him. Later, he was brought up by Mito's grandmother, and then Orochimaru taught him. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me, I'm not familiar with him. Even from Uchiha Xian's few words, Tsunade knew how terrifying Mangekyo was. She subconsciously distanced herself from the relationship, and she almost said that she didn't know Mangekyo. Hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Xian showed a surprised expression. You still have parents? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became dead silent. Tsunade stared at Uchiha Xian dimly, gritted her teeth and growled, what do you mean I still have parents? Don't I have any? Where do you think I jumped out of? Ahem. Sorry, I just haven't heard you mention it before. Uchiha Xian explained awkwardly, looking at Tsunade curiously while hurrying on his way. Chapter 36. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Uchiha Xian speechlessly and said, first of all, my parents are not dead. My father is from the Senju clan, and my mother is an ordinary villager of Konoha. Second, why should I mention them? They live well and are in their 40s. Third, they integrated into Konoha according to their grandfather's teachings. They don't want to attract too much attention, and they specifically told me not to disturb them too much. After she finished speaking, Uchiha Xian coughed twice again. Tsunade's parents did not exist in her previous memory, and she never mentioned them. Uchiha Xian always thought that she was like him, with both parents dead. It turned out that she had both parents alive, but she lived independently and did not disturb them. In order to change the subject, Uchiha Xian immediately said with a serious face. The situation on Mangekyo's side is not good. It should be the root ninjas attacking him. It's the root again, Danzo. Tsunade already knew that among the ninjas who attacked him last time, there were root ninjas. This time, another root ninja appeared, and it was obvious that the Senju clan was targeted by Danzo. Now Tsunade wanted to rush back to Konoha to pull Danzo out and beat him up. Tsunade was very angry, and the 3 root ninjas who were going to collect the body of Rope Tree were confused at this time. In the pit covered by fire, a dark sphere appeared in the center. Ah, hot, hot, hot! There were screams coming from the ball, and the sound reached Tsunade's ears. They, root ninjas, who didn't know what was going on, looked at each other and attacked the sand iron ball at the same time. Ouch! You can't break my iron sand shield. Tsunade, hurry over there, I have to concentrate on controlling the sand iron to stop the 3 root jonin. Uchiha Xian, who was 1,000 meters away, shouted to Tsunade. Although she was not sure what Uchiha Shien meant by the sand iron, Tsunade still obediently ran towards the target he pointed to. Magnetic style, sand iron hand. Uchiha Shien, who was concentrating his attention, directly used remote microcontrol. The sand iron he refined contained a lot of his chakra, so it could be controlled remotely. It just couldn't last too long, but it was enough to deal with a few jonin. The iron sand gathered into a giant black hand, which stretched out from the ground to grab the root ninja who attacked the sand iron shield. The two root ninjas reacted in time and retreated immediately. But one of them didn't have time to escape and was caught in the palm of the iron sand hand on the spot. Magnetic style, iron sand binding kill. Uchiha Shien clenched his right palm suddenly, and in an instant, the iron sand hand burst out hundreds of iron sand spikes, stabbing the root ninja in the palm of his hand into a hedgehog. Soul transmigration, flame cover. Uchiha Shien's right eye revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan. The next moment, his pupil power descended on the giant hand with the sand iron hand as an anchor point. The sand iron hand ignited a blazing black flame and directly cremated the body of the root ninja. The life force and chakra absorbed were temporarily lodged in the sand iron hand, further strengthening the strength of the sand iron hand. This is the new use of soul transmigration that Uchiha Shien has developed in the past 2 years. The soul transmigration of his left eye is born with the ability to shape the released black flame, similar to Uchiha Sasuke's right eye flame release, Kagutsuki, which can attach the black flame to his ninjutsu or even his weapon, so that he can absorb the opponent's life force and chakra while attacking. This is the first time that Uchiha Shien has released it from a long distance. Seeing that the effect is actually quite good, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. Then, next, magnetic release, sand iron cage. To prevent the root ninja from escaping, Uchiha Shien once again used his pupil power and chakra. Overwhelming sand iron flew out from the ground, forming a sand iron prison with a sealing technique. It can be said that unless there is a space ninjutsu, ninjas below the level of cage will never be able to escape. Earth escape, submerge in the earth. A root ninja formed a seal and released an earth escape, trying to soften the soil on the ground and escape from the cage. As soon as his palm hit the ground, the black flames covered his skin. His vitality and chakra were rapidly absorbed by the black flames, and his entire arm dried up and burned at a speed visible to the naked eye. Water style, waterfall technique. The companion next to him immediately formed a seal to release the water style technique, trying to extinguish the burning black flame. But when the water ball he spit out hit his companion, the black flame spreading on his arm did not extinguish at all. With the support of Uchiha Shien's pupil power, the black flame can also achieve the same indestructible effect as the pseudo Amaterasu. U2. While the two root ninjas didn't know what to do, Tsunade had already arrived not far from the sand iron cage. Seeing Tsunade's arrival, the root ninjas looked at each other and immediately bit the poison sac hidden in their mouths. The fierce poison took the lives of the two root ninjas in just a few seconds. Tsunade, who saw this scene, could be said to have no time to stop it. When they arrived in front of the sand iron cage, the two root ninjas had been covered by the spreading black flames. Uchiha Shien didn't want to waste the bodies of the two senior ninjas. They were just dead and warm, and they absorbed the most vitality and chakra. Tsunade just watched the two root ninjas turn into ashes, and the sand iron cage collapsed. The sand iron covering the body of the rope tree also flew out, and together gathered in the direction of Uchiha Shien. Shien! How could he use the magnetic escape technique of the third Kazekage? Although she was confused, Tsunade didn't think too much about it. She looked up at the center of the detonation trap, and saw Mangekyo lying on his back, crying and covering his red feet and hands. The sand iron shield had saved his life, but the high temperature of the explosion still burned his hands and feet. Stinky! Little boy! Looking at the screaming rope tree, Tsunade's expression was extremely gloomy. It was obvious that if it wasn't for the iron sand that saved him, Rope Tree would have died on the spot. If Rope Tree, her own brother, died, she would not be able to explain to Grandma Mito and her parents. Sister, sister. Seeing Tsunade appear, Rope Tree instantly forgot the pain and shrank his head like a frightened quail. When Uchiha Shien arrived, he saw Rope Tree with several bruises on his face and a big bump on his head. His injuries were not treated at all, but he had several more scars. Seeing Uchiha Shien coming, Tsunade immediately kicked Rope Tree, who was lying on the ground. Go and thank Shien, if it wasn't him you would have died a long time ago, you know that. Ouch! After being kicked, Shang Shu fell on his face for several meters, and finally prostrated himself in front of Uchiha Shien. Looking down at Shang Shu at his feet, Uchiha Shien didn't know if he would die. He tapped Shang Shu's head with his shoe, and he raised his head as if he was resurrected. P.S. I ask for flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, and collections every day. Chapter 37. That. Hehe, brother Shien, thank you, otherwise I, the future Hokage, would have died here. Looking at the silly smile of the Rope Tree, Uchiha Shien suppressed the urge to step on him. If you seek death, you will really die. So get up and explain the situation clearly. Uchiha Shien also cared about his thanks and released the palm fairy technique to heal him first. After a moment, the reborn Rope Tree immediately jumped up. Looking at the lively Rope Tree, Uchiha Shien muttered, the physical fitness of the Senju clan is really good. They recover much faster than ordinary people. Of course, it's a pity that this kid is just like me, and has not awakened the wood release that only my grandfather has. Tsunade echoed twice, and glared at Nowaze unhappily. Nowaze immediately lowered his head and dared not speak casually. He also understood that he was wrong this time. The life and death experience just now made him grow up a little. Glancing at the root ninja who had been burned to ashes, Tsunade did not ask Uchiha Shien what means he used. In fact, since the two root ninjas took poison, their true identities could not be determined. Obviously, if he took the bodies to find Danzo, he could just deny it. Tsunade, whose mind was active, also knew that she really couldn't do anything about the old fox. The most important thing now is to ask Nowaze how he got here. Under the gaze of Tsunade and Uchiha Shien, Nowaze told everything he knew. From Nowaze's own perspective, he was not calculated. As he spoke, Nowaze still showed admiration for Uchiha Shien with a silly face. Brother Shien, I will let you be my big brother. Please teach me the cool ninjutsu you used just now. The way the iron sand protected him just now was really cool to Rope Tree. Uchiha Shien slapped him on the head in annoyance and said, don't think about it. This is magnetic escape, which I figured out by myself. You can't learn it. Shien is right, you should learn the family's ninjutsu first. Tsunade also nodded, and the two of them sang in unison, completely shutting up Rope Tree. After sorting out the information, the two looked at each other and discussed Rope Tree's situation in a low voice. I guess the third generation has already wanted to take advantage of this war to cut off the inheritance of your Senju clan. Tsunade did not refute what Uchiha Shien said, nor could she refute it. At least from the current situation, her teacher the third Hokage and Danzo and the others really have this idea. What's even more hateful is Danzo. The three root ninjas he sent clearly wanted to take away Nawake's body. Tsunade knew what Danzo's purpose was without having to think about it. He was definitely attracted by his grandfather's wood release. Therefore, Danzo wanted to use Nawake's body to study the genes of the Senju clan. When Tsunade thought of this, she was furious. Unfortunately, even if she wanted to find the other party now, she had no reason. She could only go back and tell her grandmother Mito about this. You should send Shenja back as soon as possible and ask your parents to keep an eye on him so he doesn't run around. This is the only way, it's too dangerous here now. Uchiha Shien's thoughts were exactly the same as Tsunade's. She turned to look at Naoki beside her and said, Did you hear that? Do you understand the current situation? Naoki scratched her head, not daring to have the slightest idea of refusing. After all, they were all there, listening to Uchiha Shien's analysis with Tsunade. Even if he didn't understand politics and had a simple personality, he wasn't really stupid. Naoki, who knew that he was being targeted, was also scared. When they were about to go back, Uchiha Shien sensed that there were ninjas coming this way, not from the direction of the Konoha camp. He immediately gave Tsunade and Naoki a look, wrapped the two in iron sand and hid in the dark. Soon, a dozen rain ninjas appeared not far away. They checked the situation here and finally concluded that someone had stepped on the explosive trap. As for whether the person was alive or not, they didn't know, so they could only go back and report. Konoha's front line is pushed deeper and deeper, and such a situation is inevitable. If this continues, won't our hidden rain village lose? Don't talk nonsense, the leader has already prepared an attack plan, let's go back quickly. A dozen rain ninjas chatted for a while, and then left immediately. When they left, Uchiha Shien condensed a little iron sand and covered them. He was quite interested in the plan mentioned by the rain ninjas. If he guessed correctly, it was probably the general offensive strategy plan of Hanzo Salamander. Now the battle between the rain ninjas and Konoha is already at an overall disadvantage. Tsunade's antidote can be completely developed within a week at least. Even if the hidden rain village is not clear about Tsunade's development progress, they also know this future. If they don't want to surrender, they can only give it a try. It's just that Uchiha Shien doesn't know when he will give it a try and when he will launch a general attack. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others don't know either, so they can't counter this plan. Now maintaining the current front line is the safest strategy. I put a mark on the rain ninja, and I'll see if I can get their attack plan. Let's go back and prepare now, the rain ninja probably won't wait for us to develop an antidote for the poison. Uchiha Shien turned around and said something to Tsunade, and she nodded immediately. When the three of them returned to the camp, Tsunade was still a little dazed. Looking at Uchiha Shien who was sensing the third eye next to her, Tsunade's heartbeat suddenly accelerated a lot. He is obviously just a kid of the same age as Naoki, but he gives people a very reliable feeling. I seem to have started to listen to him since when. As an adult, she should have protected everything and arranged everything. In front of Uchiha Shien, Tsunade found that her relationship with him seemed to be reversed. It was just that Tsunade did not reject this feeling. When Tsunade was filled with emotion, Uchiha Shien had already opened his eyes. The rain ninja will launch a fierce attack on this camp in one day. Tsunade, call Orochimaru and Jiraiya to discuss countermeasures. Well, I'll go right away. Looking at Uchiha Shien who was a little tired, Tsunade responded and said softly, you should also go and rest, don't get too tired. Okay. Seeing Tsunade's gentle tone and expression, Uchiha Shien was frightened. The last time he saw her like this, she was drunk and could do whatever she wanted. You are so soft and cute in your sober state, my heart can't bear it. You look like you've seen a ghost, what's wrong with me caring about you? Seeing Uchiha Shien's surprised expression, Tsunade complained unhappily, then stood up and left. Chapter 38. Before leaving, Tsunade couldn't help but pat her face and muttered, am I usually so fierce? Tsunade recalled, with a guilty expression on her face. She wasn't usually very fierce, but she certainly wasn't very gentle either. She was always carefree, and she and Uchiha Shien were like good friends. Throwing the messy thoughts out of her mind, Tsunade rushed to explain the situation to Orochimaru, Jiraiya and the others. When she came back exhausted after discussing tactical arrangements with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others, she saw Uchiha Shien sleeping soundly on Mikato's knees. Tsunade threw away the thought that she felt sorry for him before. Suinjun teacher Tsunade is here. Seeing Tsunade coming back, Mikato carefully pushed Uchiha Shien in her arms. The gentle movement seemed to be afraid of waking Uchiha Shien. Fortunately, Uchiha Shien was not really asleep, and he opened his eyes leisurely. Seeing Tsunade coming back, he greeted leisurely, "You're back, how was your battle?" Uchiha Shien didn't even get up, but rested his head on Mikoto's knees and asked. Mikoto, who was stared at by Tsunade, had a flushed face and was extremely shy. It can be seen that Uchiha Shien did not move, she did not push him away out of pampering. Tsunade suppressed the jealousy in her heart, and spoke in a deep voice about the tactics she discussed with Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others. "We are going to withdraw some of the ninjas in this camp and assign them to other fronts. When they launch a general attack, we will find a way to delay them and let the main force directly enter the Hidden Rain village." Tsunade and the others' strategy is also very simple, which is to use their own tricks against them. But Uchiha Shien saw a problem, that is, Tsunade and the others did not estimate the strength of Hanzo of the Salamander. In today's era, when the cage level is the peak, Hanzo of the Salamander is undoubtedly one of the top ones. Uchiha Shien wanted to avoid the edge and not fight him head-on. But he thought about it, even if he said it out loud, it would be useless. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and others, who are the commanders, would not choose to retreat and escape just because Uchiha Shien said that the opponent is very strong. It is estimated that only Tsunade, who has big cute breasts, might listen to what I say. If this gets out, it will undoubtedly be a loss of face for both them and Konoha. More importantly, the front line cannot be retreated. If Hanzo of the Salamander is not held back, the Konoha ninjas on other fronts will suffer heavy losses. After some consideration, Uchiha Shien nodded slightly and did not stop Tsunade and the others from discussing the plan. From the current point of view, Tsunade and the others' plan is flawless. The only problem is, when Hanzo of the Salamander attacks, can he hold back the opponent, or can he survive the opponent's hands? So far, he has not really fought with a cage-level ninja, so Uchiha Shien is unable to judge. "No matter what, I will not die even if I lose. Both eyes are full of power. Even if I can't open the complete form of Susanoo, I can definitely deal with the current demigod salamander Hanzo in the ninja world." Uchiha Shien has absolute self-confidence. At this moment, he is more excited than afraid. In his expectation, in the Hidden Rain village, Salamander Hanzo, wearing a gas mask, has gathered a large number of Rain Ninja troops. Looking at the Rain Ninja troops below, Salamander Hanzo felt a sense of heroism in his heart. From transplanting the poisonous black salamander venom sac that plagued the village into his body when he was young, and then step by step becoming the leader of the Hidden Rain village, to now being worshipped as a demigod by the ninja world. The arrogance and confidence of Salamander Hanzo, that self of course, his emotions were beyond words. Now that the Hidden Rain village was about to be defeated by Konoha, it could be said that it was within his expectations. He was very strong and thought that he would never be a shadow that merged with a ninja village. But his Hidden Rain village was too weak. Even the Hidden Sand village of the Wind Country could completely crush the Hidden Rain village. Therefore, it was not him who lost this war, but his ninja village. Even if the Hidden Rain village lost to Konoha, it would not be a shame for the Hidden Rain village. This was precisely announcing to the world that the existence of his Hidden Rain village was qualified to declare war on Konoha. War. What he wants is to establish such prestige so that other ninja villages will restrain their actions. Before this, due to the special geographical location of the Rain Country, it is located at the junction of various countries. Ninjas from various ninja villages have been robbing and assassinating here, which has made the people of the Rain Country miserable. It can be said that this is also the main reason why Hanzo led the Hidden Rain village to start a war this time. And now what Hanzo has to do is to consolidate his gains from this war. Before launching a war against the Iron Country, their Hidden Rain village won. Not only did they plunder money and women, but they also got a lot of territory. Taking advantage of the struggle between the Wind Country and the Fire Country, he also annexed some surrounding territories. What he has to do now is to guard this part of the gains, so that the Hidden Rain village will win this war. And to keep this harvest, this war with Konoha does not say that it must really win, but it must severely dampen its spirit. Once Konoha's Tsunade cracks his poison, then everything will be ruined. He must take a risk and complete this move before Tsunade develops an antidote to crack the toxin. The Hidden Rain village will shine in the ninja world. The whole world will also know that our Hidden Rain village is also a great ninja village. Let's go! After an impassioned speech, Hanzo of the Salamander standing on the stage led the Rain Ninja army of hundreds of people and charged towards the Konoha camp where Tsunade was. Uchiha Shien, who sensed it from afar, was speechless at Hanzo of the Salamander's words. The Hidden Rain village can only spare more than 100 ninjas to fight at all costs. Don't you think they have little combat effectiveness? Is it necessary to make a pre-war speech? After complaining in his heart, Uchiha Shien shouted to Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya behind him, "Okay, they are coming. Mr. Uchiha Shien, your perception ninjutsu is really powerful. It saves us a lot of effort." Orochimaru, with a gloomy and pale face, showed a sinister smile and praised Uchiha Shien in front of him with a respectful tone. Although he gave people a feeling of a villain, Uchiha Shien knew that he really didn't have that intention at the moment, he was just praising him simply. The key point is that Orochimaru is still very polite. Except for his image, which makes people afraid, everything else is okay, and Uchiha Shien did not reject him. After nodding slightly, Uchiha Shien asked, "How are your arrangements? Now most of the ninja troops have set out, and traps have been set up on their way forward." Tsunade spoke up at this time, briefly explained, and then took out a few antidote pills that she had urgently developed. Because of the short time, there are only a few pills now. Although the efficacy is not complete, it can temporarily suppress the toxicity of the salamander, and it is harmless to the body. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they immediately accepted the antidote pill. At this time, the marching salamander Hanzo can be said to be pushing all the way through the minefield. Boom! The detonation of another explosive trap in the back caused the Rain Ninja army, which already had only 100 people, to lose several more people. Chapter 39. Strange, there are too many traps. Salamander Hanzo has already noticed some problems. It is normal to set traps on the battlefield. But they have encountered too many traps along the way. Poison gas traps, explosive traps. Even if they check all the way, they can't clear them all. This has led to their actions being continuously reduced in number. The army of hundreds of people before departure has now dropped to more than 80 people. Such a tragic loss of life has caused panic among the Rain Ninja troops. If it weren't for Salamander Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Ninja, the entire Rain Ninja army might not be able to move forward. Looking at the Konoha camp hundreds of meters away, Salamander Hanzo still gritted his teeth and shouted, "We must kill them no matter what, and those who retreat will be killed." When he shouted, the Rain Ninjas had to go up. More than 80 people followed one after another, and after taking Salamander Hanzo's toxin antidote, they headed towards the Konoha camp. The art of summoning spirits, Salamander, well hidden. The Salamander Hanzo behind him narrowed his eyes and immediately formed a seal to create his own summoning beast. Poison gas spray. He ordered the Salamander Ibushi to release the poison gas without hesitation. And the Salamander Hanzo was also beside him, forming a seal and releasing the wind escape technique to blow the poison gas towards the Konoha camp. It looks like it's time. Uchiha Shien, standing high above the Konoha camp, showed an extremely excited smile on his face. Magnetic release, sand and iron burial. He only clasped his palms together, and the chakra in his body instantly overflowed like a vast ocean and poured into the earth. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who saw Uchiha Shien's chakra fluctuations for the first time, were shocked by the terrifying equivalent. This is not right. The intensity of your chakra fluctuations seems to be several orders of magnitude higher than ours. Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in shock, and Tsunade was also confused at this moment. In her memory, Uchiha Shien was at most a special jonin, so why did this move seem to be more powerful than her teacher? Are they all going to be stronger? However, their shock was soon overwhelmed by the iron sand flying out from the ground. The iron sand that covered the sky was like a tsunami, hitting the rain ninjas who were attacking the Konoha camp. Looking at the iron sand waves that were dozens of meters high, all the rain ninjas showed desperate expressions. Boom! The iron sand waves came crashing down, sweeping more than 80 rain ninjas into the sea of iron sand. The heavy iron sand did not give them a chance to breathe, squeezing and ravaging their bodies, and pressing them hard under the ground. Soul transfer, sacrifice. Uchiha Shien's right eye revealed a kaleidoscope, deep underground where no one could see it. More than 80 rain ninjas buried in the sand iron were all covered with black flames. The endless vitality and chakra flowed into Uchiha Shien's body like a stream. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 8-pointed star kaleidoscope in Uchiha Shien's left eye spun rapidly. Based on the fusion of wind, earth, and fire chakra properties, I drew a picture of dust release. Now that he had sustainable vitality to restore his pupil power, Uchiha Shien simply went all in and constructed the blood-eliminating dust release that he wanted most. He lowered his head, and the 8-pointed star in his left eye began to forcibly extract the 3 types of chakra in his body to fuse. Once, twice, 10 times. After continuous materialization and construction, the rotation speed of the 8-pointed star gradually decreased. Uchiha Shien, who lowered his head, naturally felt that he could use dust release. However, as a price, his left eye was unprecedentedly blurred at this moment, and his body was also extremely tired. Noticing Uchiha Shien's sluggish state, Orochimaru and the others showed a trace of incredible expression. Uchiha Shien's posture just now didn't look like he would be exhausted with one move. Did he use some secret technique to amplify his body to release ninjutsu, which caused him to be exhausted? The 3 people who couldn't understand it finally didn't think about it anymore. Uchiha Shien had already made a great contribution, helping them to eliminate so many rain ninjas at once. Seeing the poisonous fog coming, Orochimaru and Jiraiya immediately organized the Konoha ninjas around them to use the wind style together. Wind style, big breakthrough. Led by Orochimaru and Jiraiya, dozens of ninjas released wind style, and in an instant, a terrifying storm was rolled up. After all, Hanzo of the Salamander is not Uchiha Madara, and it is impossible for him to defeat the water style of the ninja coalition with only his fire style. The purple-black poisonous fog was quickly blown back, but he was not affected by the gas mask he was wearing. He stared at Uchiha Shien and his group not far away, and now he wanted to eat Uchiha Shien. The more than 80 rain ninjas just now are the foundation of their rain village. They seem to know my action plan in advance. Damn, which undercover leaked it? Even my route of action was known. Hanzo Salamander was so angry that his fists turned white. The faces of several close people kept flashing in his mind. But now, he had no time to think about it. There were only 2 things in front of him, run or stay. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade and the others only brought dozens of ninjas. This means that a large part of the Konoha ninjas are probably going to launch a full-scale attack on the Hidden Rain Village. Whether they run or stay, the Hidden Rain Village has lost completely this time. But there is still a chance. If we leave these 3 famous 3rd-generation disciples of Konoha as hostages, the Hidden Rain Village can save some face. Hanzo's eyes flashed coldly, and he quickly made a decision. He is in middle age, and his strength is at its peak. His mentality is not like that of an old man who compromises. For him, running away is also an unacceptable shame. Only victory can wash away the failure of his decision this time. Well, let's go. Ninja Mist Technique. Riding on the top of the Salamander Ibushi, Hanzo of the Salamander charged towards the Konoha camp alone. The moment he approached, he took off the mask on his face and spit out a cloud of thick poisonous mist. This time he did not hold back and released all the toxins in the poisonous salamander poison sac implanted in his abdomen. The thick and poisonous mist, under the catalysis of Hanzo of the salamander's chakra, could not be easily dispelled by ordinary wind escape. And Hanzo of the salamander, who had already come to kill them, would not give them this time. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Han Zhang put on his mask again and quickly formed seals with his hands. In an instant, a huge water dragon with a hideous face condensed out of thin air. Part of the poisonous fog in the air combined with it, turning it into a terrible ninjutsu that could poison and kill people if touched. Looking at the rushing water dragon, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Uchiha Geninja could dodge it, but the dozens of Konoha ninjas behind them were not so easy. They tried to disperse and dodge, but because Hanzo's attack was too fast, more than a dozen ninjas were hit in an instant. Several Konoha ninjas who were hit head-on by the water dragon bullet had their internal organs burst and exploded on the spot. The splashing toxic liquid also splashed on the mouths, eyes, and skin of nearby people. Many people were blinded on the spot, and the worst skin was as red as being poured with boiling water, and the whole body was in severe pain. Chapter 40. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Han Zhang, who succeeded in his attack, simplified his seal again and quickly launched a killing move at Uchiha Xian, who was standing still. At this moment, Uchiha Xian, who had already completed the portrait, suddenly raised his head. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Xian clapped his palms, and the large amount of chakra gathered in his body was compressed and condensed, and spewed out from his mouth. A lifelike fiery dragon appeared in the air. Zzz. The scorching heat evaporated the poisonous fog in the air. Under the control of Uchiha Xian, the roaring dragon instantly split into 5 ferocious dragons. Bang! One of the fire dragons pounced on the water dragon bomb and blasted it through and evaporated it in a breath. Using the rising air currents brought by the high-temperature flames of the fire dragons, Uchiha Xian carried all the poisonous fog into the sky. The remaining 4 fire dragons continued to move forward, and attacked the salamander Hanzo riding on the summoned beast from 4 directions. This level of fire escape. Did Konoha send a strong man from the Uchiha clan? Even though the flame dragons hadn't come close yet, the heat waves that came towards him made Hanzo realize the terrifying power of these 4 flame dragons. Water Style, Water Instant Body Technique. Hanzo, who didn't dare to take the attack head-on, formed a seal with one hand and turned himself into a pool of water in an instant, avoiding the attack of the 4 fire dragons. But the salamander under him was not so swift, and was hit head-on by the 4 fire dragons on the spot. The impact of the explosion instantly flew it hundreds of meters away. The scorching heat and the damage from the explosion made its skin and flesh torn apart, emitting bursts of burnt meat smell. The skin of this salamander was thick, and although it was hit, its injuries were not to the extent that it affected its movements. Seeing that Hanzo was forced back by Uchiha Xian, when he appeared somewhere else in an instant, Jiraiya and Orochimaru immediately launched a siege. Earth Style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Orochimaru slapped the ground with both palms, and immediately created a huge swamp under the body of the salamander. Jiraiya understood what he meant, and held the oil made of chakra in his mouth, spitting it out while using the fire style to burn it. Fire Style, Flame Bullet. The next moment, a scorching fireball flew towards the salamander Hanzo. The scalding hot oil and blazing flames did not give Hanzo the same impression as the Great Dragon Fire technique released by Uchiha Xian, but it was definitely not something he could take head-on. Water Style, Water Wall. Hanzo used his most proficient water style to raise a water wall to block the attack of the fire bomb. He quickly broke free from the swamp and rushed towards Jiraiya and Orochimaru with a chain sickle coated with poison. While the 3 of them were fighting, Tsunade bit her thumb and pressed it to the ground. Summoning Technique Slug. The slugs from the wet bone forest immediately appeared in the air. The slugs understood what was meant and immediately split into many small slugs, dragging the poisoned victims to a corner for treatment. Tsunade came to Uchiha Shien in an instant and asked anxiously, "Are you not hurt?" Uchiha Shien's condition suddenly deteriorated, which really scared her. "Well, I just had a temporary breathing problem. I'm fine." Uchiha Shien nodded slightly, staring at the salamander Hanzo who had begun to occupy the upper part in the distance, and responded to Tsunade. The remaining rain ninjas under the sand iron wave were constantly being squeezed out of their last vitality and chakra. After all of them were merged into Uchiha Shien's body, although they could not make up for the consumption of deducing dust release, they were enough to support him in the battle. And when fighting with Salamander Hanzo, Uchiha Shien actually had a feeling. That is, this Salamander Hanzo was not as strong as he imagined. The most important thing is his poison, which made the current Salamander Hanzo. If you exclude the poison, Salamander Hanzo is not unmatched in the cage level. But for Jiraiya and Orochimaru who have just reached the cage level, the Salamander Hanzo in front of them is an extremely powerful enemy. The lion's hair technique. Jiraiya used his chakra to lengthen and harden his hair, forming it into a lion's head shape in an attempt to entangle and chop Hanzo. But as soon as his long hair was swung out, the chain sickle in the hand of the Salamander Hanzo swung and chopped it off. Swish! The sickle predicted the route of Jiraiya's attack and easily cut off his long hair. Seeing that the attack failed, Jiraiya immediately retreated. Orochimaru looked at him, and the two used the summoning technique at the same time. The psychic summoning technique, Gamabuntat. Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. 2 puffs of white smoke rose up, and a giant red toad with a giant pipe in its mouth, a bandage around its waist, and a dagger stuck in its body, and a huge purple python appeared on the battlefield. Tsunade and Uchiha Shien also rushed to the battlefield at this moment. Facing the people who surrounded them with full firepower, Hanzo of the Salamander raised a sarcastic smile under his gas mask. "If that's all, then defeat me." The Salamander Ibu, who had been crawling behind the Salamander Hanzo, suddenly puffed up his cheeks. After 5 minutes of charging, the Salamander Ibu was able to release poison gas again. From the Salamander Ibu opened his bloody mouth, a ball of purple poison mist that was almost liquefied instantly poured out. Uchiha Shien quickly pulled Tsunami beside him and used shave to move him away from a distance of dozens of meters. Jiraiya and Orochimaru didn't react that quickly. Huff! The thick poison mist sprayed them in the face. Jiraiya and Orochimaru had taken the antidote pills in the experimental stage beforehand. Although they were weak, they were not dying yet. But Gamabunta and Manja were really in trouble. They had just come out and were sprayed with poisonous gas. The key is that the poisonous gas was so strong that even they were knocked down immediately. The two summoned beasts looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru with a "fuck you" look on their faces, wishing they could slap them in the face. "You summoned us here just to be meat shields, right? Send them to the Slug Sage, only he can save their lives." Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were retreating, shouted to Tsunade. They didn't expect that the Salamander Hanzo actually had this trick. "You are too careless, your reaction speed is not as fast as my little Shien." Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and Orochimaru with disdain, and did not forget to praise Uchiha Shien who saved her. Strictly speaking, she did not react, fortunately Uchiha Shien pulled her away. Facing the proud Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru hesitated to speak. They also wanted to say that you relied on Uchiha Shien, but who made Uchiha Shien Tsunade's apprentice, they were powerless to refute. Uchiha Shien looked up at the black clouds gathering in the sky and drew out the samurai sword behind him. "I'll stop him for a while, you guys recover as soon as possible." As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Shien rushed out in an instant, and the speed was so fast that the 3 people around him could not react. Chapter 41. So fast. Hanzo's pupils shrank as he watched Uchiha Shien, who was about to attack him, raise his sword to meet the enemy. Bang! The blade of the chain sickle instantly collided with the blade of the samurai sword. As the fire exploded, Uchiha Shien, who had failed to strike, showed a 3-Magatama Sharingan in his eyes. Uchiha clan. The experienced salamander Hanzo quickly closed his eyes and used his right arm to push Uchiha Shien back several meters. You really know the Uchiha clan well. Uchiha Shien smiled and immediately poured lightning chakra into the blade. ZZ. Chidori blade, Reikari. Uchiha Shien attached the lightning chakra to the blade through the change of chakra, further strengthening the sharpness of the blade. Uchiha Shien, holding the blade in one hand, attacked Hanzo from the flank while the electric current roared. Tsunade also cooperated with him and attacked with the force of thunder. Super Strength Iron Fist. She integrated the 6 styles iron block she had learned into the Super Strength. When using the Super Strength, she tightened her muscles. This made her fist heavier and more powerful, and the force increased exponentially. Hanzo, who dared not open his eyes and whose hearing was disturbed by the sound of the electric current, made a seal with one hand. Fire style, explosive flame formation. Beforehand, while others were not paying attention, all the detonating tags buried on the ground flew up. Uchiha Shien and Tsunade, who were approaching, were immediately entangled with the detonating tags on their legs. With his other free hand, Hanzo threw out the chain on his sickle and swept it around. Bang bang! With 2 muffled sounds, Tsunade and Uchiha Shien were both forced back by the chain. Flying in the air, the detonating tags on their legs were about to explode. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were weak from the poison, had no time to rescue them at this moment. However, the 2 people in the air did not show any panic on their faces. 6th style, Iron Block. The 2 of them simultaneously stimulated the flow of chakra in their bodies, making their bodies harder than steel. Boom! A violent explosion sounded instantly, and the flames that shot up into the sky enveloped Uchiha Shien and Tsunade. Success! Hanzo opened his eyes and showed a surprised expression. But the surprise on his face didn't last for a few seconds, and 2 figures fell from the air. Boom! As the ground shook, Uchiha Shien and Tsunade landed safely. The injured legs of the 2 people were exposed to the air at the trouser legs that were torn by the explosive talisman. The legs that should have been charred or even broken were only burned at this moment. Yin Seal, heal. The 2 simultaneously mobilized the chakra stored in the Yin Seal to quickly heal the injuries on their legs. After just a few breaths of staring at each other, the calves with burn marks were completely renewed. The snow-white skin was quite eye-catching on the dark rainy day with thunder. Seeing this scene, Hanzo's heart sank. Tisk tisk tisk, in terms of combat experience, I am indeed not as good as you. My swordsmanship and tactical application are also far inferior to yours. Uchiha Shien, who was standing in place, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the salamander Hanzo in front of him. If it weren't for the powerful attack prediction of Kagura Heart Eye Heart Net and the insight of the Sharingan, he really couldn't fight against Salamander Hanzo in a simple fight. The natural gap in combat skills and tactical application widened the gap in strength between them, who were of similar strength. Uchiha Shien also realized that this was one of his shortcomings. Most of his combat skills and tactical application came from the fighting between shadow clones. The experience of fighting real enemies is really rare. You satisfied me, Hanzo, but it's time to end it. After expressing his feelings, Uchiha Shien threw the samurai sword in his hand. The sharp tip of the blade pierced the ground and nailed it hard. Seeing Uchiha Shien abandoning his weapon, not only was Hanzo confused, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were also confused. What do you mean by end? Even if you all come together, you are still no match for me. Salamander Hanzo snorted coldly and raised the chain sickle in his hand. How could he, who was revered as the demigod of the ninja world, admit defeat to this group of juniors in front of him? As long as the salamander behind him finished charging and spewed out poison gas again, if he cooperated, Salamander Hanzo was confident that he could defeat Uchiha Shien and Tsunade in front of him. "No, it's over." Uchiha Shien interrupted Hanzo's words, condensed lightning in his hand and threw it upwards. Buzz. Rumble. The moment the lightning sank into the clouds, the overwhelming thunder and lightning were triggered. Like huge waves, like surging thunder, it gathered into a vast ocean that flashed and exploded in the sky. The great power of nature, just the moment it appeared, shocked everyone present. Uchiha Shien attracted the Chidori that he threw into the clouds. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the lightning condensed and deformed, and finally turned into a roaring Kylin. "Lightning style, Kirin." Uchiha Shien whispered softly, and waved his right hand towards the distant salamander Hanzo. Roar! The thunder transformed into a unicorn opened its huge mouth, and the thunder resounded through the world like a roar. Hanzo of the salamander stood there, staring at the sky with a dull look. The dazzling lightning blocked his sight, and before he could move his body, the unicorn had already descended. Before everyone's eyes were occupied by white light, the last scene they saw was the terrifying unicorn that had descended and bit the ground. Boom! Sizzle! The entire battlefield was instantly covered by lightning. The powerful lightning impact shattered the earth, and the aftermath that vented out lifted Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who were 100 meters away, into the air. In the center of the battlefield, in an area that no one could observe, Uchiha Shien held Tsunade with one arm and held her in his arms. The golden Susanoo skeleton blocked in front of him, resisting the impact of the unicorn explosion. After a moment, when the lightning dissipated, Uchiha Shien also retracted the Susanoo that he had displayed. "Tsunade, you can't tell anyone else about this." The dazed Tsunade nodded subconsciously. Seeing that she was still dazed, Uchiha Shien slapped her round buttocks. "Pa!" The waves rose and fell, and the pleasing scene was accompanied by Tsunade's scream. "Aya!" Rubbing her slightly painful butt, Tsunade realized what was happening and then her eyes widened. That lightning escape, and that skeleton just now. A huge amount of information hit her brain, making it difficult for Tsunade to process it for a while. "Anyway, just don't tell anyone, think about it yourself." Uchiha Shien pinched Tsunade hard while she was confused, and then immediately ran to the center of the Kirin bombing. Looking at Uchiha Shien running away, Tsunade, who was rubbing her butt, felt embarrassed and annoyed. She looked around and found that the area was still covered by smoke and dust, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 42. It's okay if no one sees it, otherwise it's too embarrassing. It's not necessary to make people come back to their senses like this Shi Xiao. Shikui, he's not little anymore. Tsunade murmured in her heart, staring at Uchiha Shien's back. She recalled the golden skeleton that had just protected her, and couldn't help but think of the divine power that the Uchiha clan would get when they opened the Mangekyo Sharingan in the records of the Senju clan. According to rumors, that was the power that Uchiha Madara mastered at the time, which could rival her grandfather Senju Hashirama. But so far, Tsunade has never seen the Uchiha clan show it. But today, she seemed to have seen it in Uchiha Shien. Does this mean that he has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Isn't it so outrageous? He is only 12 years old. Although he is like an adult normally, his body is also, but he is just a child after all. Tsunade's heart was filled with shock, while Uchiha Shien was only excited. Uchiha Shien, who found the body of the salamander Ibuki, found the dying salamander Hanzo under the body of this summoned beast. His reaction speed is also really fast, and he pulled his summoned beast to defend against the advent at the last moment, right? Unfortunately, in the face of absolute damage and numbers, your operations are meaningless. You. Salamander Hanzo opened one eye weakly, as if he wanted to say something. Before he could finish his words, Uchiha Shien grabbed his throat with one hand and lifted him up. Transformation and sacrifice. A raging black flame surged out from his palm, covering the body of the salamander Hanzo. At the same time, a black flame also flew out, covering the body of the salamander Jingfu next to him. Mangekyo. Hanzo used his last strength to say his last words in horror. The black flames that plundered life took his life immediately. His body continued to dry up until it turned into a handful of dust. Uchiha Shien closed his eyes tightly, feeling the surging vitality and chakra surging in his body. Not long after, Uchiha Shien opened his eyes, and the 8-pointed star kaleidoscope flashed in his pupils. The pupil power of my left eye has recovered half, and my vision has not been affected. My body functions and chakra have improved to varying degrees, and my body seems to have gained an extra toxic antibody. Uchiha Shien looked at the pool of venom left by the salamander Inobushi, and directly cut a hole in the palm of his hand to let the venom seep into the wound. With life return, he can manipulate the cells in his body. If he really can't resist the toxins of the salamander, he can discard the cells in his palm. In Uchiha Shien's eyes, the toxins that invaded the wound spread rapidly. But he didn't feel weak at all, his blood quickly purified the toxins and completed the detoxification on his own. The combination of the Uzumaki sage's body and the toxic antibodies obtained from Hanzo of the salamander has made my body resistant to toxins and even immune to the toxins of the salamander. Uchiha Shien couldn't stop smiling, he knew very well how toxic the toxins of the salamander were. Even Hanzo of the salamander himself, who had toxic antibodies, was immune to ordinary poisons at most, and he couldn't stand the toxins of the salamander. Now he is even immune to the toxins of the salamander. In human terms, this is immune to all poisons. Uchiha Shien, who usually uses poison, knows the importance of this feature. Now even if he accidentally gets poisoned, it won't affect his combat power too much. And he can also use this feature and use poison as a way of attack. It's no longer a smear on weapons or iron sand, but can directly use large-scale poison gas, which is a mutual destruction trick in the eyes of ordinary people. The more Uchiha Shien thought about it, the brighter his smile became. Tsunade, who came closer, saw his smile, and her plump body couldn't help but shudder. He must be thinking something bad. This thought immediately popped up in Tsunade's mind. At this time, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and some Konoha ninjas also approached this side. Looking at the ashes of the body of the salamander Hanzo and the ashes of the salamander Ibushi on the ground, they understood that Uchiha Shien had killed the salamander Hanzo. Lord Uchiha Shien! Lord Uchiha Shien! I don't know who started shouting, and then the remaining Konoha ninjas all shouted loudly with great excitement. Now in the eyes of the ninjas, Uchiha Shien's position in their hearts has surpassed Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also looked at Uchiha Shien with complicated eyes. No matter how much they deny it, the thunder release Kirin just now is enough to kill them in a second. This has already shown that Uchiha Shien, who is only 12 years old, is already stronger than them. Orochimaru's eyes occasionally glanced at Uchiha Shien's eyes, and he sighed in his heart. The blood of the Uchiha clan actually has such a strong potential. Compared with Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others, Tsunade's mood is simpler. She is simply happy for the current Uchiha Shien, and of course she is ashamed of his little trick just now. While cleaning up the mess here, the various fronts of the Rain Country also received good news. In order to launch a general attack, Hanzo of the Salamander also drew away some of the elite Rain ninjas on the Rain Country front. Tsunade and the others' previous plan further increased the number of Konoha ninjas on the front line. This made the front line one-sided in a short period of time. Uchiha Shien had not rested for 2 hours when the Hidden Rain village was defeated by Konoha. The news of the death of Hanzo of the Salamander also spread throughout the ninja world with the fall of the Hidden Rain village. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the three of them, who cooperated with Uchiha Shien to kill the enemy, also spread. When the news reached Konoha village, the people spontaneously gave them nicknames. Since Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the three of them were all disciples of the third generation of Hokage, they were directly called the Three Ninjas of Konoha together. And Uchiha Shien, who was the most outstanding in the deeds, finally killed the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, with Thunder Release Kirin, and was specially called Konoha Thunder God. When this nickname reached Uchiha Shien's ears, he had a speechless expression on his face. Do people like to give people nicknames so much? Have you asked for my opinion? I am not just good at lightning release. Unfortunately, his words alone could not shake the title that gradually became the consensus of the ninja world. The hawks of the Uchiha clan who learned the news could be said to be grinning from ear to ear every day. Uchiha Shinji now wishes that his beloved Uchiha Shien would come back immediately to inherit his position as the leader of the Uchiha Hawks. Even among the doves of the Uchiha clan, most of them have developed a feeling of admiration for Uchiha Shien and have turned to join the Hawk camp. After all, there is no news about Uchiha Fugaku on your side, while Uchiha Shien on the other side is younger than him, but he has become famous. Chapter 43. Some are happy while others are sad. While the Uchiha clan is celebrating, the Sandame and Danzo in the Hokage's office are looking worried. At the age of 12, how could he cooperate with Tsunade and others to kill Hanzo of the Hidden Rain village? The third Hokage looked at the information given by the Anbu, and after confirming it again and again, he was still in disbelief. This was really unbelievable. He was not even a jonin when he was 12 years old. Danzo also had a gloomy face, and suddenly looked up and said, "Is there a possibility that it is the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan?" It is said that as long as the eyes are open to the Mangekyo, members of the Uchiha bloodline will have the strength to rival the cage level. As soon as he said this, the third generation took a deep puff of his cigarette. Although this statement was also outrageous, it seemed to be the most likely outcome for the Uchiha clan. The third generation now vaguely remembers that his teacher, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Kagami and others stayed behind to cover the rear. After the teacher died in battle, Uchiha Kagami opened his Mangekyo Sharingan and wiped out the pursuing Golden Horn troops in one fell swoop. The terrifying combat power he displayed at the end of his life was so great that even though he was several kilometers away from the battlefield at the time, he could still see the standing Susanoo. Just one sword could cause mountains to collapse, and even with his current strength, he was not sure he could defeat Uchiha Kagami at that time. In the end, the third generation knocked on the pipe in his hand and said in a cold voice, "This matter cannot be confirmed yet. What is certain is that Uchiha Shien has developed a lightning escape ninjutsu that is powerful enough to kill a cage-level warrior. In any case, the existence of this naturally evil Uchiha brat has already threatened us. Last time, so many Senju clan ninjas from the Whirlpool country were able to return. I suspect he was behind it." Danzo never hesitates to speculate on the development of a matter with the most despicable ideas. But this time, the statement he put forward made the third generation feel a little convinced. Thinking back carefully, the last time Uchiha Shien brought back the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, it was indeed very suspicious. We must be more vigilant. Your good disciple Tsunade might stand with the Uchiha clan because of this evil kid. Tsunade's brother, Nawaze, is alive and well now. He didn't die on the battlefield as you wished. Danzo reminded the Sandai loudly, making the Sandai's face even gloomier. His original intention was to further weaken the presence of the Senju clan in Konoha village. After all, if there is not even a leading heir in the future, how can it be called a force? But now the development of the situation is really deviating more and more towards the goal of his plan. Thinking of this, the Sandai touched the wound on his face. Uzumaki Mito also knew about Nawaze, and she almost made a big fuss in Konoha. If he hadn't been beaten up by her and promised a lot of conditions, the Sandai felt that Uzumaki Mito really had killed her. His thoughts. The other party is about to die, and with the identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he really can't offend her before she dies. Even if he knows the other party's weakness, he can't be too presumptuous. This time he was just secretly provoking, and it was mainly because of Nawaka's own death. If he really takes action against Noeki, then Uzumaki Mito may really be incompatible with him. After careful consideration, the third generation showed a sharp eagle-like gaze. The plan against the Senju clan will be shelved for the time being. Now Uchiha Xian's reputation is too great, and he must be suppressed. He cannot be allowed to participate in the war for the time being. Danzo, you should not alert the enemy, let your roots monitor his whereabouts at all times, and we will make a decision later. The increasingly fierce war is still the main theme after all. Kanahagakure and Sandagakure have already fought, and Rainagakure has just won. The third generation has to keep an eye on the movements and intentions of other ninja villages. He has too many things to do now, so he can only put Uchiha Xian's affairs on hold for the time being. Danzo's face was dark, and he shouted unhappily, "We have already seen the disaster that threatens Konoha, why do you turn a blind eye? Hiruzen, which side are you on?" Uchiha Xian is now about to be elected as the leader of the Hawk faction in the Uchiha clan. If he really becomes the patriarch of the Uchiha clan in the future, the entire Uchiha clan will become a scourge. Faced with Danzo's questioning, the third generation just glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, "Danzo, I am the Hokage. Remember, you are the root. I took the responsibility for you sending the root to track down the rope tree later. You acted on your own, do you know how much trouble this has brought me?" Danzo was blocked by these two sentences, and he was suffocated. "I know you are the Hokage. Is there any need to emphasize this? You are here just to provoke me, right? If I hadn't been timid that time, how could you have snatched away the position of Hokage from me? Didn't you also acquiesce to the matter of rope tree? You talk as if it was all my idea." Danzo was furious and couldn't help but think back to the time during the First Ninja World War when his teacher, Tobirama Senju, discussed who would be the bait. At that time, he had the idea of volunteering to be the bait, but he hesitated at the critical moment. Who knew that he would be preempted by Hiruzen, and in the end, it was teacher Tobirama and Uchiha Kagami who went to be the bait to stop Kinkaku and Ginkaku's troops. If it weren't for this incident, Danzo felt that with his talent and ability, he would never lose to the third Hokage. This resentment accumulated in his heart, and it can be said that it was growing day by day. Humph! After glaring at the third generation fiercely for a few times, Danzo snorted coldly and left. After they finished discussing and passed the order, Uchiha Xian and Tsunade, who received the message from Konoha, had been in the rain country for almost a month. "The damn old man asked us to go back to Konoha to rest. The current situation is not urgent." Tsunade raised the secret letter in her hand unhappily and said something to Uchiha Xian, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and others. They all nodded calmly, and were not surprised by this late secret letter. If there was really any arrangement, the third generation would have sent it down long ago. It took so long to seal the secret letter, obviously there was nothing for them to do. Is the war situation in the Wind Countries so stable that we don't need to intervene? Orochimaru frowned. He still wanted to do something for Konoha. And he wanted to accumulate the necessary reputation in the war. Orochimaru was also going to grab the position of the future fourth Hokage. Therefore, he was unhappy with Konoha's arrangement. Jiraiya shrugged and said indifferently, "Who knows, we haven't heard too much news. Anyway, the third generation old man doesn't let us care, so we can just enjoy ourselves." As he spoke, he stretched and prepared to continue sleeping. Tsunade looked at the two of them, then looked at Uchiha Xian and asked, "Xiao Xian, should we go back, or continue to stay in the Hidden Rain village?" Tsunade had no opinion on whether she should stay or go. She was used to it and liked to listen to Uchiha Xian's opinion. Gulp. After swallowing the wild boar meat that Mikoto had roasted for her, Uchiha Xian pondered for a moment. The third Hokage didn't seem to be ready to attack her. Without a falling out, returning to Konoha was definitely the best option. Finally, let's clean up the Hidden Rain village, solve the problem of Konoha ninjas killing people and stealing food, let them go back to Konoha in batches, and then we can go back." Uchiha Xian immediately put forward his own ideas. After the victory, the Hidden Rain Village, as a defeated village, can be said to have no ability to fight back. Many Konoha ninjas rushed to the village to burn, kill, and loot, which was already a common thing. After all, the two sides are warring enemies, and it is reasonable to let the ninjas on their side indulge their desires. Even if Tsunade and the others want to curb it, it is impossible to take care of so many Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Xian didn't really want to clean up anything, but he wanted to use this as an excuse to search the Hidden Rain Village again. Nagato and Konan, they are the targets that Uchiha Xian wants to find in advance. Chapter 44. Nagato was implanted with the Samsara Eye by Uchiha Madara, so Uchiha Xian must find him in advance. He can't attack him immediately, but he can mark him in advance. When Uchiha Madara dies, he may be able to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor and absorb the power of the Samsara Eye. In Uchiha Xian's plan, obtaining the power of the Samsara Eye is a possibility for him to be promoted to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or even the Samsara Eye. After all, they are the eyes of the superiors, and the power of the Samsara Eye should be able to allow him to be promoted. If it doesn't work, Uchiha Xian can only think of another way. Anyway, relying on the ability of his right eye reincarnation sacrifice, he can be regarded as a pseudo-eternal Mangekyo as long as he uses it appropriately. As for the latter, Konan, who is to be found, it is purely out of personal interest. Is it wrong to like little Loli? And she will be so beautiful in the future, wouldn't it be wonderful to take her away now and raise her well, train? The family already has Uzumaki Kanako, and Uchiha Xian doesn't mind having another Konan. Tsunade and Uchiha Mikoto, who didn't understand Uchiha Xian's true intentions, felt that Uchiha Xian was really kind-hearted. Even Jiraiya was a little moved and admired this Uchiha Xian who was so much younger than him. He already felt pity for the current situation of the Hidden Rain Village, and was ready to stay here to do his part. Then I'll go to the Hidden Rain Village. Teacher Tsunade, Mikoto, you guys go to the camp and pack up your things. Okay, Mikoto, and I will pack up first. Tsunade nodded, then took Uchiha Mikoto and left first. At this time, Uchiha Mikoto already had a diamond mark on her forehead that was exactly the same as Tsunade's. After a month of practice, Uchiha Mikoto also learned the Yin seal. In the past month, Uchiha Xian has paid more attention to the development of dust release and collecting Jiraiya and Orochimaru's summoning scrolls. In line with Tsunade's lobbying, when he said he wanted to try to pick a summoning beast, Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not refuse. Providing a summoning scroll is not a problem. The main problem is whether Uchiha Xian can be chosen by the other party. High-level summoning beasts like Ryukadong, Myabokuzan, and Wetbone Forest are already theirs to choose ninjas. From their perspective, Uchiha Xian's behavior of casting a wide net and catching more fish can be said to be excusable. However, Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not expect that Uchiha Xian did not care about the so-called summoning beasts. He just wanted to learn the corresponding sage mode from them. It is better to go back and learn from Tsunade's slug sage first, and then try to see if the other two can do it. Tsunade can speak well for me, but I can only rely on myself for Myaboku Mountain and Ryukai Cave. Uchiha Xian did not want to use force to negotiate. After all, who knows what level the strength of the ancestors and sages behind them is. Each of them has lived for thousands of years, and is an old monster in the literal sense. Uchiha Xian does not mind overestimating their strength as much as possible, at least he has to estimate it to be super shadow level. With a heavy heart, Uchiha Xian once again stepped into the land of the Hidden Rain Village. Due to the geographical environment here, it really rains 8 out of 10 days, and today is a hazy day with light rain. No wonder Hanzo of the Salamander deliberately provoked a war and tried to expand the territory of the Rain Country. In such an environment, if it does not change, it will be difficult to develop basic people's livelihood. After all, the entire ninja world is now at a semi-modern level, which is really an abstract situation. There are sofas, TVs, and radios, but a group of people are still farming. If one day I can control the entire ninja world, I must initiate reforms. At least get me a cell phone and a computer, otherwise there will be no fun except clapping with my wife. Uchiha Shien muttered to himself and began to search the entire Rain Village. The previous war had killed almost all the men in the Rain Village. At a glance, all the scattered people on the street were women, and they were all little girls. The fundamental reason why he had been searching for almost half a month without finding her was because there were too many girls like Xionin at this time. When they saw Uchiha Shien appear, the groups of little Lolas immediately became excited. They surrounded him in groups, and each of them looked at him with expectation and admiration. Okay, everyone line up, everyone has food. Arriving in front of a shop owned by a wealthy businessman in Yuyan village, Uchiha Shien opened the door and took out the rice porridge and side dishes prepared by the wealthy businessman. He often does disaster relief work these days, and his reputation in Yuyan village belongs to that of a god. If it weren't for the lack of money to erect a statue for him, any poor family that is about to starve to death would probably want to erect one for him and worship him every day. As for where the food comes from, on the one hand, he got it by hypnotizing and controlling the wealthy businessman, and on the other hand, he got it by using wood release to ripen rice. Accompanied by some bacon pickled from wild animals he hunted, and pickles provided by the wealthy businessman. For this group of little Lolas, these foods are necessary to maintain their lives every day. The most important thing is that the wandering ninjas of Yuyan village and Konoha dare not rob the food distributed by Lord Uchiha Shien. In today's Yuyan village, food is life. Lord Shien, there's me too. Me. The little girls were crowded, all eager to fill their stomachs. However, they had been taught by Uchiha Shien before, so everyone restrained their desires and lined up obediently. While distributing food, Uchiha Shien also had a new idea in his mind. I might as well secretly support a leader of the Hidden Rain Village and use this to secretly control the entire Hidden Rain Village. After all, he can't stay here forever. It's hard to say what will happen to these little Lolas after he leaves. Uchiha Shien couldn't do that to satisfy his kindness and ignore them. Considering the special strategic position of the Hidden Rain Village at the junction of various countries, it is also a strategic layout to control this unknown ninja village in advance. And for him, this is not a difficult task. The powerful hypnotic ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan is so strong that even if a cage-level person is accidentally caught, it is difficult to break free from his control. In the Hidden Rain Village now, let alone the cage level, even a Chunin is considered strong here. After adding one more thing to do before leaving, Uchiha Shien slowly distributed all the food. When he closed his shop and prepared to continue searching near the Hidden Rain Village, a girl in tattered clothes and alert eyes in light blue and purple secretly poked her head out from the corner. Seeing that Uchiha Shien was about to leave, she finally plucked up the courage. She stepped on the muddy ground and came to Uchiha Shien step by step. Raising her round face that was stained and looked like a little beggar, the girl whispered, is there any food? I just want a little bit. She spoke softly, and she lowered her head humbly in the face of Uchiha Shien's gaze. Chapter 45. You want to eat, right? Then be confident and look up at me. Looking at the little Lolita in front of him, Uchiha Shien smiled and reached out to gently touch her dusty purple-blue hair. Hearing his gentle voice, the panic in the girl's heart gradually subsided. She raised her head carefully, and when she met Uchiha Shien's smiling face, she subconsciously lowered it. After finding that she was not beaten, she gently raised her head again. Her bright orange eyes immediately met Uchiha Shien's pupils. That's good, you've been hiding by the side until now. Be brave, it's okay. I can heat up the rest and eat it, you can go in and wash and change clothes first. Uchiha Shien stopped closing the shop, reopened the door, and welcomed the girl in. Feeling the kindness and warmth that she had never felt since her parents died, the 6-year-old girl couldn't help but shed tears in her eyes. Well, thank you, but you don't have to bother me like this. I just need some food. The girl's voice was particularly low because of her inferiority and sensitivity. How could Uchiha Shien, who had finally found his target, let Xionin leave so easily? Don't force yourself like this. My name is Uchiha Shien. I'm only 12 years old this year, but I'm just a little taller. Uchiha Shien introduced himself with a smile, and emphasized his age. Hearing that the handsome boy in front of him was only 12 years old, only 6 years older than himself, Xionin's orange eyes widened immediately. 12 years old? Why aren't all the adults in the village taller than you? Well, maybe I have enough nutrition, so I grow fast. Uchiha Shien used words that were hard to tell whether they were true or false to evade Xionin in front of him. The reason why he could have such a physique was that he had absorbed the vitality and chakra from reincarnation, which strengthened his physique in the past 2 years. 6 styles after the life return after the completion of the great achievement, it also allowed his body to grow further. If he simply ate and drank well, he would not be qualified to grow into his almost adult appearance at this age. When Xionin heard this, she couldn't help but look down at her shriveled and petite body. But before she could feel sad for a moment, Uchiha Shien directly pulled her into the store. There is an independent house behind this. Except for the servants cleaning at the specified time, there is usually no one here. I'll heat up 2 buckets of water for you. There are also 2 pieces of clothes in the house for you to pick out. Uchiha Shien did not give Xionin a chance to refuse and immediately arranged a one-stop service for her. After he revealed his age and the 2 sides became closer, Xionin was less wary of adults. She did not refuse Uchiha Shien's kindness and accepted it obediently. Xionin washed her body in the bathtub, revealing a childish but delicate and cute face that was obviously a beauty. The delicate skin that was previously covered by dirt and dust also showed its original fair color. The only problem is that Xionin is malnourished, her figure is too slender, and her face has an unhealthy paleness. Xionin, who put on new clothes for the first time since her parents died, walked to the dining table with light and graceful steps. Looking at the hot meals, she couldn't help swallowing. Noticing Uchiha Shien looking at her with a smile, Xionin Nan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head shyly. After all, she had been traveling outside for a while, and at the age of 6, her thinking had matured a lot. Although she knew that there were differences between men and women, it was the first time that she was stared at by the opposite sex like this. But facing the handsome Uchiha Shien, she let down her guard and no longer had the fear she had before. Although she was shy in her heart, she felt more of an indescribable joy. Looking at Xionin in front of him, Uchiha Shien seemed to see a shy little rabbit, making people want to hug her. Gurgle gurgle. At this time, Xionin's stomach, because of the long-lost aroma of food, instinctively made a gurgling sound. After this sound, the shame made Xionin's head hang even lower. The red face also became hot, and the small pink earlobes also turned red, making people want to take a bite. Ha ha ha! Don't hold back if you're hungry, remember to eat slowly. Uchiha Shien spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere and asking Xionin to come up and sit down to enjoy. Xionin, who couldn't refuse, sat on the bench and ate in small bites. Later, when she ate too fast, Uchiha Shien would ask her to eat slower. After not eating for too long, eating too much suddenly is not good for the stomach. Xionin knew that Uchiha Shien was concerned about her, and she also kept these things in mind. During the meal, facing Uchiha Shien's questions, Xionin, who opened her heart, no longer concealed anything. She answered her current situation truthfully and told about her previous experience. Brother Uchiha Shien, my name is Xionin. My parents were called up to the front line a year ago, and they should have died. When Xionin mentioned her parents, tears could not be concealed in her eyes. Uchiha Shien checked the time and estimated that he probably didn't kill them. As for Xionin's later experience, how could she, a 6-year-old girl, protect her own home? At that time, Hanzo Salamander exploited the people and ninjas of the Hidden Rain village to the utmost for the sake of war. The house of Zionen's parents was soon robbed. As for whether her parents were dead or not, no one at the front line conveyed it to Zionen. There was not even a pension, which made Zionen start wandering in the Hidden Rain village. Usually she would hide in a cave outside the Hidden Rain village, and come to the Hidden Rain village during the day to steal something to eat. The long period of wandering made Zionen see many dark sides of society. Therefore, she would deliberately avoid people, especially men. Fortunately, she was only 6 years old. Usually she is so sloppy and small, no one would have any bad intentions towards her. It's just that after the recent defeat of the Hidden Rain village, there is even less food in the village. Conan, who has been hungry for 3 days, had no choice but to come and have a look after hearing that food was being distributed here. Conan, who had been prepared to return empty-handed, really didn't expect that she would meet such a kind person as Uchiha Shien. Not only is he so handsome, but he is also so kind and considerate to her. The key point is that Conan herself doesn't believe that Uchiha Shien has any bad intentions. After all, she is already like this. How could there be anything worth the other party's plan? After hearing about Conan's experience, Uchiha Shien did not hide his origins. After hearing that he was from Konoha, Conan was not afraid, but showed a look of surprise and admiration. "Are you the legendary Konoha Thunder God?" "Ah! Don't call me that, it's embarrassing." When such a cute little girl like Zionen said this, Uchiha Shien screamed in shame. P.S. The picture is Zionen. Chapter 46. Seeing Uchiha Shien's expression, Zionen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He, I feel like Uchiha Shien-sama, you are different from what the rumors say. Of course, those are all rumors. Uchiha Shien waved his hand and calmed down. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "I am from Konoha, aren't you afraid, Zionen?" Hearing Uchiha Shien mention this, Zionen thought about it and finally shook his head. "Because I think you, big brother, are not a bad person, and we were the ones who started this war. It is impossible for Zionen, who lives in this troubled time, not to know what happened." If she has to talk about hatred, Zionen actually hates Hanzo the salamander who took the initiative to provoke the war. Her parents were probably killed on the battlefield in the fight against the Iron Kingdom. Therefore, knowing that Uchiha Shien in front of her was the Konoha Thunder God who killed Hanzo the salamander, Zionen felt a sense of gratitude in her heart. Looking at Zionen, who was so sensible, Uchiha Shien was also quite emotional. To be able to think independently at this age, she must have experienced a lot of hardships. After eating and drinking, Zionen looked at Uchiha Shien in front of her and was restless. She immediately stood up, bowed her head and thanked him. "Thank you, big brother, for giving me a good meal. I won't bother you here anymore." Zionen. Seeing that she was about to leave, Uchiha Shien suddenly called her to stop. Hearing Uchiha Shien calling her, Zionen immediately tensed her body and stopped. "Zionen, just stay here for a while. You have nowhere to go if you go back, right? But this will be too much trouble for you, big brother." Looking at the house, Zionen bit her pink lips lightly, with deep nostalgia in her eyes. It was impossible for her to say that she didn't want to stay. Her cold, simple cave was completely incomparable to the warm, comfortable, and not damp house now. Uchiha Shien saw Zionen's concerns and said with a smile, "I will stay here for a few more days. It is tiring to distribute food by one person. Zionen, you can help, right? And right now, I want you to help with something." After hearing the last part, Zionen couldn't wait to ask, "What is it?" If she could help Uchiha Shien and stay here, she would feel at ease. "I've been looking for someone recently, a boy with red hair." "Zionen, you should have been around here for a long time, have you seen such a child?" Uchiha Shien briefly described Nagato's appearance. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, it goes without saying that he has red hair. Uchiha Bankan chose to put his samsara eye on Nagato because he was attracted by the physique of Nagato's Uzumaki clan. After listening to Uchiha Xian's description, Xionin fell into deep thought. She thought of the people she had met, and she had never met a boy with red hair. I have never seen such a child, but I know where they might appear. On the long street west of the village, there are often children stealing things. I used to go to the forest a few hundred meters east of the village, where many children gather. Xiaonan listed the places where the two stray children often appeared. This gave Uchiha Xian a great help. He had previously checked step by step, and it was easy to miss them. Then Xionin, you should have a good sleep here first, I will go to those two places to check it out. After Uchiha Xian gave a few instructions, he set off without stopping according to the information given by Xionin. Looking at Uchiha Xian who was leaving, Xionin didn't know what he was going to do, but he was relieved that he could help him. He is only 6 years older than me, but this big brother takes such good care of me. Xionin had a peaceful smile on her face, and her heart was particularly warm. When she lived in the cold cave, she prayed to the gods more than once, hoping that she could return to a normal life. But she didn't expect that such a day would actually come. Although Uchiha Xian just said that he helped him, Xionin felt that she did not provide any help. Her eyes could not help but fall on the several pieces of white paper casually placed on the wooden table next to her. For some reason, she has been particularly fond of origami since she could remember. Therefore, even though she was only 6 years old, her origami skills were among the best. Her hands could not help but rest on the pieces of white paper. After more than a year, she was able to touch paper again. Even after a long time, Xionin still folded the paper skillfully. After a moment, looking at the rabbits, paper cranes, and butterflies she folded in her hands, an idea arose in her mind. If I give these origami to my big brother, will he like them? Xionin's face flushed, and her expression became tense involuntarily. Even when she was lying on the soft bed, she was still lost in reverie with the little animals she had just folded. While Xionin was daydreaming and her heart was pounding like a deer, Uchiha Xian came to the long street west of Yuyan village. This is not the most prosperous long street in Yuyan village. Due to the war, it looks very deserted. There are not many vendors on the street, and most of them sell food. Seeing the appearance of Uchiha Xian, the vendors showed nervous expressions, fearing that it was a wandering ninja or a Konoha ninja. Destruction, looting food. But after seeing Uchiha Xian's face clearly, they all breathed a sigh of relief. In the Hidden Rain village, Uchiha Xian's reputation has spread, and they all know that the other party will not do anything to them. Uchiha Xian was too lazy to pay attention to this group of merchants, and unfolded the Kagura Heart-Eye Heart Net, and began to search for Nagato's trace. Unfortunately, he did not know Nagato's chakra. At present, the greatest help of Kagura Heart-Eye is just to make it easier for him to find people. Many children hiding in the corners of the alleys were found by Uchiha Xian one by one. After searching, Uchiha Xian did not find Nagato. Where is this guy hiding? Could it be that Nagato's parents are still alive and he is still wandering? Uchiha Xian carefully recalled the setting of Nagato in his mind. During the Second Ninja World War, 2 senior ninjas from the Hidden Leaf village broke into Nagato's home in order to search for food resources. They mistakenly thought that Nagato's parents were enemies and killed them. The frightened Nagato unconsciously opened his samsara eye and killed the intruders. Nagato, who lost his parents, has lived a wandering life ever since. It's really abstract. Although the ninjas of Konoha would plunder food, how could the Jonin level plunder? Generally, it is the Genin and Chunin who are not of high quality and have insufficient food rations, so they would plunder money or food. The Jonin are the elites of the village, and they will never go hungry. Recalling it again, Uchiha Xian felt a headache. There are really many problems here. Knowing the current situation, Uchiha Xian has a lot of complaints. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the Konoha Jonin who killed Nagato's parents was controlled and arranged by Uchiha Madara. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Chapter 47. Uchiha Shien stopped and continued to recall. He was going to try his luck in the forest outside the village. If he really couldn't find it, then forget it. Later on, it all depends on Jiraiya to see if he can meet Nagato. After all, now that he is involved, Salamander Hanzo is dead. Tsunade also complained to him that there was a sissy fool who wanted to pursue her, but she kicked him half to death. The plot in the original book is different, and Uchiha Shien has no idea what changes will happen in the future. It is for this reason that he has always chosen to take the initiative instead of passively waiting for events to develop. But now it seems that there is really no other way. For him, it is enough to gain Konan on this trip. If Xionin can awaken Paper Escape in the future, with her as a reference, the subsequent construction and acquisition of Paper Escape can consume less pupil power. Deduction out of nothing, even if there is corresponding cognition, the consumption of pupil power is huge. If he has a foundation in advance, or is even on the verge of learning it. Uchiha Shien has tried it before, and then through soul transmigration portrait to learn, the consumed pupil power will be reduced exponentially. Like the lightning escape Kylan he learned before, because he had the foundation of lightning escape Chidori, he almost didn't consume much pupil power to construct it. After comforting himself, Uchiha Shien set off for the forest east of the village. This place is very remote, but you can see the remains of many campfires along the way. The pale and skinny children are all hunting, drinking water, and living in this forest. I haven't discovered before that there is a camp for homeless children here. Uchiha Shien, with a slightly raised eyebrow, hid in the tree canopy and scanned the children moving below. After a round of inspection, Uchiha Shien did not find any trace of Nagato. However, during the search, he captured a tiny amount of chakra in the forest. Any human in this world has a trace of chakra in their body. But the trace he just captured was even weaker than that of an ordinary person who was dying. It is so subtle that sometimes it is impossible to detect it. It must be caused by someone hiding their own chakra. Uchiha Shien narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly realized the problem. He himself restrained his chakra and did not go there in person. Uchiha Shien had a guess in his mind, that is, Ze was using the mayfly technique nearby. Whether it was white Zetsu or black Zetsu, their appearance must be extraordinary. Magnetic escape third eye. Uchiha Shien condensed the iron sand and accurately controlled every trace of chakra. After hiding the chakra fluctuations to almost non-existence, he controlled the iron sand eye to fly towards the target location. A few minutes later, on the road deep in the mountains, Uchiha Shien captured the chakra fluctuations hidden under the earth. If it were not for the powerful perception of Kagura's heart eye heart net, his iron sand eye would not be able to detect any trace of the other party's existence. On this road deep in the mountains, Uchiha Shien soon saw a red-haired child walking on the road. He walked unsteadily, and his pale face and thin body all showed that he was malnourished and had not eaten for a long time. Nagato. Uchiha Shien recognized at a glance that this was the Nagato he was looking for. Good boy, you are hiding in the deep mountains and forests, right? No wonder I have been looking for you in the hidden rain village for so many days, but I haven't found any trace of you. When Uchiha Shien was complaining in his heart, Nagato, who was walking on the road, fell forward directly. Plop! Nagato fell straight down and fell face down on the ground. It is not difficult to see from his situation that Nagato is probably fainted from hunger. Seeing Nagato fainted from hunger, a humanoid creature with a strange appearance and unnaturally white skin immediately emerged from the ground. White Zetsu, who popped up, muttered in his mouth, "Oh my, you can't die here, otherwise Lord Madara's plan can't be implemented." As he said that, White Zetsu stabbed his palm into Nagato's body and supplied him with some nutrients. After realizing that someone was approaching, White Zetsu hid in the ground again. The bushes next to him made a rustling sound, and soon a little boy with an orange hedgehog head popped up. I wonder if the traps here have caught any prey. Why is someone lying here? The little boy muttered expectantly, and when he noticed Nagato lying on the lawn, he immediately went over. Having been here for a while and becoming the leader of the children in this area, Yahiko immediately determined that Nagato had fainted from hunger. He took out the water and food he brought with him, and gently broke off some to feed the unconscious Nagato. Due to the nutrients supplied by White Zetsu earlier and the food fed by Yahiko, the tenacious Nagato quickly woke up. When Nagato opened his eyes, he saw Yahiko, who was smiling brightly. Yo! Hello, I'm Yahiko. Are you okay? What's your name? I haven't seen you before. Yahiko pulled Nagato up and greeted him enthusiastically. Uchiha Shien, who saw this, smelled the scent of gay love from a distance. The way you two met is like the male protagonist picking up a girl on the side of the road while walking. Uchiha Shien, who didn't dare to think about it anymore, hastily separated a few grains of sand iron and attached them to the roots of Yahiko's hair. This can only be regarded as a semi-finished sand iron mark, which is limited to providing a coordinate for himself. As for why it was not placed on Nagato, Uchiha Shien was afraid that this kid would find out in the future. Nagato must not be touched now. White Zetsu is always monitoring him, which means that Uchiha Madara is paying attention to him. Uchiha Shien doesn't want to take this risk and go to dig out the Samsara Eye now. There is a long time to come, and this guy Yahiko can be used. Looking at the two of them being so gay, Uchiha Shien dared not imagine what the future would be like. It is uncertain what Nagato's future strength will be, but Yahiko will definitely be good. If something really goes wrong, he can definitely use Yahiko to threaten Nagato to hand over the Samsara Eye. Satisfied, Uchiha Shien turned around and left. He did not go back to the Hidden Rain village directly, but went to the Konoha camp to meet Tsunade and Mikoto first. Uchiha Shien did not hide the existence of Konan, and it was reasonable for him to adopt her. But Mikoto believed this, but Tsunade did not believe him at all. There are so many war orphans in the Hidden Rain village, why did you pick just one to adopt? No, I have to go see him. Tsunade has every reason to suspect that Uchiha Shien has other purposes. Uzumaki Kanako is almost being raised as a young wife by Uchiha Shien, and Uzumaki Kushina also visits Uchiha Shien's house every day. She knows this very well, so she seriously suspects that Uchiha Shien has ulterior motives. Uchiha Shien did not expect that Tsunade could see through his mind at once. Damn, what happened to the saying that big breasts mean no brains? Could it be that the protein that he contributed to her before nourished her brain? Uchiha Shien, who was suspicious, could only lead the two to meet Konan. Chapter 48. After leading Tsunade and Mikoto to the base he had set up in the Hidden Rain village, Uchiha Shien went in first. He wanted to remind Konan and let her be mentally prepared. Uchiha Shien also explained Konan's situation to Tsunade and Mikoto. Mikoto didn't need to say much when she heard that Konan's parents had both died and she was begging for food after wandering for more than a year before being met by Uchiha Shien. Even Tsunade's heart softened. Although it had nothing to do with the war between the Hidden Rain village and Konoha, Tsunade still put herself in it. Thinking that this was the consequence caused by herself, Tsunade felt uneasy because of the guilt in her heart. Uchiha Shien took this opportunity to return to the depths of the mansion. Soon he saw Konan sleeping soundly, her thin clothes sticking to her pink skin. There was a sweet smile on her face, as if she had dreamed of something happy. Even in her sleep, Konan was still holding 1,000 paper cranes carefully in her hands. On the wooden table next to the bed, Uchiha Shien also saw other origami works. What a beautiful work of art! I can only fold a paper airplane. Uchiha Shien picked up the origami animal on the table and looked at it for a few more seconds. In his worldview, things can only be folded in half, and that's it. It was impossible for him to fold such vivid little animals out of paper before. It seemed that Xionan was alert because of her life in the wild. After hearing Uchiha Xian's sigh, she woke up. She subconsciously tensed her nerves and immediately opened her eyes to look around. Uchiha Xian noticed that she woke up, and said with a smile while holding the origami animal in his hand, "Sorry to bother you, Xionan, this is what you folded, it's very beautiful." Looking at the smiling Uchiha Xian in front of her, Xionan was stunned for a few seconds. It turns out it wasn't a dream. She once suspected that she was sleeping in a cold cave. She didn't expect that everything she experienced today was really not a dream. Hearing Xionan's murmur, Uchiha Xian smiled and stretched out his finger to touch her forehead. "I must have fallen asleep. Of course it wasn't a dream. I was standing still. Sorry to bother you, but it's time for you to get up, Xionan. I have two companions to introduce to you, they also want to meet you." Uchiha Xian pinched Xionan's face and immediately gave her a shot of prevention. Xionan, who had just reacted, sat up straight subconsciously when she heard that Uchiha Xian's companions were coming. Seeing her so formal, Uchiha Xian said softly, "Don't be too nervous, they are all very good people." After putting down the origami animals in his hand, Uchiha Xian went out to pull Tsunade and Mikoto in. Xionan, who was still a little unconscious, couldn't help but look at the origami animals placed on the table. She just recalled that Uchiha Xian seemed to say that this was very beautiful. At this moment, a different kind of satisfaction suddenly filled the girl's heart. After a while, Uchiha Xian appeared at the door of the room with Tsunade and Mikoto. Seeing the two strange women, Xionan was quite nervous. And seeing such a young girl, both Tsunade and Mikoto were overflowing with maternal love. Even though she could see that Xionan was a beauty, Tsunade no longer mentioned Uchiha Xian's possible intentions. Uchiha Xian also gave the space to the three of them specifically, and did not interfere. These 6-year-old, 12-year-old, and 20-something, three girls, and women of different ages mixed together, who knows what kind of chemical reaction will occur. He didn't want to take risks, it would be bad if it turned into a Shura field inexplicably. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll kill 2 ninjas before dark to replenish my vitality. I have to be quiet for a while after returning to Konoha, and Uchiha Xian is not going to waste the time now. There are not many powerful ninjas left in the Hidden Rain village. Uchiha Xian is not picky. As long as the Genin and Chunin commit crimes and are caught by him, he will kill them all. The continuous rain will eventually help him wash away these bloody traces. When Uchiha Xian came back, Konan, Tsunade, Mikoto and the others no longer had the initial unfamiliarity. The 4 of them stayed in the Hidden Rain village for 3 days. During these 3 days, Uchiha Xian controlled the wealthy businessmen and the remaining jonin in the Hidden Rain village, as well as the daimyo of the Rain country. Anyway, he really didn't know why these ninja guys were so obedient to a pig who only knew how to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and didn't even think of resisting. Uchiha Xian doesn't spoil the daimyo, if he didn't need him now, he would have killed him long ago. Using the influence of the daimyo, combined with Uchiha Xian's, the wealthy businessmen and ninjas in the village were controlled by illusions. They soon formed a new force to dominate the Hidden Rain village. A puppet jonin arranged by Uchiha Xian was elected as the new leader of the Hidden Rain village. Other ninja villages didn't care, and Konoha didn't even care. Anyway, the compensation for the Rain country has been paid, and no one wants to touch the land of the Rain country. After all, its location is too special. It is located in the center of the borders of various countries, which is the same as a certain wave without any waves. If anyone dares to occupy it, other ninja villages will definitely not agree. Therefore, no one knows that the land of the Rain country has quietly fallen into the hands of Uchiha Xian. Uchiha Xian, who returned to Konoha, doesn't need to worry about anything. What he should be more worried about now is meeting the girls at home. Knowing that he was coming back, Uzumaki Kanako and Uzumaki Kushina came to his house and waited. As soon as Uchiha Xian stepped into the house, Two red-haired beauties jumped out. "Welcome back, young master, Xian." Uzumaki Kanako was wearing a little maid outfit specially made for Uchiha Xian. Her gentle voice and respectful bowing were quite cute. Uzumaki Kushina was not so well behaved. She threw herself into Uchiha Xian's arms and gave him a big hug. She was wearing a light yellow shirt, and the soft fabric outlined her petite figure. As she hugged him tightly, Uchiha Xian could feel the softness of her body. Kushina also exuded a fresh and lovely breath. The innocent smile that came into view made this petite and exquisite figure have a little bit of coquettishness. "Hey, the force of your collision was quite strong, Kushina." Uchiha Xian rubbed Kushina's red hair and responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Kushina raised her round face and said, "Hey, I have become much stronger now, don't underestimate me." Yes, my Kushina is the best." Looking at the cute and adorable Kushina in front of him, Uchiha Xian agreed repeatedly. Even though Uchiha Xian's response was just like coaxing a child, Kushina couldn't help but smile with joy after hearing it. Faced with such an easy-to-coax Kushina, Uchiha Xian pinched her round face lovingly. "I am afraid I can only feel this soft touch in other places in the future. While Kushina is young, she must enjoy it for a while. P.S. I'll add another chapter for the reward from QCQS Shana, thank you very much." Chapter 49. After enjoying the fragrant and soft Kushina, Uchiha Xian introduced Xionan, who would live here in the future. Xionan, who was dressed in formal clothes, walked out from behind him and bowed respectfully to Kanako and Kushina, saying, "Hello, sisters, I am Xionan, please give me your guidance in the future." "Hey! What a cute girl!" Kushina exclaimed in surprise, then went up and hugged Konan, who was even smaller than her. Uzumaki Kanako narrowed her eyes slightly, with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. What's going on? She feels that her status has been severely challenged. During this period of time, she has been at home, studying some fine reading materials and knowing a lot about adult topics. Tsunade can't compare to her, and those two big thunders are the threshold she can't cross. Her young age is her advantage, but the appearance of Konan has replaced her position as the youngest sister. Uchiha Xian, who noticed the change in Uzumaki Kanako's mood, was ready to go back and comfort her. They are all younger than me, and they dare to be jealous. This kind of limelight must be stopped. In order to divert attention, Uchiha Xian shouted, "We have to celebrate this time we come back. Tsunade will treat us to barbecue and seafood later. Let's pack up and go." "Great!" Uzumaki Kushina jumped up immediately. Konan, who was being rubbed, couldn't help but drool. She had only heard of these foods so far. Kanako's attention was also diverted, and she immediately took the initiative to lead Uchiha Xian to change clothes in the house. She has learned the maid rules in the past 2 years, and she has also learned them well. It seems that she was stimulated by Konan just now. Kanako's service in dressing is also particularly attractive. The maid outfit I made for her, you can see her fair skin when you look down. Fortunately, Kanako only wears it at home, later she changed into normal clothes. The only pity is that she has not grown up yet, and does not have Tsunade's more direct charm and mature woman's impact. But Uchiha Xian did not dislike the faint fragrance of this unripe fruit. If Kushina and Konan were not waiting outside, Uchiha Xian would probably have to spend a long time tasting the flesh of this fruit to see if it was edible. But thinking of the main meal he would have today, Uchiha Xian suppressed the impulse. Uchiha Xian put on his usual casual clothes, and then took Kanako's hand and walked out of the bedroom. "All right, let's go." Uchiha Xian gave an order, and everyone set off in a mighty procession. At the door of Konoha's largest barbecue restaurant, neatly dressed Mikoto and Tsunade were already waiting. Mikoto put on a touch of light makeup, which made her already delicate and lovely face look more mature and beautiful, and her clothes also set off this point very well. The slightly raised curves of her figure gave her a touch of charming and mature charm in her youth. Tsunade's dress was the simplest, wearing a tea-green long gown with black edges, a loose sleeveless top similar to a kimono, a black cloth belt around her waist, and dark blue cropped trousers. But such a loose style was blocked by her plump and proud figure. The figure was propped up by force. The charming face between youth and charm, coupled with the diamond-shaped yin seal mark between the eyebrows, makes her more elegant and charming. The voluptuous curves show her charm and sexiness just right. And her elegant and generous demeanor suppresses this overly attractive figure very well. In the eyes of outsiders, she is more of a majesty, not as irresistible as in the eyes of Uchiha Shien. The first time she saw Uchiha Shien, Tsunade noticed his burning gaze. Her mind was full of imagination, and a charming blush climbed up her cheeks. She hugged her hands as if she wanted to cover up something. But the tightness of her hands made the deep ravines more obvious. The milky white snow-white pupils that were about to burst out attracted Uchiha Shien's attention like a magnet. Before others noticed, Tsunade took the initiative to let everyone enter the store and go to a separate box she had reserved. Tsunade, who was walking at the end, gave Uchiha Shien a charming look and said, "If your girlfriend sees this, she will be angry." "I don't think so. Mikoto is quite magnanimous. And it's hard for me to look away from you." Uchiha Shien responded with a smile, without any stage fright. Seeing Uchiha Shien's stubborn attitude, Tsunade was speechless because of his thick skin. Before entering, Uchiha Shien gently patted her hips and reminded her, "Don't forget your promise to me. I have been accumulating this for a long time since I came back from the battlefield." After saying this, without giving Tsunade a chance to answer, Uchiha Shien followed everyone into the private room. Tsunade, who was behind him, stroked her red and hot cheeks and couldn't help mumbling a few words. "You still remember that thing, at your age? He is really capable, it is totally inconsistent with human biology. If that is the case, wouldn't I be committing a crime?" Countless thoughts flashed through Tsunade's mind, and as soon as the last thought came to her mind, Tsunade was so embarrassed that she almost slapped herself. If it comes to committing a crime, it seems that she has already committed a crime. With a broken jar in her heart, Tsunade stepped into the box with excitement and expectation. The independent box space is relatively closed, and soon the atmosphere became warm involuntarily. Tsunade also ordered some low-alcohol fruit wine for everyone to try. As for Zionin, he just drank the juice obediently, picked up some vegetables to eat, and was enough to be a cute thing to be rubbed by everyone. It was already evening when everyone came together, and it was completely dark after they finished eating. "Misaki, go back with Konan, Kanako and the others first. I'll clean up the mess." Seeing that it was getting late, Uchiha Shien took the initiative to end the party. Misaki and the others, who were full, also felt a little tired. After all, except Tsunade, the others were not very old, and it was normal for them to sleep at this time. "Well, I'll take them back first, Suinjun." After nodding, Mikoto didn't think much about it, and left with Konan and Kanako. As for Kushina, Uchiha Shien sent her back to the Senju clan's residence. She now lives with Uzumaki Mito. In the end, only he and Tsunade were left on the dim street. Tsunade seemed to be drunk, and was held in Uchiha Shien's arms. She closed her eyes slightly, and her slightly trembling eyes showed that she was not really drunk. Smelling the mellow and milky aroma of fruit wine left on the beauty beside him, Uchiha Shien's palm couldn't help but explore inside, brushing across the heart-beating outline, and finally resting on the soft slender waist. "Since you are drunk, I will personally take you back." Uchiha Shien whispered in her ear and gently bit her rosy earlobe. "MMM." Tsunade uttered a soft cry, but still did not open her eyes. When Uchiha Shien really brought her back to the house, Tsunade had to open her eyes. Without giving her a chance to speak, Uchiha Shien kissed her lips. It was not known whether it was the sweetness of the fruit wine or the fact that both of them were greedy for this beauty. Tsunade only felt that this kiss was particularly long. Her eyes became blurred, and her slightly drunk expression changed from the initial reluctance to complete obedience. "Brat! You little bastard, call me husband." Chapter 50. After using practical actions to change Tsunade's nickname from brat to husband and then good father, Uchiha Shien felt a full sense of accomplishment. He almost lost several times in the middle, but fortunately he had trained his body over the years and finally held on and turned defeat into victory. "You have the Yin seal, and so do I. I also have life return. Tsunade, you haven't practiced the 6 styles up to standard yet." Snap! Looking at the dimly lit window, Uchiha Shien slapped her skillfully. The crisp sound and the familiar pain woke Tsunade from her sleep. Tsunade, who had already adapted to this kind of pain, rolled her eyes at Uchiha Shien lazily. "Don't call me Xiao Shien, I've already given up." Tsunade's weak voice was particularly charming and soft, and Uchiha Shien felt numb all over when listening to it. "That's more like it." Uchiha Shien fell into Tsunade's arms, and he no longer had the idea of showing off his strategic victory. He just wanted to have a good sleep and make up for the sleep he missed last night. The two of them closed their eyes and opened them again, and the day passed. Dong dong dong. In the evening, the urgent knock on the door woke up Tsunade and Uchiha Shien, who were competing in the 6 styles again. Sensing that the people outside were Mikoto and the others, Uchiha Shien woke up instantly. "You are too addicted to it. Tsunade, wake up soon." Uchiha Shien shook Tsunade beside him. She was still half asleep. When she saw Uchiha Shien calling her, her body instinctively hugged him and held him tightly in her arms. "Be gentle." A soft and weak voice came from Tsunade's red lips, making Uchiha Shien frown. "I mean Mikoto and the others came to see us." Then. Tsunade suddenly opened her eyes. She immediately threw Uchiha Shien out of her arms and subconsciously grabbed the clothes she usually put on the table. Tsunade was stunned for a moment when she looked down and saw the coat and shirt that had been broken into pieces. "You little brat, you've gone too far." Tsunade glared at Uchiha Shien fiercely and wanted to get up to get new clothes. But as soon as she stood up, her body fell down weakly. It was not until now that Tsunade realized that she was covered in red and purple and had no strength to get up. Although the Yin seal can be used to recover quickly, it will take time. Seeing this, Uchiha Shien directly pressed her on the bed and covered her with a wet quilt. "Just keep pretending to sleep, I'll handle them." "Okay, then I'll do as you say." Tsunade, who had tucked her head and body into the quilt, nodded with a red face. In this situation, she could only fool around like this. Wind style, big breakthrough. Uchiha Shien blew out a whirlwind from his mouth, refreshing the air in the room, then he changed his clothes and went to open the door. With a bright smile, Uchiha Shien immediately opened the door. Mikoto and Kushina came into view. Seeing Uchiha Shien appear, Kushina proudly boasted to Mikoto, "What do you think, Mikoto? I told you Shien was here." Mikoto said that Uchiha Shien was missing and asked her to come over to ask. Kushina immediately used the perception ability of Kagura's heart's eye and quickly found this place. Mikoto nodded slightly and asked curiously, "Shien-jun, you haven't come back all night, why are you at Tsunade's house?" "Ahem, I brought her back last night. She vomited, so I helped her clean up. I was busy all night, so I took a nap here today." Tsunade is still drunk and sleeping in her room. Uchiha Shien coughed twice and answered in a very natural tone. Mikoto felt something was wrong when she heard this, but she couldn't say it. Tsunade was her teacher after all, and Mikoto couldn't think of anything deeper. "Teacher Tsunade hasn't woken up yet, so I'll make her some hangover soup." Misaki, who was very concerned about Tsunade, immediately walked in. "I'll help you." Kushina followed closely behind, and quickly followed. Uchiha Xian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced in the direction of the bedroom. Tsunade, who heard the noise, immediately pretended to be drunk and asleep. She felt touched and guilty in her heart, and there was a slight sense of excitement. Fortunately, the excitement brought by the betrayal did not make Tsunade lose her mind. In terms of acting, she cannot be said to be professional, but it is no problem to fool Mikoto and Kushina. After the matter was perfectly resolved, Uchiha Xian was relieved. Next time I come, I have to manage my time. A few days after sighing, Uchiha Xian had gotten used to coming to Tsunade every day. Tsunade's already plump figure had grown a little bit after being nourished, and Uchiha Xian had measured the actual weight gain. After gradually turning into Uchiha Xian's shape, she also had a charming and seductive temperament. Even Mikoto and the others, who were also women, were occasionally amazed by Tsunade. They recently had a catchphrase that Tsunade-sama, teacher, seems to have become more beautiful. Tsunade was overjoyed to hear this. If her body could not bear it, she would probably squeeze Uchiha Xian more. Uchiha Xian was also grateful more than once that he had used the lightning release chakra mode to temper his body every day before, and he also had the enhancement of soul transformation sacrifice. Otherwise, he really couldn't handle Tsunade with her 1,000 hands physique at his age. After indulging in the gentle land for a month, Uchiha Xian regained his spirits. You can't sleep anymore, Uchiha Xian, cheer up. What are you talking about? I'm wearing the fishnet clothes you mentioned today. Tsunade's voice came from inside the house, and Uchiha Xian's mind rang with a ballad. Big-headed son, small-headed father. After another day of depression, Uchiha Xian was completely inspired. The most important thing is that he found that if he didn't get excited, he would be weak. Tsunade, who is nearly 30 years old, is getting braver and braver. This little pony can't stand it. I'm going to the wet bone forest to practice sage mode. That's all for the time being. Bye. Uchiha Xian got up from the bed again, put on his pants quickly, and asked Tsunade to summon the slug and let him go to the wet bone forest. You were working very hard before, okay, I'll tell Mikoto and the others. Tsunade was lying on the bed, showing off her perfect figure elegantly, her jade hands gently stroking her thighs, showing off her seductive lines. Her baby-like tender skin was faintly blushed, and she exuded a charming and seductive fragrance. Looking at her every move, Uchiha Xian seemed to see a succubus trying to suck his essence. Fortunately, Tsunade was completely full now, so she put on her coat and summoned the slug out without any such thoughts. Chapter 51. Slug Sage, please teach this kid a lesson. Tsunade had already told Slug Sage in advance, and now she said it again for Uchiha Xian. You guys are really amazing, you actually got mixed up with each other. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan merged. I won't get involved in these trivial matters. Speaking of the point, even Lady Tsunade hasn't learned the sage mode yet. Xiao Xian, are you confident? The slug's mouth opened and closed, and a crisp female voice came out from it. That's right, this slug is female, or rather, the entire slug sage is female. Every slug is a split of the slug sage, but Uchiha Xian is not sure whether their consciousness is common. Facing the slug sage's question, Uchiha Xian nodded confidently. I have confidence. It would be a shame to give up without even trying. Haha, you have such a mentality at such a young age. Hashirama was much worse than you back then. Slug Sage admired Uchiha Xian in front of him. Regardless of whether he could learn it or not, pride is a must to become a strong man. Then the Slug Sage took Uchiha Xian through reverse spiritual communication and came to the wet bone forest surrounded by green shade. This place is full of greenery, and Uchiha Xian felt a lot more energetic in a breath. And here, it was full of dense little slugs. The tentacles of each slug were looking straight at this side, and the scene was quite weird. Uchiha Xian knew that these slugs were actually clones of the Slug Sage, and there was no emotion on his face. Then Xiaoxian, I want to explain to you what the Sage Mode is. To learn Sage Mode, one must learn to fuse the natural energy of the outside world and fuse it with one's own chakra to create a more powerful Sage Chakra. The slug in front of Uchiha Xian started to explain. Although he had the concept of Sage Mode in his mind, it did not prevent him from listening to the slug sage's detailed explanation. The Sage Mode of our wet bone forest is different from the toad of Miyaboku Mountain and the white snake of Ryakai Cave. The Sage Mode is different according to the different ways of learning and the ratio of natural energy absorbed. The Sage Mode of the wet bone forest lineage tends to be Yang escape, and pays more attention to vitality. Of course, the destructive power is not weak either. The slug sage said complacently, and also praised the Sage Mode of his own lineage. Then the little slugs squirmed, and soon crawled all over Uchiha Xian's body. The soft and sticky touch made Uchiha Xian frown. Although there is no peculiar smell, it is physiologically repulsive to be crawled all over the body by slugs like this. However, he did not shake off the little slugs on his body, but looked carefully at the slug sage clone in front of him. Seeing that Uchiha Xian still remained calm, the slug sage's tone had a hint of approval. You have good endurance, Xiao Xian. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. It's not easy for us in the wet bone forest to practice the Sage Mode. These little slugs will help you absorb natural energy. If the natural energy gets out of control, they will also help to expel it. As long as you can learn to absorb natural energy within 3 days without your body being slug-iffied, you will be qualified to learn the Sage Mode. The slug sage made his words very clear, and Uchiha Xian bowed respectfully to him. Thank you for your teaching, slug sage. After saying that, he sat cross-legged on the ground, entered a meditative state and began to try to absorb natural energy. Seeing that Uchiha Xian was quite polite, Slug Sage had a better impression of him. Perhaps because the wet bone forest is a holy place, the natural energy here is also particularly rich. With the help of many small slugs, Uchiha Xian quickly sensed the natural energy floating in the air. Violent and chaotic, that is the energy transformed from the vitality of this planet. The more Uchiha Xian came into contact with natural energy, the more he could feel its vastness and terror. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. His mind flew to the sky, and he remembered that the Otsutsuki clan planted the sacred tree, and they specifically chose planets with life. The nutrients that nourish the sacred tree and make it grow stronger should be the vitality contained in the planet, that is, this natural energy. The more Uchiha Xian thought about it, the more biased his mind became, and his body absorbed the endless natural energy according to instinct. He did not absorb it according to his own ideas, but relied on his own instincts. Natural energy is different from his own chakra. Only by being calm and learning to feel it and merge with it can he master it. This was originally a very difficult process, but Uchiha Xian's progress was exceptionally smooth. Same situation as Hashirama back then, is it because of the Uchiha clan's bloodline? No, that's not right, the Uchiha clan inherited 6 paths eyes, not his body. This vigorous vitality. It's the physique of the Uzumaki clan. Slug Sage looked at Uchiha Xian in surprise, and she quickly realized his extraordinariness. In addition to the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, she also saw that Uchiha Xian possessed the top-level Uzumaki sage body, which is only possessed by the Uzumaki clan or the members with the purest bloodline. This is comparable to the sage body of the Senju clan, and this actually appeared on Uchiha Xian. Uchiha and Uzumaki. Could it be that Xiao Xian's bloodline has regressed? The slug sage, who knew the origins of these bloodlines, thought of a possibility. Everything in front of him proved that this possibility was reality. At this moment, the natural energy that was constantly flowing into Uchiha Xian's body gradually drew a black eye shadow mask on his face. 3 hours later, the eye shadow mask of the Sage Mode appeared completely on Uchiha Xian's face. The next moment, Uchiha Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In those golden eyes, there was an innate dignity and pressure. The strength of chakra has increased 3 times. Whether it is ninjutsu or illusion, the power can be improved accordingly. The most terrifying thing is the strengthening of vitality. Uchiha Shien was amazed, and without hesitation, he made his palms into blades and stabbed his abdomen. Puff! A hand knife pierced through his waist and abdomen, and even shattered part of his internal organs. When he pulled it out, bright red blood flowed out like a stream. But the next second, the flesh and blood at the wound in the abdomen began to wriggle and regenerate, healing at an extremely fast speed. In just a dozen seconds, what would have been a fatal injury to ordinary people disappeared without a trace on Uchiha Shien. Moreover, the damage to the internal organs was also repaired. Uchiha Shien only felt that part of his fairy chakra was consumed. Unbelievable, Xiao Xian, you actually learned it so quickly. And the eyeshadow and facial makeup are so complete, there is no flaw. It seems that I really met a genius, so you can now enter the next step of practice and learn to absorb natural energy without borrowing the little slug. The slug sage was also amazed at Uchiha Shien's learning ability. Tsunade had come here to practice before. My goodness, she has been sitting here for 3 or 4 days, but she has not gotten started. In contrast, Tsunade is so useless that she can't be more useless. Chapter 52. H-shu. In the room, Tsunade, who was washing wet sheets and clothes, suddenly sneezed. She felt a chill and instinctively felt that someone was scolding her. Unfortunately, she couldn't think of it. It was the slug sage from the wet bone forest who was talking about her. Time passed quickly, and 5 days had passed. Today, Tsunade was very irritable in her room. Since her first experience with sex, she had been obsessed with Uchiha Shien for more than a month, and her body had completely changed into his shape. After 5 days of separation, Tsunade felt a little itchy. Did Xiao Xian succeed? If he failed, he should be back in 3 or 4 days. Tsunade was muttering with longing, and with a bang, the slug sage's clone came back with Uchiha Shien. Tsunade, who was wearing pajamas, happened to meet Uchiha Shien, who was shirtless and looked refreshing. The strong muscles and masculine outline almost made Tsunade drool. But after reacting, Tsunade immediately straightened her posture. Hey! You're back so soon, it looks like you failed, Xiao Xian. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Shien with a gloating look, as if she saw herself failing at the time. She, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru actually went to their respective sacred places of summoning beasts to learn the sage mode. But so far, even Jiraiya has made some progress. As for her and Orochimaru, they were born useless and had no fate with the sage mode. No, Master Tsunade, Master Shien has already learned the complete version of sage mode. The slug shook her head and told about Uchiha Shien's current situation. Although she, a slug, could not see any expression, her tone was still particularly pleasantly surprised. Just from the change in her address to Uchiha Shien, Tsunade could hear that the slug sage recognized Uchiha Shien. How is it possible? Hey, it's only been 5 days, even if he learned it, it can't be so fast. Tsunade blinked and felt a little emotional after hearing from the slug that Uchiha Shien had already learned it. She had been trying hard for several days before, but there was no effect. How come in almost the same time, you told me that Uchiha Shien has already learned it? The gap is too big, I will be sad too. Looking at Tsunade, who stood up suddenly, Uchiha Shien did not respond, but silently clasped his hands together. The natural energy that Tsunade could not perceive immediately gathered into Uchiha Shien's body. After a moment, Uchiha Shien's face showed eyeshadow and facial makeup, and the majestic golden eyes made Tsunade completely speechless. Are you kidding? You really learned it? Tsunade opened her lips slightly, and was completely speechless at the sight in front of her. The slug beside her shook her head. She actually wanted to say, I feel the same way as you. From sensing natural energy, to removing the assistance of the little slug, to entering the sage mode on her own. Uchiha Xian's learning speed was frighteningly fast, completely beyond her cognition for thousands of years. They were shocked, and Uchiha Xian was actually a little dissatisfied. It takes some time to enter sage mode, and it can only last for 15 minutes at most. I am not proficient in this aspect. Chakra strength has increased 5 times, and the recovery speed of chakra and physical strength has increased by more than 5 times. Unfortunately, the regeneration strength of the body has not yet reached the level of regenerating a severed limb. Uchiha Xian felt that it was still far from his expectations. The only thing that made him happy was that the sage mode of the wet bone forest would allow the user to learn how to use Yang escape. In this sage mode, the wood escape he used was no longer a mere show. What he had to do later was to get familiar with this feeling, so that even if he didn't enter the sage mode, he could skillfully use Yang escape, which would be completely perfect. He didn't need to follow his previous plan and find a way to obtain Hashirama's cells or absorb Hashirama's chakra. Hearing Uchiha Xian's muttering, Tsunade and the slug broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads. You are talking like a human being, and your amplification is not enough. Even if there is a little difference between the same level, the gap will be infinitely magnified. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. And you want to regenerate broken limbs, even Senju Hashirama, my grandfather, doesn't have such a strong regeneration ability. Master Xian, you have only been learning for a few days. As you slowly get used to it, the duration and intensity will improve. Although Uchiha Xian's words were not human, the gentle slug still comforted him. Uchiha Xian nodded slightly, and then looked at Tsunade in front of him. I need a battle to get used to the sage mode, what do you think, Tsunade? Fight? Sure. Hearing that Uchiha Xian was ready to fight, Tsunade responded with high morale. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, the slug disappeared from the spot. Tsunade was about to ask which training ground to go to for a fight, but Uchiha Xian pushed her to the ground. That's okay, I think it's okay here too. You stinky brat, you actually want to fight like this, how can you be so dirty? Tsunade twisted her plump and charming body, mustering up her strength to resist. She wanted to take the initiative, but she failed in the end. No. I just bought this dress. Wait, how come you're still in sage mode? Are you kidding? It seemed like an unprecedented determination, and it was due to the fact that it was her first actual combat. Uchiha Xian successfully raised the duration of the sage mode to 20 minutes. The effect was quite significant. At first, if he wanted to overpower Tsunade and make her beg for mercy, it would take at least half an hour. But now, starting from the 10th minute, Tsunade raised her hands and feet high and wailed in surrender. Tsunade slowly regained consciousness after half an hour. Staring at the pure white ceiling, she was speechless. She had been gradually gaining the upper hand and was about to enjoy the pleasure of being a female knight. Why did the situation change back now, and even worse? Our compatibility is getting better and better. Tsunade, I feel I will need your help later on. Let me hone my sage mode for a while longer, okay? Listening to the voice of Uchiha Xian in her arms, Tsunade opened her cherry lips slightly and wanted to speak. In the end, she could only turn her eyes into 1,000 tenderness and reluctantly agreed. She really couldn't refuse. Uchiha Xian just touched her lightly, and her body responded instinctively like an obedient slave. What good compatibility! This is clearly forced by you little by little. In the next half-month, Tsunade also lived a life of soaking wolfberries in a thermos. She really couldn't handle it. In the past half-month, she didn't even go to the casino and the tavern once. She just rested and recuperated at home. If it weren't for the chakra discharge every time, Tsunade was sure that she couldn't avoid the possibility of pregnancy. At this time point, the ninja world was at war, and she didn't want to get pregnant now. And she didn't have a boyfriend outside. If she was really pregnant, she would expose Uchiha Shien, and her life would be over. She would definitely be arrested and put in jail. Tsunade's mother, Pokemon Master. Chapter 53. My brother Shien, didn't you say that you also wanted to learn the sage mode of Mangekyo Mountain and Ryokai Cave? I think you have recently mastered the sage mode of the Wet Bone Forest very well. Tsunade leaned against Uchiha Shien and buried him deeply in her arms. While rubbing her shoulders, she used soft clip sounds to let him continue to learn other sage modes. It was really embarrassing to call Uchiha Shien brother at her age, and she didn't know where he learned this habit. But in order to give herself a few days to breathe, Tsunade also gave it a go without caring about her own face. Uchiha Shien, who was resting on a soft pillow, was motivated to hear Tsunade's delicate calls. Okay, let's solve it all at once. After getting the response she wanted, Tsunade was overjoyed and immediately hugged Uchiha Shien tightly. The next moment, Uchiha Shien was almost squeezed by the soft pillow and lost his vision and breathing. Uchiha Shien struggled to get up, like a drowning person crawling out. It has definitely risen to a new level. Looking at the trembling and undulating beauty in front of him, Uchiha Shien confirmed this idea. While sighing, Uchiha Shien suddenly remembered something and asked, "How is the front-line battle between Konoha and Sand Village?" Hearing him ask this, Tsunade put away her smile and thought for a while. It is in a stalemate right now, and Orochimaru has also gone over there to join the battle. The puppetry of the Sand Village seems to have become stronger, so even if we concentrate our firepower, we can't win for the time being. Fortunately, other ninja villages are still watching the battle, and they haven't joined the battle yet. Tsunade briefly explained the situation. She felt that this situation would last for a long time. After all, the Sand Village is not the Rain Village. Even if the land there is barren, it is definitely one of the 5 major ninja villages. Moreover, the harsh environment of the Sand Village is also an excellent place to cultivate ninjas. The Sand ninjas who come out of there, excluding a small number of individuals, are generally stronger than the Konoha ninjas of the same level. When mentioning this, Tsunade thought of another special situation and mentioned it briefly. The puppetry technique of the Sand Village has become much stronger recently. It is said that even broken puppets can be reassembled. I don't know where the Sand ninjas have improved the puppetry technique. It is possible that they will be short of manpower in the future, and that old man the 3rd Hokage will have to call us to the field again. Tsunade said indignantly. She knew very well that Sarutobi Hiruzen was now suppressing Uchiha Shien and her own reputation. As time went by, the reputation accumulated in the Rain Country had been reduced a lot. Now the direction of public opinion is more on the war between Sand Village and Konoha. Although she didn't care much about this little thing, she was always uncomfortable being secretly calculated like this. When Uchiha Shien heard Tsunade's description, he narrowed his eyes in confusion. A puppet that can be reassembled. In his memory, the puppets controlled by the Sand Village's Sand Ninjas would not be reassembled after they were broken. This was inconsistent with his memory, and he was afraid that there was something hidden. Uchiha Shien finally didn't think about it. After all, it was useless to just think about it. If he didn't go to the front line to check and study it directly, he wouldn't understand it. I'll be leaving now, I'll be back soon. Tsunade really wanted to say, you don't have to be so quick. Unfortunately, there was no such opportunity. Uchiha Shien took out the summoning scroll he had prepared in advance and teleported away. Damn it, Shien, you can reach Sage Mode, I don't believe I can't do it. Slug, I want to practice too. Tsunade summoned the slug and expressed her thoughts directly. After looking at Tsunade speechlessly, the good-natured slug still did not refuse. And this time Uchiha Shien went to the Holy Land, the Ryokai Cave where the White Snake Sage was. The 3 sage modes of the Wet Bone Forest, Ryokai Cave, and Mangekyo Mountain are different. The Slug Sage explained to Uchiha Shien that the Wet Bone Forest focuses more on strengthening vitality, the amount of chakra, and the recovery speed. It is very difficult to die after learning it, and the blue bar is several times or even dozens of times that of others. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. However, the learning conditions are harsh, and basically only Uzumaki and Thousand Hand bloodlines can learn it. The learning conditions in Myaboku Mountain are the easiest, and the strength of ninjutsu, illusion, CBCC, techniques, and physical techniques are comprehensively increased. The learning conditions in Ryokai Cave can be said to be the most difficult. Its Sage mode will make the practitioner transform into a dragon. It will cause changes in the physical body, or it can be said that the life level is sublimated, which also involves the change in the nature of Yin-dun. Uchiha Shien, who has gradually embarked on the path of mastering Yang-dun, decided to learn the Sage mode of Ryokai Cave to master Yin-dun. As long as he learns it, he will master the properties of fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, yang, and chakra. The most important of these is the change in the nature of Yang-dun and Yin-dun, which must be learned. Learning these two Sage modes is a shortcut to this direction. Uchiha Shien, who came to Ryokai Cave through reverse spiritualism, instantly appeared in a foggy area. Orochimaru and Slug Sage should have told White Snake Sage that I was coming to practice. Uchiha Shien looked around. There were stone pillars and big trees everywhere. Even with strong eyesight, he couldn't see anything more than 20 meters away. Is this a test for me? Then I've really been underestimated. Uchiha Shien, who quickly understood the White Snake Immortal's idea, smiled. At this moment, 3 pretty figures in kimonos appeared silently on the tree trunks dozens of meters away. They stared at Uchiha Shien in the center of the mist, and whispered with snake cores in their mouths, "It's the person that the White Snake Immortal said he would test, and he's finally here. She still looks like a young kid, and her vitality is really mouth-watering. Let's see if his will is strong enough, and then we will test him again." 3 female voices exchanged a few words with charming voices. Then they stood on the tree trunk, admiring the distance whether Uchiha Shien would give up going back or search here aimlessly. But their ideas were wrong. Uchiha Shien was not going to run around stupidly. Although his eyesight could not observe the surrounding environment, his strong perception of Kagura Heart-Eye Heart-Net was not covered up. The 3 existences dozens of meters away were clearly captured by him. After half a month of running in the Sage mode of the Wet Bone Forest, he can already use Yang Escape preliminarily under normal circumstances. Combined with the information he got from Tsunade about the wood escape and water escape that Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju knew, he was not going to follow the ideas of the 3 women. Bang! In the puzzled eyes of the 3 snake princesses, Uchiha Shien suddenly clapped his hands. The next moment, a low roar came out of his mouth. Wood release tree world arrives. In the confused eyes of the 3 snake princesses, the ground shook in an instant. Towering trees rose from the ground one after another. And a forest appeared out of thin air in a short period of time. Chapter 54. Tanishima Shin. This is the wood escape technique of Hashirama Senju. Suzuki-sama, what does he want to do? Ichikashima-sama, I think he's coming towards us. After Ichikashima-sama spoke, the expressions of the remaining 2 Orokai-sama froze instantly. Because those thick tree roots really flew towards them. The tree trunks they were standing on also suddenly rioted and immediately entangled their legs. However, due to the excessive number of tree roots and their sudden appearance, their legs and waists were inevitably bound and entangled by the tree roots. What's more terrifying is that the tree roots that entangled them were madly absorbing their fairy chakra. This caused the 3 Orokai-samas to fall into a situation where the more they struggled, the more powerless they became. The entangled tree roots supported the 3 Orokai-samas and then sent them to Uchiha Shien. "Yo, I am glad to meet you 3 who were secretly peeping." Uchiha Shien showed a bright smile and happily looked at the 3 snake princesses wrapped like dumplings in front of him. They were the high-ranking officials of the underground cave, and were known as the elders and trusted confidants of the White Snake Immortal. Uchiha Shien could feel the extremely powerful immortal chakra contained in their bodies. But they didn't seem to know how to use it, and they couldn't match him in terms of combat power. The three snake princesses also gave up struggling and forced a smile on their faces. We're glad to see you too. I think you should put us down first. They sang in unison, and were extremely friendly to Uchiha Xian. But the three snake princesses were not so kind in their hearts. They were responsible for testing everyone who came to Longqi Cave. Even Orochimaru, who came at the beginning, did not play tricks on them like this. Uchiha Xian naturally agreed. In the territory of the White Snake Immortal in Longqi Cave, it would not be good to embarrass his confidants too much. It was enough to give them a warning like this. Well, my three snake princesses, let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Xian. I came here hoping to learn the sage mode of Ryokai Cave. Thank you for your guidance. After putting them down, Uchiha Xian took the initiative to speak in a friendly manner. His attitude of using force first and courtesy later really made the three snake princesses not know whether to get angry or not. It was like they were stuck at the point of exploding. This feeling of being stopped made them feel as if they had eaten something delicious but had to swallow it down desperately. The three snake princesses glared at Uchiha Xian fiercely, and then smiled sweetly. The other two snake princesses disappeared into the air, leaving only a beautiful green-haired girl in a goddess costume. She wore a golden crown on her head with a golden ball on the top of the crown, and a green magatama-shaped ornament on her chest. She exuded a noble and dignified temperament from the inside out, which made people look up to her. The snake princess girl then bowed her head to Uchiha Xian and said softly, "Welcome to Ryokai Cave." After paying the respects according to the etiquette, the snake princess girl looked up and introduced herself. I am Tian Xin Shenji. I just wanted to test your perseverance, Master Xian. Now it seems that there is no need for such a fuss. Please follow me. Tian Xin Shenji laughed twice and casually revealed the previous embarrassing incident. Uchiha Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't think that snakes could be so cunning. Speaking of which, the psychic snake in Longdi Cave can actually transform into a human. The immortal mode of people practicing Longdi Cave is transforming into a dragon, and the immortal mode of snakes practicing Longdi Cave is transforming into a human. It's a bit like the monster that cultivated into a human in my memory. I don't know. Uchiha Xian subconsciously glanced at it, but unfortunately, Tian Xin Shenji's outfit was flawless. The hem of her skirt was dragged to the ground, covering her shoes. With the naked eye, even if she walked in front, Uchiha Xian couldn't see the outline of her buttocks. This made him itch, and he really wanted to know what her figure was like. As he thought about it, Uchiha Xian suddenly thought of Su Xian and White Snake. This grassroots hero was a brave man with a spirit of exploration. To read the exciting novel, go to Flylu Novel Network. Not long after, Tian Xin Shenji in front of him stopped, and Uchiha Xian's thoughts were also interrupted. In front of him appeared a magnificent gate with the three words Rikiden printed on it. Under the guidance of Tian Xin Shenji, Uchiha Xian entered the gate. What came into view was the magnificent decoration, and the spacious hall looked like a castle. On both sides of the hall, there are two long tables, on which are placed plates of delicious food. Asking for flowers. Just smelling the aroma of food makes Uchiha Xian's mouth water. The White Snake Immortal is in the temple deep in the Longdi Cave. I will go and make arrangements for you, Master Xian. Please wait for a moment. During this time, you can rest here and enjoy the food. Tian Xin Shenji smiled and gently asked Uchiha Xian to rest here first. She went in to call the White Snake Immortal. But in the face of Tian Xin Shenji's kindness, Uchiha Xian ignored the food and looked at her speechlessly. Tian Shenji, this is what you call a test? It's so boring. And is there food for normal people in Longdi Cave? It's not an illusion. You created it with magic. Uchiha Xian walked to the long table and took a closer look. He pinched the corner of the table with a little force, and in an instant, the powerful wrist force crushed it. The crushed corner of the table did not turn into a piece of wood, but gradually turned into gravel and dissipated. Tian Zinchenji, with a smile on her eyebrows, shook her head helplessly. Tisk, the inside is really terrible. It's obvious that you should just eat the food obediently. As she spoke, Tian Xinshenji's appearance changed. Long golden pupils and black eye shadow extending to the wings of her nose appeared on her face. Her cherry mouth also grew sharp teeth, and deep inside it was a long and slender blue snake core. The moment she showed this appearance, before Tian Xinshenji could finish her words, Uchiha Xian pinched her face with one hand. Come on, leave a good impression on me. You look so scary that I really want to strangle you to death. Uchiha Xian said with a slightly regretful tone, words that made Tian Zinchenji shudder. Her appearance that had turned into a snake man suddenly changed back, and she looked at Uchiha Xian in front of her with resentment. The atmosphere was in place, and the long-lost daily scare activity was interrupted like this. The man in front of her really didn't play by the rules, and the murderous words in his bones didn't seem to be a lie. Tian Zinchenji, who was scared, didn't dare to play around anymore. After she surrendered obediently, the previously magnificent hall also disappeared completely. Uchiha Xian and Tian Zinchenji returned to the area shrouded in fog before. P.S. The picture is from Tian Zinchenji's factory. Chapter 55. Lord Xian, could you please stop grabbing my face? Tian Zinchenji, whose face was pinched by one hand, spoke softly. Uchiha. Xian was not embarrassed at all, and immediately let go of his hand and asked directly, what are you trying to do? Can't you just be serious and let me pass? Looking at the beautiful appearance of Tian Xinshenji, Uchiha Xian's mood suddenly improved a lot. Tian Xinshenji didn't know what to say to Uchiha Xian, who was obsessed with looks. Fortunately, high-level people like them who were favored by the White Snake Immortal have cultivated the immortal mode to the transformation into a human realm and can completely transform into human form. If they were like Xianye, Wan Snake, and Qing Snake, who did not transform into humans but maintained the form of snakes, who knows what kind of vicious hands Uchiha Xian would do to them. Although she was transformed into a human, Tian Xinshenji still followed the concept of the survival of the fittest. Tian Xinshenji, who felt Uchiha Xian's domineering and powerful nature, became more respectful of his 4, 2, 3. She nodded respectfully and explained this is a test set by the White Snake Immortal. There are 2 more levels that you, Lord Xian, need to pass. We can't violate this. Knowing that she was just an employee, Uchiha Xian didn't care too much about her. Okay, where is the next level? I'm in a hurry. Uchiha Xian asked Tian Zinchenji to lead the way, and she also floated in front obediently. Now Uchiha Xian saw her white and tender feet, and at the same time he was secretly thinking in his heart. The Sage mode of Ryukadong has a wide range of expansions. Turning mud into objects, flying, changing shapes, are these considered universal abilities? Uchiha Xian thought of the other 2 snake princesses, who seemed to have shown the ability to become invisible just now. The Sage mode of the wet bone forest that he created doesn't have so many tricks, it's just pure numerical enhancement. I didn't expect you to bring him here on your own initiative, Tian Xinshenji. Not long after, a clear and crisp voice of a little girl came from the cave in front. A little girl with dark blue long hair and snake-like hair, like a fairy wearing a shawl, dressed exactly like Tian Xinshenji, but looking like a beautiful little girl, floated out of the cave. Ichikashima-hime, you will know why I took the initiative later. Tian Zinchenji responded unhappily, and immediately made way. Uchiha Xian, who was looking directly at Ichikashima-hime, glanced at her tender lotus-like calves. Her petite figure and delicate calves were a cute lowly style. Ichikashima-hime, who met Uchiha Xian's gaze, laughed like a silver bell. Hee, I am Ichikashima-hime, I am very interested in you. Can you tell me how you persuaded Tian Zinchenji to lead the way for you? Ichikashima-hime floated in the air, slowly flew to Uchiha Shien, and flew around him curiously. "I'm not interested in talking to you about this. If you keep floating around in front of me, I might end up pulling you down." Uchiha Shien frowned as he watched Ichika Shimohime swinging her legs and circling in front of him. Seeing how boring he was, Ichika Shimohime pouted like a little girl. "In that case, let's get down to business. Come and have some fun with me." With that, Princess Ichikashima disappeared in front of him, and Princess Tanoshin motioned Uchiha Shien to enter the cave. Soon, a wall with grooves of different shapes appeared in front of Uchiha Shien. There were stones of many shapes scattered on the ground. Princess Ichikashima also appeared at the right time and said with a smile, "As long as you fill all the holes on the rocks, I will let you pass. The stones are on the ground." While speaking, Princess Ichikashima also demonstrated in front of Uchiha Shien what a 360-degree rotation in the air is. This silly child's appearance really made Uchiha Shien unable to do anything. "Are you sick? Let me play a jigsaw puzzle game with you. These guys in the Ryokai cave are all preschoolers. I'm honest, try it before you get exhausted. I don't like overly active chakras, and when your chakras are almost gone, I will enjoy to read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network." As Ichikashima said this, she wanted to show her snake face to scare Uchiha Shien. But as soon as she made a move, Uchiha Shien grabbed her calf. Ichikashimohime's face froze, and she looked at Uchiha Shien in front of her in confusion. "Uchiha." Shien looked at Tianxinchenji irritably, and said speechlessly, "Do you snake princesses like to change your faces like this and scare people?" As he said that, he swung up with one hand, treating the petite Ichikashimohime as a windmill. Looking at Ichikashimohime, who kept screaming, Tianxinchenji broke out in a cold sweat. "Well, how should I put it, Master Shien? After all, there are only a few ninjas coming to Ryokai Cave, and we just like to have some fun ourselves." Tianxinchenji then laughed awkwardly twice, revealing the boring little thoughts of the three snake princesses. Uchiha Shien put himself in their shoes and suddenly understood their thoughts. Doing repetitive work every day, and the waiting time may be several years or even decades. If you think about it this way, it is necessary to have some fun at work. The fun that Sanshiji and the others have, in addition to absorbing the chakra of the losers, is to scare people for fun and see what kind of fearful expressions they will show. Even if they are not scared by them, it is still an interesting aspect. But it is the first time they have seen someone like Uchiha Shien take direct action. At this time, Ichikashimohime was also stunned. Although they have a high level of cultivation in the sage mode, they are not the type who are not very good at fighting. They only have powerful sage chakra, but they can't compete with Uchiha Shien in front of them. Ichikashimohime, who gradually regained consciousness, shook her head, and there was an indescribable excitement in her expression. She looked at Uchiha Shien with a smile and said, "You are really interesting. No human has dared to do this to us before." Seeing that Ichikashimohime was actually quite happy, Uchiha Shien saved the trouble of apologizing. Magnetic sand iron. Facing the jigsaw puzzle on the wall, Uchiha Shien was not going to pick them one by one like a fool. He used magnetic escaping, and in an instant, the powerful magnetic force attracted the sand iron 1.0 on the ground. The black sand iron filled the grooves on the wall, and it was all filled in just a few breaths. Tianxinchenji. Ichikashimohime. Seeing Uchiha Shien's operation, the two snake princesses were stunned. They never expected that Uchiha Shien would solve the problem in this way. This cave will absorb chakra quickly, and if you stay here for a long time, you will lose all your chakra. Therefore, this game tests you to solve the problem in the shortest time. Uchiha Shien's method is powerful in every sense. At the moment when the stone wall of the cave was filled, the scene in front of him also disappeared in a trance. The next moment, there was a sound of breaking wind, and Uchiha Shien turned his head suddenly, and immediately saw the princess of Tsujin, who opened her snake mouth and bit her. P.S. The picture is of Princess Ichikashima. Added by Pokemon Master. Chapter 56. Magnetic Release, Sand and Iron Bind Coffin. Uchiha Shien raised his hand, and the sand and iron in the air attacked Tsujinji, instantly wrapping and binding her. Tsujinji, who was originally preparing for a sneak attack, immediately lost the ability to resist. Uchiha Shien hooked his finger, and the sand and iron grabbed Tsujinji and came to him. He looked at the snake princess in front of him seriously. She was dressed exactly like the other two snake princesses. Her long brown hair and youthful and beautiful face like a girl were completely different from the other two. She had 3 green magatama-shaped ornaments on her chest, more than the other two snake princesses, which seemed to indicate that her status was also higher. We meet again. Why are you planning to attack me again this time? Facing Uchiha Shien's teasing smile, Princess Tsujin was very embarrassed. She used fairy arts to conceal her breath and sneak attack. How did you find out? It seemed that her test had just begun, but it was about to end. This was the first time that Princess Tsujin was so embarrassed. She tried to maintain her few dignity and changed the subject. The progress is really fast. I passed the tests of Tanaka Shinji and Ichika Shimeji so quickly. I am 21 and my name is Tsujinji. There are only a handful of people who can stand in front of me. You are really amazing. Seeing Tsujinji in front of him praising herself, Uchiha Shien almost couldn't hold it. Although she acted very calmly and her dignified demeanor was also admirable. But no matter how you show your majesty in my iron sand restraints, you give me the appearance of pretending to be calm. Uchiha Shien held back his laughter and asked bluntly, okay, is your test this sneak attack? As soon as he said this, Tsujinji turned her head away awkwardly. She was going to use fairy arts, use her own fangs to inject toxins into Uchiha Shien, and use illusions to test his will. But she was killed in return. How could she complete the rest of the work? At this time, Tsujinji sensed a fluctuation, and the next moment she knew what she was going to do. You have passed this test, Master Uchiha Shien. The White Snake Immortal is waiting for you in the temple. Tsujinji lowered her head. She had sensed the meaning conveyed to her by the White Snake Immortal. If the stalemate continued, she would not be able to do anything to Uchiha Shien. Moreover, Uchiha Shien was recommended by Orochimaru, and later introduced by the Slug Immortal, so this test was just a formality. The fog gradually dissipated, and a grand temple appeared in front of Uchiha Shien. This is the real Ryokai Cave, and it is also where the White Snake Immortal lives. The White Snake Immortal is in the temple, please go in. 3 snake princesses stood in front of the temple and respectfully let Uchiha Shien in. Uchiha Shien naturally would not be pretentious, and then quickly walked to the front of the temple, pushed open the door and walked in. The space in the temple is also frighteningly large, but it is empty and gives people a sense of loneliness. In the depths of the hall, Uchiha Shien saw an elderly grandmother lying on the bed, wearing a white gown. This should be the White Snake Immortal, but the snakes in the Longdi cave like to pretend to be human. Although he wanted to complain in his heart, Uchiha Shien still expressed respect on the surface. White Snake Immortal, I am Uchiha Shien, and I am here to learn the Sage Mode. The White Snake Immortal opened his terrifying orange-yellow snake pupils and said with a smile, haha, I know, then you have to be prepared. If you fail, you will be eaten by me. Yes. I'm ready. Uchiha Shien responded immediately with an extremely firm expression. The next moment, the White Snake Immortal suddenly stretched his neck, revealing his true form as a white snake. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. This is a white snake with orange hair and intimidating yellow pupils. She has a green cat's eye on her chest, a purple ribbon as a forehead protector, a military green horn-shaped ornament on the front of the forehead protector, and a red knight-shining pearl on the top of her head. The White Snake Immortal opened her mouth directly, revealing her fangs, and bit Uchiha Shien on the shoulder. The toxin mixed with natural energy was injected into Uchiha Shien's body from the White Snake Immortal's fangs. This kind of practice process is completely different from the wet bone forest. Uchiha Shien can feel the injected toxin eroding his body. But within a few seconds, its own powerful venom-resistance constitution managed to hold on. Each cell, full of tenacious vitality, greedily absorbed the venom and natural energy. The white snake immortal, who continuously injected venom and natural energy into Uchiha Shien, naturally sensed his change. Originally, her toxins mixed with natural energy could gradually turn the practitioner's body into a snake. If the practice failed, it would completely turn into a snake. Even if the practice succeeded, the practitioner's body would change due to her venom and natural energy. But the Uchiha Shien in front of him was completely different. The snake scales on his neck only appeared for a moment, and were quickly replaced by human skin. His body actually absorbed his own venom perfectly, and it was not alienated. Feeling the continuous natural energy and venom being injected into his body, Uchiha Shien opened his eyes comfortably. The dark eyes turned into wild golden snake pupils at this moment. Eyeshadow and facial makeup appeared on his face involuntarily, and he instinctively entered the state of immortal mode. Uchiha Shien could clearly feel that his spirit was getting stronger and stronger, and the cells in his body were also sublimating at the level of life. Instead, the white snake immortal's breath gradually weakened. She never thought that Uchiha Shien could absorb so much. Even if she wanted to stop now, she couldn't stop at all. It was no longer her who was transmitting venom and natural energy, it was Uchiha Shien's body that was forcibly plundering her power. One cell after another began to transform, until all the cells in the body were renewed, and the white snake immortal was forced to let go. She was lying weakly on the bed, and at this moment she didn't care about her own condition, but looked at Uchiha Shien in front of her in shock. Uchiha Shien, who had been maintaining his human form before, now had a physical body. His body was extended by several feet, and golden dragon scales grew on it. There were 2 claws and 4 toes on his abdomen, and a row of dragon thorns appeared on his back, which were extremely sharp and flashed with cold light. The tip of his tail was covered with blade-like scales, and every swing seemed to stir up the wind and clouds and set off huge waves. His head was majestic, and his dragon pupils were like golden beads, and golden flames seemed to be burning in his eyes. The dragon's mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs, and the dragon's whiskers were as delicate as golden silk, floating between his neck. He did not grow horns on his head, but instead had 2 bulging lumps of flesh at the junction of his eyes. Hey! Uchiha Shien, who turned into a dragon, just breathed, and the rich life energy exhaled from his mouth made saplings grow on the ground in front of him. Looking at the dragon in front of him, the white snake immortal actually felt a dull sense of oppression. Chapter 57. Incredible, my body has turned into the posture of a dragon. Uchiha Shien, who was in the posture of a dragon, easily used the water escape technique to construct a mirror and observed his current appearance. Although he looked very much like a golden dragon, there were still many differences in the details. The fact that he could become like this might be due to the strong emotions in his heart. Afterwards, under the catalysis of the wet bone forest and the Ryukadong sage mode, combined with his own venom antibody constitution, he perfectly absorbed the venom of the white snake sage and was shaped. After all, if he were to become the half-human, half-snake Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru, or the white phosphorus snake in the original work, Uchiha Shien would be 1,000 times opposed. He still appreciated and liked his current majestic dragon posture. And when he was in the dragon posture, his physical strength alone could withstand the cage-level ninjutsu attack. Abilities such as flying, dragon breath, and calling the wind and rain can be said to be naturally possessed. The only downside is that he is not used to his current dragon body, and it is not very convenient to use. And looking at the appearance of the white snake sage's original body, the big white snake, he actually feels that it is quite pleasing to the eye. It is obvious that his aesthetic taste seems to have changed a little bit because of the change of his body. If he adapts later, this problem will be solved. Uchiha Shien then had a thought, and the huge dragon body quickly shrank. Soon he changed back to human form, but Uchiha Shien, who was still in the superposition state of the dual sage mode of the wet bone forest and the dragon cave, only his pupils turned into golden dragon eyes. In addition, he did not grow horns or scales. Scales? Sage dragon scale technique. Uchiha Shien didn't even clap his palms, just a thought and a thin layer of golden dragon scales appeared on his body. The strength of this layer of dragon scales is only 2/3 of the dragon's posture, but it is enough to resist the attack of ordinary cage-level ninjutsu. He is directly immune to ninjutsu and taijutsu below the cage level. As for the duration, it is unlimited for him in sage mode. If it is changed to normal, the consumption of chakra will be more. Uchiha Shien, who has not tried it yet, doesn't know how long he can last. But if he is dealing with a battle, then the time is definitely sufficient. Incredible, boy, I am looking forward to your future. Looking at the power and changes displayed by Uchiha Shien, the eyes of the White Snake Sage were very scorching. She saw in Uchiha Shien the unparalleled potential and strength, which were worthy of her friendship with him. Therefore, her attitude was immediately hundreds of times better than before. Uchiha Shien knew that the White Snake Sage was trying to please him, and did not reject this kindness. After all, he could learn the sage mode of Ryukadong, and he had to thank the White Snake Sage in front of him, so he still had this gratitude. As a mentor, the White Snake Sage looked gloomy, but he was really unambiguous in teaching people. Uchiha Shien also knew where Orochimaru's snake-based ninjutsu came from. It is undeniable that he may have created a lot of it himself, but the source is definitely from Ryukadong. 8-headed technique, Snake Immortal Technique, White Stimulus Immortal Inorganic Reincarnation. The White Snake Immortal taught all of these ninjutsu and immortal arts. Among them, the ones that Uchiha Shien was most interested in were actually only the 8-headed technique and immortal method Inorganic Reincarnation. The 8-headed snake technique is a forbidden technique of the Ryukai cave. The first step is to have the body transformed and able to withstand the venom and natural energy injected into it by the fangs of the White Snake Immortal before it can be used. The White Snake, which can transform its own body into an 8-headed and 8-tailed one, has great power and a regenerative ability that is beyond belief. Unless it is chopped into small pieces of meat that cannot be regenerated, or is sealed, it is difficult to kill or defeat. As a forbidden technique, it naturally has its shortcomings. Not to mention that it is difficult to release. If the caster cannot control the power of the 8-headed white snake, he will lose his mind and become a real ferocious beast. As for the Senfa Inorganic Reincarnation, this is a reincarnation ninjutsu that can give life to inanimate inorganic matter and control it. Although my dragon form is not suitable for Yakitsu no Jutsu, it can be improved. The latter Senju Inorganic Reincarnation expands the use of Yang Escape and can be used to improve one's own Yang Escape and Wood Escape. Using Yang Escape to give life to inorganic matter, this concept is the Wood Escape in the hands of Senju Hashirama. After learning Senju Inorganic Reincarnation, Uchiha Shienneng clearly felt that the strength of his Wood Escape had also increased a lot. To read the exciting novel, go to Fly Novel Network. This is mainly due to his own use of Yang Escape, which has become more and more proficient. As for the nature change of Yin Escape, Ryukadong also has a deep attainment in this aspect. Previously, Tianxin Chenji, Ichikashima-ji and others created palaces and caves out of thin air, which was the use of Yin Escape out of nothing. But they don't know Yang Escape, so once the immortal method is lifted, those palaces and caves will disappear. Create form from formlessness, and then inject life into the form so that it can truly exist for a long time. Uchiha Shien gathered his chakra, first using Yin release to materialize a sapling, and then using Yang release to inject life into it. The next moment, a sapling with strong vitality appeared in front of him. Even though Uchiha Shien released the chakra that maintained it, the created sapling did not disappear. Its green leaves swayed left and right, gently touching the palm of Uchiha Shien's hand. The sapling seemed to know that Uchiha Shien in front of it was the creator who created it. Young people are formidable. It has only been 2 months and you have been able to perform a simple yin-yang escape technique. Looking at Uchiha Xian who created the sapling. The white snake immortal was tangled for a long time, but finally smiled with relief. Although Uchiha Xian's talent was beyond her imagination, the stronger he was, the better it would be for her. You are worthy of being called Master Xian. It's a pity that we have studied for hundreds of years but still haven't mastered the basics of Yang Dun. Tangzhen Chenji, Ikajimeji, and Tsujinji, the 3 snake princesses stood beside Uchiha Xian, watching him create the King of Money is Good saplings with envy. Originally, compared with the previous Uchiha Xian, his attainments in Yin Dun were unfathomable, which could be said to be their only advantage. But in just 2 months of practice, they were completely crushed. From the initial jealousy and envy, they have now transformed into worship of the strong. More importantly, the dragon posture shown by Uchiha Xian is completely in line with their aesthetics. For the 3 snake princesses who have been single in this dragon cave until now, it is like a succubus falling into a pile of men. Now the 3 of them are looking at Uchiha Xian with shining eyes, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are salivating. However, Uchiha Xian still maintains his reserve. After all, the 3 snake princesses are the people of the White Snake Immortal. They. White Snake Immortal, who looks like an old woman, is gloomy all day long. Who knows what she thinks if she wants to be a grassroots hero. P.S. The Jiaolong looks roughly like the one in the picture, but without horns. Chapter 58. Today, Uchiha Xian has learned everything he should learn, and is going to Mangekyo Mountain to complete the last sage mode. Later, he plans to use the reflection of the left eye's Mangekyo to integrate and construct a new sage mode. Just from the fact that the sage modes of Ryokai Cave and Wetbone Forest can be used at the same time, Uchiha Xian is confident that he can build it. Then let's stop here, White Snake Immortal, thank you for your teachings during this period. Thank you also to Shenji, Shimaji, and Jinji for taking care of me during this period. I have stayed here long enough, it is time to leave. Uchiha Xian thanked the snake princesses in front of him. It was Shenji and the others who took care of his daily life in Longji Cave for the past 2 months. Otherwise, he might have to sleep in the open, just like in the Wetbone Forest. When the 3 snake princesses heard that Uchiha Xian was about to leave, their faces were full of regret. Are you leaving? I hope you can come over and sit more often, Master Xian. Shenji, I am waiting for you all the time. Why don't you stay and play for a while? I finally found a human who is interested in me. If you leave, I will be bored again. Ichikashima, don't make it difficult for Master Uchiha Xian, he has his own things to do. However, Princess Tsutsu also hopes that you, Master, will come here often. Tangzhen Chenji did not try to keep him, but responded tactfully that she hoped he would come over here. Ichikashima him, a little girl, spoke without any scruples and spoke directly from her heart. The eldest Princess Tsutsuim scolded Ichikashima him, and then showed goodwill to Uchiha Xian in a tactful way. Seeing this, Uchiha Xian did not know how to respond to them for a while. The White Snake Immortal stood up at this time and said with a smile, if you 3 really want to do that, why don't I preside over it and you sign a spiritual contract with Uchiha Xian? In this way, they can also help you in normal times. What do you think? The White Snake Immortal looked at Uchiha Xian and asked him what he thought. Hearing that Uchiha Xian had said this, he naturally had no intention of refusing. Anyway, there is no limit to the number of summoned beasts. It would only benefit him to conclude a summoning contract with the 3 snake princesses. Tianzin Chenji, Ichikashima and Tsuzuji also smiled. Under the auspices of the White Snake Immortal, the few of them quickly concluded a summoning contract. Uchiha Xian did not stay any longer and immediately went to Mangekyo Mountain using the reverse summoning technique. After he left, the White Snake Immortal looked at the 3 snake princesses. I know what you are thinking. If you want, go and capture this man's heart. I won't stop you from doing that. The White Snake Immortal naturally knew that the three snake princesses had become increasingly close to Uchiha Xian recently. Or maybe it was her secret promotion, otherwise she wouldn't have let Tian Zinshenji and the others take care of Uchiha Xian. Throughout the ages, the best way to make the other party become one's own is to form a marriage alliance. If the three snake princesses she trusted the most were to have a relationship with Uchiha Xian, it would completely tie Uchiha Xian to the Longdi cave. The old toad and the old slug can at most teach him the sage mode, but I can just send people in directly. Hehe, the advantage is mine. The white snake sage shook his flowing orange hair, his expression was full of pride. It didn't take Uchiha Xian much time to go to Mayaboka Mountain. After just one day, he had mastered the sage mode of Mayaboka Mountain. The senior management of Mayaboka Mountain, Gamafukasaku, who was a trusted confidant of elders like Tanaka Shinki, almost dropped his jaw. After learning that Uchiha Xian had already mastered the sage mode of the Fruit Dragon Cave and the Wet Bone Forest, Gamafukasaku was slightly less shocked. However, Uchiha Xian's practice speed was still far beyond his cognition. It took less than a day from absorbing natural energy to practicing the complete Mayaboka Mountain Sage mode. The eye shadow on Uchiha Xian's face was a constant reminder that he had indeed learned it. When Gamafukasaku doubted the toad's life, Uchiha Xian took the opportunity to yo-yo. Using crystal as a medium, after watching Uchiha Xian leave, the toad sage who lived in a temple deep in Mayaboka Mountain opened his eyes after a long absence. A descendant of the Uchiha clan, my dream has been completely shattered since he appeared. Where will the future go? Everything depends on fate. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The toad sage murmured to himself. He had predicted the future through dreams. However, the arrival of Uchiha Xian was not part of the prophecy, and his appearance also changed the subsequent dreams. The toad sage didn't know whether this was right or wrong, and he was powerless to change it all. Now he can only be a bystander, silently watching the development of this world. Uchiha Xian, who returned to Konoha again, wanted to say hello to Tsunade. When he appeared in Tsunade's bedroom, he didn't see Tsunade. His fingertips brushed the dust on the wooden table, and Uchiha Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. It should have been 2 months since anyone lived there. Did Tsunade go to the battlefield? With a bang, as if to give Uchiha Xian an answer, a small slug suddenly appeared in front of him. Master Uchiha Xian, Master Tsunade has gone to the Wet Bone Forest to practice. She can't come back for the time being. Hey! Uchiha Xian was silent for a moment, then showed a very confused expression. Didn't they say before that Tsunade didn't have the talent to learn sage mode? How come she can do it now? Seeing Uchiha Xian's confusion, the little slug explained. A lot of natural energy has accumulated in Lady Tsunade's body recently, and a lot of natural energy has transformed her body. This has stimulated the physique of her Senju clan, and also made her qualified to practice sage mode. Now she is making quite fast progress and is adapting to the state of sage mode in the Wet Bone Forest. As soon as the little slug said this, Uchiha Xian turned his head away awkwardly. He seemed to understand why there was so much natural energy in Tsunade's body. Wasn't it all injected into her by himself? I didn't expect that while strengthening my body in sage mode, it would also have this effect. I must try it on Mikoto, Kaneko, Kushina and the others later. Uchiha Xian thought secretly in his heart, and when he saw that nothing was wrong, the little slug disappeared from the spot. Uchiha Xian withdrew his thoughts and immediately went back to tell Mikoto and the others the good news. Although he had mentioned to them before that he had to practice, so he would be away for a while. But after all, he was away for 2 months this time, which really worried Mikoto and the others. After spending a day comforting each little loli, Uchiha Xian put his thoughts into his body. With the acquisition of Yundun, the pupil power recovers really fast. This pupil power should be enough to use Turning Soul Portrait to deduce and construct my own sage mode. Uchiha Xian muttered to himself, and then the 8-pointed star kaleidoscope in his left eye began to spin rapidly. Chapter 59. Combine the 3 sage modes of Wet Bone Forest, Myaboku Mountain, and Ryokai Cave, and construct a unique sage mode according to your own physique. With the continuous consumption of huge amounts of pupil power, the skills, natural energy ratios, and amplification capabilities of the 3 sage modes learned by Uchiha Shien began to be recombined and constructed. This portrayal and deduction is not an unknown construction. Uchiha Shien is well aware of the advantages of each sage mode. What he has to do now is to gather the strengths of all schools, take the essence, and discard the chaff. The eyeshadow mask automatically appeared on his face, and a steady stream of natural energy was drawn from the air and integrated into Uchiha Shien's body. This time it is more like plunder than fusion. Uchiha Shien is like the sacred tree planted on the planet by the Otsutsuki clan, plundering the vitality and power of this planet. His chakra is no longer a simple fusion of natural energy to form Senjutsu chakra. Instead, it absorbs natural energy to become the nutrient of chakra and the nutrient of the body. The eyeshadow and facial makeup on his face faded quietly, turning into a dragon tattoo wandering on his body. In the end, the dragon tattoo was stationed on Uchiha Shien's back, and it was perched on his back with a posture of raising its head and swallowing the world. At this time, Uchiha Shien also opened his eyes. The golden eyes are no different from when he entered the sage mode before, but they are more pure and natural. He clenched his palms, feeling the explosive power in his body. It succeeded, but my left eye is almost blind. Uchiha Shien shook his head, the vision of his left eye was already blurred to the extreme. But he was not worried, he had entered the new sage mode, and was constantly absorbing natural energy and converting it into pupil power to restore the consumption. And this exclusive sage mode was much stronger than the 3 sage modes he had learned before. The first point was that he could enter the sage mode instantly like Hashirama Senju, or he would never exit it again. The dragon tattoo on his back could help him continuously absorb natural energy and integrate it into his body. But this efficiency and intensity were relatively low, and it was in a half-open state of the sage mode. The natural energy absorbed by the dragon tattoo would be slowly absorbed by the chakra and the body. This would make his chakra quality continue to improve until it reached the level of perfect transformation into sage chakra. And his body would also be improved by the natural energy, the flesh, the body strength, cell activity, and lifespan will increase as a result. The reason why the white snake sage, slug sage, and toad sage can live for such a long time, in addition to their special species, the most important thing is that they have almost merged with the natural energy. If I can continue to absorb natural energy for a long time, I can also live as long as them. At least living for thousands of years is no longer a problem for me. The second point is that this reconstructed exclusive sage mode combines the advantages of the 3 sage modes. It has a comprehensive increase in ninjutsu, physical skills, illusions, and pupil skills. Performing yin and yang escape in this state will be much easier than usual. Moreover, the regeneration ability and chakra recovery speed are definitely far better than the previous Wet Bone Forest Sage mode. It's just that Uchiha Shien didn't want to go crazy and cut off his limbs to try, so he couldn't judge the regeneration strength of his body at this moment. It seems that he doesn't need to eat normally. The natural energy absorbed by the dragon tattoo on his back is enough to provide the daily nutritional needs of the body. Uchiha Shien murmured, and immediately exited the sage mode. Now that he entered this sage mode, the starting time for it to last for more than an hour. Relying on the dragon tattoo to continuously absorb natural energy, his strength and duration will only get longer and longer. When his body fully adapts to natural energy, or even transforms into being able to produce natural energy on its own, then the sage mode will be his normal state. Uchiha Shien raised his hand at this time, and chakra surged out like a tide, forming a raise nan in the palm of his hand. The bright blue raise nan was mixed with a hint of golden luster. The form of chakra, or the information inside, has increased a little. He could see the change in his own chakra, which reminded Uchiha Shien of the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan has an ability called Wedge, which is to copy themselves and digitize themselves, and then insert them into other people's bodies. Similar to a compressed file, it will continue to decompress in other people's bodies until the Otsutsuki clan is reborn again. The reincarnation of the Six-Path Sage and his two sons, Ashura and Indra, is essentially the reincarnation of the chakra that recorded the information of their own genes and souls. But compared to the Otsutsuki clan, the two sons of the Six-Path Sage are definitely not qualified, and the soul information is not recorded. Uchiha Shien, who was thinking divergently, muttered after thinking about this. Could it be that my chakra is now passively recording the information of natural energy, thus gradually evolving? The wedge of the Otsutsuki clan was too far away from him, and Uchiha Shien had no reference value. But the closest Jago was the source of the curse seal created by Orochimaru in the original work, and was born with the ability to absorb natural energy. The two ninjutsu that Jago possessed made Uchiha Shien fall into deep thought. One is recell expulsion, which is a technique of distributing one's own chakra-containing cells to the injured to heal the wound. The prerequisite for use is that the other person must possess the curse seal or must be able to adapt to the power of the curse seal. The other is recell attraction, which can attract the flesh and cells of other people and change them into one's own cells, allowing one's injured body to recover at an ultra-fast speed. To distribute one's own cells to others, one must change the genetic structure of one's own cells so that they will not be rejected by the other person's body. To absorb the flesh cells of others, one must change the cell structure of the other party and transform it into one's own cells. This requires chakra as a medium. Chakra forcibly covers the cells and rewrites their DNA. The plug-and-play Sharingan used during the Fourth World War is also based on this feature. Okay. At the same time as the transplant, one's own chakra is injected into it so that its genetic factor information is covered. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shien had a bold idea in his mind. Chakra is essentially energy extracted from the body and mind. Therefore, it actually records the genetic factor information and soul message of his body and mind. So if he uses chakra to record the genetic factor information of others, can he directly obtain the corresponding blood and physique? At this time, Uchiha Shien suddenly reacted. My right eye pupil technique soul sacrifice seems to be a rough use of this ability. At the beginning, I absorbed the chakra and vitality of other ninjas, and then I gained other chakra properties. I absorbed the vitality and chakra of the Uzumaki clan and obtained the Uzumaki sage body. Uchiha Shien didn't expect that after thinking about it, the possibility he derived had already appeared on him. Chapter 60. Now I am only using it passively. If I can actively use chakra to record this information, then I will. Uchiha Shien whispered excitedly, which reminded him of a creature in his memory. Kaz in JoJo, the ultimate creature with all the abilities of creatures. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Shien calmed down. At present, these are just his ideas, and there is still a long way to go to realize them. Let's set a small goal first, and strive to increase the maintenance time of Sage Mode to 24 hours before the Third War. My strength in Sage Mode should be able to step into the Super Shadow level. When Uchiha Madara is dead by that time, my strength will be enough to suppress the existence of the entire ninja world. The only concerns are the Otsutsuki clan that will appear in the future, and the Six-Path Sage who is hiding somewhere unknown. In any case, the following series of plans and ideas can be realized one by one. Uchiha Shien felt great ambition in his heart. Before, his desires and ambitions were hidden because of his weak strength, but now he has to show his fangs little by little. When his heart was surging, Uchiha Shien, who was very angry, did not wait for Tsunade to come back for the next 3 days, but instead waited for Sarutobi Hiruzen's transfer order. He needs to go to the border between the Wind Country and the Fire Country to support the front line over there. Looking at the transfer order in his hand, Uchiha Shien frowned slightly and muttered, "It feels different from the battle situation in my memory. Konoha is still in its heyday, and has not yet lost all its talents under the governance of the third Hokage and Danzo. In addition, I had previously cooperated with Tsunade and others in the Rain Country to kill the salamander Hanzo. Unlike in the original work, a bunch of Konoha ninjas were wiped out. Logically, this wave of ninjas went to another front. Even if Cho of the Wind Country used poison, Konoha would have the upper hand in the battle anyway. But looking at the urgency of this transfer order, Uchiha Shien could see that Konoha seemed to be in a state of decline. You have been training in the Ryokai cave these days. What happened? I was so busy comforting Mikoto and the others that I didn't have time to ask what happened recently. Uchiha Shien threw the transfer order and immediately found Mikoto and Kushina. The two of them came to accompany Uzumaki Mito's grandmother today. Tsunade has been training in the Wet Bone Forest recently, so Mito is alone. You are here, Xiao Xian. Seeing Uchiha Shien coming, Uzumaki Mito, who was sitting in a rocking chair, showed a kind smile. Uchiha Shien not only went to the Whirlpool Country to save her people, but also saved her grandson Rope Tree, who was fooled to death before. Therefore, Uzumaki Mito likes Uchiha Shien very much, and is also behind him to let Uzumaki Kushina contact. Otherwise, with his identity as an Uchiha clan, he would definitely not be able to have too much contact with the future Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina. Long time no see, Mito. Uchiha Shien also greeted her in a friendly manner, and then looked at Mikoto and Kushina, who were sitting next to Uzumaki Mito. He did not deliberately beat around the bush, but directly asked what happened on the front line recently. Hearing that Uchiha Shien was going to the front line, Kushina's expression suddenly shrugged. Originally, Uchiha Shien had been practicing recently, and she had not met him much. If he went to the front line again, wouldn't she not be able to meet him again? Although she was a little depressed, Kushina still told what she knew. The puppetry of the Sand Village must have been upgraded using some special method. Originally, their number of ninjas was less than ours, but with the endless supply of puppets and Chiyo's poison, we heard that we have already begun to lose. The two gestured with their hands, but they couldn't explain it. After all, they had never seen it with their own eyes, they just knew the information about it. It seems that the third generation is planning to send you over there to provide support. Be careful, Xiao Xian. Uzumaki Mito didn't have much else to say, so he could only give Uchiha Shien a warning. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Uchiha Shien nodded slightly, then remembered something, reached out and lightly touched Kushina, CCBJ, and Uzumaki Mito and Mikoto. His chakra turned into a dragon tattoo of several centimeters, crawling along his palm to their bodies. This is a little gadget I made while researching the Sage mode. It is a Sage curse seal that can enhance the recovery speed of your chakra and body. Uchiha Shien explained, but there was one thing he didn't say. He could sense the presence of anyone who possessed this Sage's curse seal even if they were far apart. It could even be said that this was actually a restraint, and it could control the marked person at a critical moment. The Sage's curse seal also had the ability to prolong life, and Uchiha Shien still hoped that Uzumaki Mito would live longer. Whether out of concern for his elders or out of considerations of his own interests. As long as Uzumaki Mito was not dead, she would be considered a talisman for him. With her in charge, he would have less trouble in Konoha. Otherwise, he would have to deal with everyone by himself, and it would be difficult for him not to transform into the Great Western King and start slaughtering anyone who blocked or opposed him. The three of them widened their eyes, feeling the power given to them by the dragon tattoo. Uzumaki Mito could clearly feel that her old body was much more comfortable. A lot of vitality appeared out of thin air, nourishing her body. She looked at Uchiha Shien with a kinder look, knowing that this was his intention. Mikoto, let's go. I need to organize a team to go to the front. Teacher Tsunade can't come back for the time being, so we have to set off first. Uchiha Shien is not going to go alone. From Kushina's words, it can be heard that Konoha may have to mobilize more ninjas to go to the front this time. Since Mikoto and the others may have to go later, it is better to follow me so that it is safer. Well, then, Mito-chan, Kushina, goodbye. Mikoto immediately stood up, said goodbye to the two, and followed Uchiha Shien's steps. Kushina looked at the two eagerly. As a reserve Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she didn't have so much freedom. Damn it, I want to go too. Kushina waved her little pink fist, her expression was very unwilling. Seeing Kushina like this, how could Uzumaki Mito not know what she was thinking? If you want to catch up with Xiao Xian, then practice hard. When you, Kushina, are able to inherit my legacy, you will also have the opportunity to control your own destiny. Touching Kushina's head, Uzumaki Mito comforted her in a low voice. Kushina seemed to be encouraged and immediately went to the inner room to start refining chakra. With the help of the Sage Curse Seal, her refining speed was several times faster than usual. Uchiha Shien returned to the Uchiha residence and immediately found Kanako and Konan at home. They have been quite leisurely recently, just cleaning the room and watching TV.